Listen, brother, everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
Posting on Twitter, it's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
Just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this. Straight people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic, bare minimum thing you can do. Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that cloud.
Everybody, everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is awesome. Our broadcast coming to you live from actually sunny, finally sunny, California, Los Angeles. It's gotten sunny again here today.
America deserved 9/11.
I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Wednesday. That's right, it's Wednesday, baby. It's freaking Wednesday, folks. You look like Eminem today, bro. Is this your intro? I don't think I've ever seen it. Well, you've seen it now. But yes, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Okay? And let me tell you, not a lot is going on in my world, except for the fact that Elden Ring DLC trailer has been released. So that's very exciting stuff. Very exciting, of course. So that's good. Succession ass fit, bro. You already know it, baby. I think I went a little too sharp on my beard today. I wanted to trim it a little bit. And I feel like it's too sharp and I don't like it. This guy definitely listens to Mac Miller and only Mac Miller. Maybe some Lil Dicky too. Yeah, I like backpack rap. Who cares? I saw Etwase. He thought you were very cultured, but he also said you don't think Smash is a fighting game. What the hell? Yeah. Borderlands movie trailer. That's also exciting, I think. Possibly, potentially. I don't know. Is that Kevin Hart? What the fuck? Why is Kevin Hart in this? Okay, that's a little weird. Anyway. Babes, your beard's looking red today. That's not shocking. My beard does get very red. It gets very white and it gets very red. So Anyway, everybody, Kate Blanchett is in it too. That Helldivers meme is excellent. Folks, we'll do some hogwash today. We'll do some TikTok reacts today. We'll do some like we'll do like the old school reacts as well, honestly, because there isn't anything going on in the world, I think, other than like all the regular stuff that's always going on, like genocide, American incompetence, stuff like that. Just like all the terrible shit. You know what I mean? US vetoes. Is the FD Tech and H still stream still on track to happen, or is the moment gone? No, it's still on track. I talked to FD this morning and I literally was like, bro, you have to fucking teach me how to play Tekken. Doesn't matter if you're not here in person. You just have to do it. Like, we have to do it for the culture. The waves are not forming. I don't think Hasan is using the durag off stream as he claimed. Yeah, because the durag is right here. And I haven't put it on at all since I took it off. I swear to God, with this color, the durag basically looks like I have a clan robe on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't look like I'm wearing a durag. It looks like I'm wearing a clan robe that's like half on. You know what I mean? I'm like a Knights Templar or something. Yeah, Hasan Piker, more like Hasan P-I-K-K, Piker K-K-er. Hasan, for real, bro, why do you do this to yourself? First of all, it's actually really cozy and really comfy. I will say that. Secondly, I used to wear towels on my head all the fucking time back in the day when my hair was really long. Like, putting something on my head while my hair is wet is like straight up. It's a thing that I do regardless. If there wasn't so much politics associated with it, maybe I'd rock a do-rag in the mornings, but looking like a 15th century, you look like the stock guy, but as in medieval stocks, like your head and arms through the wood, like a tomato catching peasant. Yeah. Does the do-rag call to you like the Green Goblin mask? Yes. But anyway, what the hell was I talking about? No, but those are really great for your hair health. I believe it. It's good to wear that at night to protect your hair at night. What if I just low-key started wearing a do-rag at night? Isn't your hair the type of hair that would definitely get... Yes, my hair is already wavy. Like, I don't have full-blown white guy hair, so it probably would get wavier. Not like actual waves, like in the way that people talk about it, but like I do have wavy hair. That is a type of hair, chat. I'm not saying I have 360 waves or anything. I'm saying that like I have wavy hair in the way that you normally would use it. But yeah, as far as personal news goes, guys, my diet has been going really well. I've actually been kicking it in a high gear. 2 days of the week where I eat less than I normally would have been like genuinely supplemental in keeping myself at a deficit. However, I've officially gotten out of recomp. Okay? I have officially gotten out of recomp. I mean, obviously recomp is, you know, there's a short barrier for recomp anyway. I mean, it's like I'm not at my peak as far as where I used to be on my strength. However, I no longer can continue gaining at a deficit. Recomp is recomposition. oftentimes you can lose weight when you are like your body is in body recomposition. Like if you were at a certain level of musculature, if you had like a certain amount of muscle mass and strength on certain lifts, oftentimes due to muscle memory, it's like it basically is a time frame where you can not have to be like super strict about your diet or whatever, but still be able to achieve gains quite faster, getting back to where you used to be. Anyway, my point is this. The deficit is great. Recomp is maintaining weight while increasing muscle mass and reducing body fat percentage. Yes. And I was able to do that for a long ass time. I was able to basically keep losing weight, albeit slowly, while also putting on muscle mass. However, unfortunately, now I'm susceptible to the bulk cut cycle because I have officially reached a point where I am losing weight and losing fat, but I'm also having a very hard time maintaining my strength and even finding myself at risk of injury. So that's my situation currently. My lower back is always tight. I have neck tightness, neck soreness, neck issues, and also rotator cuff issues. I think I'm going to permanently quit barbell flat bench press. I think I'm just going to quit doing barbell bench press and keep steadily increasing my dumbbell presses, because my dumbbell, I can put up a shit ton of weight, but the moment I go into barbell flat bench press, I just always end up cooking my goddamn rotator cuffs. My external rotation is just awful, is trash. Okay, I can't, like, I have a really hard time even doing this. So for me, I think like everyone is different. For me, I think I am double jointed. Exactly. I think that it's just not good for me. Or I need to get on that motherfucking TRT and get on that freaking steroids, baby. Medically prescribed steroids. You should see a PT. I have, and I do. So, does it make sense to put on that much muscle since you sit for 12 hours at a time? Like, find a balance? Well, yeah. It don't matter that I sit 12 hours at a time. Bro said, yo, I got some fun videos for you to watch. And the first one is literally a fucking dude who hates me and is like homies with Nazis. Yeah, let me go watch this guy's video, you know. It's probably a good video, but that guy is not a good guy. Are you actually considering testosterone replacement therapy when I'm 35 and my T levels start declining? Absolutely. I won't even wait for a second. You dabble in calisthenics? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Anyway, you look into BPC 157 for recovery at all? I have no idea. Start doing ad push-ups to your routine. Helps you grow a lot in shape pecs. I do push-ups. Everybody, you're funny for telling me what to do. I work with professional personal trainers. and I have a relatively long history of working out myself. Anyway, I'm explaining all this stuff to you. I'm still over 200 grams on my protein every day, even on my like big deficit days. And I'm definitely trying to hit 220 grams of protein, maybe even more. That is what I have, at least in my experience. That's what I've seen that that does really well in terms of combating any kind of injury, and it keeps my strength relatively stable. Do you get shivery when you're in deficit? Yes, I do sometimes. But yeah, still working on it though. Still doing the dang thing. You wearing Lmao again? Nice shirt. Yeah, it's not nice as a matter of fact, because once again, shirt's nice. Hey, guess what? Look at this. It is a sick shirt though. It's fucking XL. What am I supposed to do, man? It's a French brand. Like, I don't think usually it's like this type of fucking brand is like not supposed to have like really tiny sizes, you know? Just makes me so mad. I can't wear anything that's like, I can't wear nice things that fit correctly. Like, everything's got to get fucking tailored, which is annoying. But then also on top of that, even if something is like a unique cut, for example, right? Even if something is a cool cut or a unique cut, the issue is that cut in and of itself not supposed to fit. It doesn't fit me in the way that it's supposed to fit perfectly. You know what I mean? I can never get the actual fit design. Check out the brand American Tall. I think I might wear these glasses. Look better with this outfit. What do we think? I think this is better. So many cheap tailors in Hollywood. You should look into it. I don't have time to get fucking tailored. Anyway, check out the brand American Tall. No, I don't want to. Dude, don't. You're giving me PTSD. I'm not gonna lie. Like, when people fucking talk to me about big and tall, or like brands specifically designed for tall people, I get PTSD from like my youth where I had to go to big and tall. I have a size 36 waist. I should not need to go to a fucking big and tall. The problem isn't that I can't fit into anything. I can fit into XL t-shirts. You know what I mean? The problem is that the arm length is not long enough. I want regular clothes made by fashion houses that have like long enough arms, you know? But the problem is not a lot of people have super long arms, I guess. Clothes for gorillas, basically. Sucks. Gotta buy Korean clothing. The new generation has a crazy growth spurt. Johnny Big's clothing is the only brand I've found that fits big boys. I mean, you should hire someone that procure fits for you. You got the money and it's something you're passionate about. Yeah, the problem is like, yeah, I'm passionate about going and finding it and wearing it myself, not like having a stylist be the middleman. Does that make sense? So like, that's the part that I like. The fantasy is I go to a store and I can fit into whatever whatever, like off the rack. Okay. Anyway, look, I'm a very, very, very fortunate guy. It feels kind of silly to fucking get upset about this, and most people won't understand it. It's just like, I've been fat my whole life, okay? And unfortunately, there is no, and also tall too. So there's just nothing that fits. Nothing will ever fit me perfectly in the way that it's supposed to. So when I do find something that does, it'd be sick. TikToker made a video about their experience going on a first date with you.
Such treatment only, and I just met a guy who does just that. If you're new here, welcome to my dating diaries, where I overshare my dating life in New York. This guy slid into my DMs on Instagram saying that my dating diaries are very downtown based and I should have an uptown edition. So let's call this guy Uptown Matt. I asked what a night uptown entails, and he said shopping at Hermes and dinner at Daniel. At first I thought he was kidding, but then when he called me a car, I saw that the end location was Hermes on Madison Ave. Once I arrived, I met him inside the store, and I was greeted with champagne, and then we went straight to the shoe section. I tried on the Oron sandals and was debating between the brown and white. He preferred the white, so I went with that. He then checked out, and we walked over to Daniel. Uptown Man was an extreme gentleman.
Wait, are you joking? How much was that shit? This dude sent a fucking car to pick this lady up and then bought her $750 sandals? Be for fucking real. I mean, that's like, that's so bad. I hate that. I hate that for two reasons, okay? One, it's just like you're setting the tone that this is a financial transaction. I've talked about this before. Two, that's a dickflation, brother. In Brandon's America, the price of everything is already so goddamn high that now you are literally setting the market rate at $750 for the entry point. Like $750 for a first date before you ever see this woman? Are you out of your mind? Brother, that is crazy. You can't do that. You cannot do that, okay? It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Manhattan prices or not, dude. That's crazy. Imagine dudes are out there paying $750 for the entry, okay? And you're taking your date out to get dirty water dogs, okay? That's crazy. You're fucked. You're fucked. And she posted this on TikTok. Everyone knows now. Honestly, men like this take women like this out of the dating pool for regular Andes. I mean, listen, I think this is a TikToker anyway. You most likely don't want to be in the dating pool with this lady.
And you told me he
You don't want to be in the dating pool with this lady because she's going to make a TikTok about your date.
reason princess treatment only. He talked me up like no other and told me I'm so worthy for a 21-year-old. We talked about our
By the way, I have been to Daniel. It's excellent. Remember when I talked about how my family and I went to Daniel? It's incredible. It's one of those places where it's like, because you have wait, did she say 21-year-old? Yo! Worldly for a 21-year-old? Okay. Okay, I will glaze up Daniel. It's one of those places I've talked about before where it's like the Michelin star experience is so fucking nutty in the sense that like every single aspect, including down to like down to service, every single like the apps, the things, the aperitifs, shit that you get in between, all of it is supposed to be structured in a way where everything is fire. Okay? And it actually was. Danielle, excellent. Excellent. Hey, yo, glazing Daniel. I will glaze Daniel up all day, every day. That foie gras was to die for. Brother, are you kidding me? Oh. Dude, there is genuinely, like, sometimes I eat some food and I'm just like, this is the greatest thing I've ever tasted in my life. Like, this is why living is worth it, even though there's so much awful and so many experiences that you have to go through, and you are working very hard not to succumb to these pressures. But then sometimes you eat a fucking meal and you're like, God damn, it was worth it. You know what I mean? Some of us live to eat. Yeah, I'm one of those people. I'm not a eat to live type person. I'm a live to eat type person. Daniel Balud is an insane chef and he hires insane chefs for his restaurants. Yeah. Oh, do you like caviar? I think caviar is mid as fuck. I stand by that. I think caviar is mid as hell. It's just like good caviar is not supposed to taste like anything. I used to work at Danielle. Wait, really? I worked in the kitchen. The stories I could tell you there are insane. I feel like that kitchen environment is also extra chaotic, probably. Like we're talking bear times 10, where it's like, oh, you got the corner wrong, and then you get like fucking hit in the head. Kitchens are already insane. Kitchens are already insane, but that kitchen, I suspect, is probably like a lot of drugs and a lot of fucking. I was threatened with a knife my first week. That's awesome. Yeah, Michelin star in New York by fucking world famous Michelin star haver chef. You're getting fucking stabbed with a knife. A lot. Also, yeah, a lot of people doing bumps in the bathroom. Yeah. But goddamn, the art that you make, the art that you fucking make, chatter, the art that you made when you were there, it's not worth the abuse, obviously, but fuck, man, that shit is like, you're literally touching souls. Okay? You are literally, you're not just like slicing pickles or whatever, okay? You're straight up. Dude, it was so satisfying to peek out into the dining room and see people eating. Like, oh God, so fucking good. I love food so much. It's really fucked up how much I love food. That's why I'm so fucking fat. That's why I can't fit into any goddamn clothes. It's bullshit. But like, Danielle is definitely one of those types of experiences where I just like recall it and I get teary a little bit. God, I fucking love food so much. I'm getting like emotional thinking about food experiences. Okay. All right. Danielle's keeping you big as hell. We talking about the episode of the bear. You got to break the hex of seafood. It can be divine. Yeah, I know. I know that it's like I'm kind of upset with myself for not being able to eat seafood. Like it's just I think it's so fucked up because it's an entire culinary avenue that I cannot experience at all. But as far as the caviar question goes, good caviar is supposed to taste like nothing. It's just supposed to be salty with a creamy texture, which is great. So it's fun to like put on top of shit like a garnish. But ultimately, that's not worth it. It's just not worth it at all. And that's it. Bad caviar is very fishy, very like it just tastes a lot like sea. Bro, the restaurant you went to with the anime man, yeah, I have caviar from time to time. But anyway, regardless. Bitch, you're not fat, Lmao. I mean, I'm still pretty fat. This doesn't really do it justice. Like I'm, yes, muscular, but I'm not shredded. Yeah, I called caviar rich people salt, which is true. It is. Does it stick out past your nips? My belly? No. No, I'm a chest over belly at this point. Problem is, I got a fucking flat tire around my waist. It's just not going anywhere, which is really fucked up. Anyway, all right, we're done with this part. Okay, let me blast off real quick and let's get started. Looking very baby girl today. Thank you. Where was I? Okay, U.S. vetoes UN ceasefire's resolution. Norm Shmuley debate backlash. Congressman is genocidal. I'm gonna finish that TikTok in a second. Hold on. TikTok reacts. Elden Ring DLC and so much more. Get in now. Any thoughts on politics? Would love to hear your take. Sorry if this is the wrong place to ask. Thank you and have a great stream. Do you have any thoughts on politics? Hey, HasanAbi, not sure if this is the best avenue here, but any thoughts on politics? You seem to have a lot of opinions, and I was wondering if any of those opinions are around politics. Yeah, I'm excited for the Elden Ring DLC as well. I'm a gaming streamer, as you guys know, as I play Helldivers professionally now. I'm a professional Helldivers streamer. I'm a professional Helldiver. Yo, for reals, bro, you're not fat, you're husky, the difference matters. Brother. Like what you just said is basically that's it. You've already crushed my soul. You just doubled down on exactly what I've been saying. Okay? Yeah. Google AI Gemini gone woke is the funniest shit ever. Oh my God, that's so funny. Oh my God, that's hilarious, dude. Yeah, no fat person ever wants to be called husky, dog. What the hell do you mean? Yeah, thank God the AI. What is this?
This is his only video. This is his only video. He's moved on. Fuck!
Oh my God! This skibbity toilet is making my pussy feel like a grimace shake being.
What the fuck did you just send me, bro? What did you just send me? Am I allowed to fucking even show this? Like, I feel like this is a crime in general. I feel like I just showed a crime, okay? This is a crime scene, brother. I've been over 300 since I was 18. You don't get to claim fat man valor. You aren't jolly. You don't laugh from your gut. Your knees don't ache when you stand. My knees do ache when I stand. And I do certainly laugh from my gut. What are you talking about? With the exception of not being jolly, you literally just described everything. What the hell? Like, you just described multiple qualities of mine. 2 out of 3, I got them.
Drunk by Freddy Fazbear! Only in Ohio can you mama make me feel like a total Sigma. Oh my God, I think I'm about to blow my Kaisenat wrist juice all over. Oh my God. Skibbity doop doop doop, yeah, yes! Oh my God.
I don't really understand why you guys wanted me to watch this, and then you were like, no, finish the video. She's playing the audio of the only video her stalker has on his YouTube. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Like that. Bro, I'm in church. This is like one of those things. I feel like this is worse than the fucking Goblino folder. You know what I mean? Like, you're so behind on your Skibidi Toilet saga, you missed the sexy parts. I have guests and open the fucking stream to this. Fuck you. Listen, bro, it's not me, okay? I'm covering culture. I'm covering politics. I'm sorry. This is important for me to cover. Anyway, folks, we've blasted off. Let the people know that we're live and we are alive. Oh my God, bro. We don't even get to we can't even get to 1K likes anymore. It's over. I'm washed. I'm done. I'm done, chat. We're done, dude. In the public, middle of not having sex convention. Bro, I'm at a funeral. What the fuck? Yo, RIP, dude. RIP to your friends, or congratulations if it's your enemy. You know what I mean? Chat's like, it's my grandfather, but he was my enemy. You gotta go back to your roots in gaming to rebuild your audience. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Famously, one thing that definitely garners more attention to this community is when I'm gaming. Yeah, my goat is washed. When you find out your goat is washed. Yeah, famously. You're such a boomer. Why don't you do this on TikTok? Twitter is just bots. That is literally true. It's just that posting on TikTok requires significantly more. Skibidi Toilet. Skibidi Toilet. Okay. US is criticized for the veto. We'll talk about that. Paul Giamatti, Oscar nom for the holdovers. Still haven't watched that. Helldiver lore video I'm excited about. Borderlands movie I'm excited about. This is an insane story. Okay. Look at this. Look at this. Weapons grade plutonium trafficked from Burmese rebel groups. Undercover DEA agents posing as an arms dealer and an Iranian general yellow cake samples that checked out as real. This is literally the plot of the next Yakuza game. It should be. U.S. attorney announces nuclear materials trafficking charges against Japanese Yakuza leader. Are you for fucking real? This is so exciting. What an exciting moment, dude. Anyway, Twitter's gone downhill because not just because of white supremacy, but because of bots. I know. Anyway, we were doing guys out here doing all this for ran through puss. Hoflation is getting out of control. This guy says, finding a way to just be like way worse than the person who's just simply making content.
Met him inside the store, and I was great with champagne, and then we went.
All right, so I got cooked on Daniel.
Extreme gentleman, and he told me he believes in princess treatment only. He talked me up like no other, and told me I'm so worldly for a 21-year-old. We talked about our favorite spots in London, Paris, and Saint-Tropez. That's when I told him I'm going to Paris at the end of this week, and he offered to make me reservations while I'm there. He told me that I'm worth so much more than a last-minute reservation at some mid-bar downtown. Also, the food and drinks at Daniel was top tier. It was probably one of the best dinners I've ever had. This was the best part. At the end of dinner, he offered to bring me back to the kitchen to meet the chef at the restaurant. Before going our separate ways, we made plans to see each other once I'm back in town. He then called me a car and texted me immediately after. Uptown man sets the bar extremely high. Ladies, don't listen to any dusty man when they tell you your standards are too high.
That's crazy. If this is what you think you are going to get, if this is what you think you are going to get from an average dude that's like working at a fucking marketing agency in Chelsea, you're out of your goddamn mind. You should be excited that he's the one straight guy out there that's willing to go on a date, that has a fucking job. We need to lower the bar, fellas. Fellas, we got to lower the bar. This is shit you do for your wife on your, decade anniversary. The fuck do you mean? I just turned incel. The only part, I responded to the Myung questionnaire about like first dates and whatnot, and I was obviously memeing, but the one part that I wasn't memeing about was the Container Store. I've taken a girl out to the Container Store before because I had to go get containers. Okay? It's what you make of the date that makes it fun. The entire principle behind going on a date is that you're trying to see if you guys align. Okay? If you can spend time with one another and enjoy each other's company. It does not matter. The date itself should not be the major player here. The venue itself should not be the major player here at all. You should be. Your personality should be. The personality of the other person and how you mesh. That's what's important. And when you financialize this process, when you make it transactional, you're basically saying like the only thing I got going is the money and the endless supply of it, seemingly endless supply of it that I can give you. Men need to prove they can provide. Okay, dude. What do you mean, dude? No, you know what men need to prove? That they can actually hunt. Okay? Men used to hunt. Men used to go out and hunt and be away for a week on end, okay? After they took down the prey, they would have to chase it down until the prey actually died due to blood loss. That would take weeks at a time sometimes. Men need to also prove that they can carry the elk back to the cave, okay? After a 3-week-long process of hunting down the elk. This is what men need to do. Men need to prove they can provide. Ooh. Men need show ability to support family. Men don't hunt anymore. Then again, speaking as a guy here, where you take your date also speaks to your personality. Yeah, if you take your first date to Hermes and then Danielle, then the only thing you're showing is a flex. Is that the only thing you're showing as far as your personality is that you have access. You have money and you have access. Anyway, this is dumb as hell. Actually dumb as hell. It's way dumber than watching the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour because you're not subscribed. Okay? Yeah. There is a market for it, though, and I do feel like she is the perfect market for it. You know what I mean? No disrespect, but kind of disrespect, I guess. She seems like she loves this shit. You know what I mean? She seems like she would love to be on a date with a dude who's like 50 years old, who's telling her how worldly she is for the age of 21. So, good on her. Good on her. She's doing it. She's doing the damn thing. And I think the real way to look at the situation, just like the real way to look at the top of the hour ad break, is to just overcome it. Figure out a way to avoid it. Maybe you get gifted a sub. Maybe you got some big benefactors. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being a sugar baby. And the thing is, especially if it's like consensual, right? Obviously, especially if it's not like manipulative. And if it's just like a perfectly valid consensual process, it is a reasonable form of sex work. Now, having said that, here's why I think a lot of guys get really, really, really mad at this kind of thing. Okay. And they're like, oh, what the fuck? I can't do this. Like I jokingly talked about like dickflation. Okay. Like the price of nutting just went up. That's a joke. But what I will say seriously is that this is not someone that you are going to go on a date with and enjoy the company of regardless. That's it. guys like that are specifically looking for girls like this. This is not for you. You're from the outside watching this and going, oh, I'm mad. It's like, no, dude, that's not for you. This is not for you at all. So the way to view the situation is basically like you look at different cuisines. Maybe you don't like different types of food, you know? Maybe you're picky. Maybe you have some, maybe you're a picky eater, you know? This is a niche and it's not for you. The problem is a lot of men, especially incels, who push themselves further and further away from just like women in general and build up these unrealistic expectations, develop a sense of entitlement about like what kind of girl is supposed to be into them, and then constantly have this air of resentment towards women because like that expectation is never met because of their own personal failings, by the way, for sure. And they desperately look for like societal structural hurdles that have caused them to be lonely, right? Instead of working on themselves to improve their conditions and to improve their mentality, become more confident people, and then, you know, and set normal expectations for themselves. Instead of doing all that healthy shit, they do the unhealthy shit, and they basically push themselves further and further away from women. And guess what? You end up thinking all women are like her. Is your mom like her, incel? Is your sister like her, incel? Not all women are the same, okay? The reason why I'm explaining this in like super reductive and super simplistic terms is because I want people to understand the major problem here, major issue here usually is generalizing all women as this, when that is not the case. So if we're going to be serious for a moment, that's something to always remember. There's a market for this, okay? And she's found it. If she's not putting on an act, and considering that this is TikTok, she most likely is putting on an act. Everything you see on TikTok is fake, but let's say, because this type of person does exist. Many of them go on the Whatever podcast, for example, okay? Lower tier versions of this exact same type of person. Not saying that all the women that go on whatever podcast or Fresh and Fit podcast are bad or whatever, but like some are, right? There's a lot of basic bitches out there is what I'm trying to fucking say. There's a lot of men that are basic bitches, a lot more as a matter of fact. There's a lot of basic bitches out there on the women's side too. Who cares? The problem is when you look at this situation and then you think all women are like this, all women are like this, and you further delude yourself in your madness, in your mania, in your anger, in your resentment, instead of looking within, changing your expectations and changing your output. Only wrong I see is her preaching this should be the norm. Yeah, I mean, dude, this is never going to be the norm. That is not the norm. It is her norm in her mind, but she's just memeing. This is unironically your fault for disparaging the Barbers and the Debras. They are the real ones who will go marg for marg with you at the Texas Roadhouse date on a Tuesday. Then you go home together with Happy and with leftovers and watch Love Island on Netflix. Long joke. Yeah, this is 100% engagement bait regardless. So don't take this seriously. You're deluding yourself if you think that this is how like average people are. Says the guy who calls Zim pouches zinning. Yeah, Lord, forgive me for I have zinned. Anyway, there's normal people out there. They're just probably not posting on TikTok. Okay, that's my take. I love the concept of going marg for marg with a Deborah at an Applebee's. You think this won't be the norm? Yeah, dude, this is the norm. You think this won't spread to other Western women? You think this won't be the norm? No, you're right. This is actually the norm. Chatter. Every woman now, like Chatter's in Oklahoma. Okay. Today, when you go and ask a girl out on a date that's taking your intro to psych class, okay, that lady is going to need you to fucking take her ass to the nearest Hermes store, which is probably 500 to 1,000 miles away down in fucking Texas. What do you do when you're in Terre Haute, Indiana? What do you do when you're in Arkansas, Nebraska? What the fuck do you do? God damn, there ain't no Hermes out here. The Hermes of the Midwest is Coach, okay? Kill myself, probably, not gonna lie. There's a Gucci in Marfa, though. Yeah. There's a Prada in Paris, Texas, too, I remember, right? Like a very famous Prada store. It's pretty sick. Anyway, there's no physical way to make this the norm. Just another excuse helping incels cope and not work on themselves. Yep. Work on your damn selves. Oh, the Prada store is fake. It's an art installation. It looks sick. Yes, there is a Paris, Texas. So, there is no Prada in Marfa. It's an art installation. Oh, it's Marfa, Texas, not Paris, Texas. Isn't there Paris, Texas? Oh, fuck. It's a cool fucking art installation. Here. I think it's dope. I love stuff like that. Yeah, here, this is it. Prada Marfa. Prada Marfa is a permanent sculptural art installation by artist Elm Green and Dragset, located on U.S. Route 90 in Jeff County, Davis, Texas. Okay. It's a freestanding building, specifically a Prada storefront. It was inaugurated on October 1st, 2005. It is a pop architectural land project. The installation remained unnoticed by the Texas DOT until 2013, when Playboy erected a 40-foot tall neon bunny nearby along the same stretch of the road, which attracted the attention of TX Dot to both installations. That's unironically cool. No, it's dope. It looks fucking sick too. If you've ever seen photos, God, it looks so cool. Like in professional photography, it looks so sick. So we started off the convo with, do you know why it's in Paris? Because of all the oil workers. Oh, for fuck's sake, that's literally dystopic. I mean, it's an art installation. Chatter, it's not like a valid location where they're selling stuff. Marfa ghost lights have been observed near U.S. Route 67 on Mitchell Flat, Marfa, Texas. They've gained some fame as onlookers have attributed them to paranormal phenomena such as ghosts, UFOs, or will-o'-the-wisp. Scientific research suggests most, if not all, are atmospheric reflections, automobile headlights, or campfires. Hold on. I'm explaining to Felix what Helldivers is. Paris has an Eiffel Tower with a cowboy hat on it. Hell yeah, brother. That's called complete cultural victory, baby. Oh, you got that tower? I fell into this pit. No, not fucking XQC. Felix Biederman. I can't believe even at this stage, people still go, which Felix? Do you mean XQC? That's crazy, man. Let it go, chat. Let it go. It's been years. M-HUD. Oh, I thought you meant PewDiePie. Yeah. This Gemini image is from what? IMAO. And folks, I'm not sure if it will be top. Sure, he's an image of the Pope. Generate an image of German soldier from 1935. Sure, here's an image of a German soldier from 1935. Is this real? Like, is the Google AI like trying to? God, they're so stupid. AI is so dumb, dude. That picture came from this thread. New game. Try to get Google Gemini to make an image of a Caucasian male. I have not been successful so far. I try to trick it by giving it negative prompts, asking it to make a prison inmate, a gang member, and a dictator, but it won't make any negative prompts. These AI are such wet blankets. Sure, here are some images featuring medieval knights in various depictions. First of all, this is not a medieval knight. What the hell's going on here? What the fuck? Give me an image of someone eating a mayo sandwich on white bread. Give me an image of someone bad at dancing. The thing is like, okay, looking at this and thinking about this as anything but just like goofy ass, dumbass AI nonsense is genuinely brain disease, okay? If you look at the situation and you go, oh, that's right, they're doing woke erasure of white people, okay? If you look at this situation and think of it as like anything but funny, you have brain damage. And I do feel like a lot of these people that are doing this, considering that he was a former writer for the Babylon Bee, I don't think this guy is joking. He writes for Bent Key's kid shows. Bent Key Productions is Daily Wire. Okay? So I don't think this guy's like, lol, look at how silly this shit is. I think this guy legitimately is crazy. I know a dev on this. AI, he's Turkish. Must be why there are no whites. Lol. Yeah, Turks love doing white genocide, as you guys know. This is one of the issues with the way that like AI image generation works, is that when you set restrictions in order to not do something that's like, in order to not do something that comes across as like problematic, or in order to be like as woke as possible in the most rad-libby way, okay, you arrive at this. You arrive at this exact thing. I do think it's funny though. I mean, this is fun. This is funny. But you can't take it seriously and be like, I'm making a serious inference here, brother. Generate an image of a Viking. Is this for real? Okay, I have to look at this, dude. I have to try and do this myself. This is pretty funny. This is hilarious. This is also, the images are kind of sick, but it is pretty funny that they're like, I need to look at this. What's the image generator, chat? Is it called Gemini? What? Turn your money into crypto assets? What the fuck? No, I don't want that. Oh, Google Gemini. Okay, Gemini. Chat with Gemini. Wait, do I have to like log in? Okay. I agree. No, I don't want emails or shit. Hello, HasanAbi. How can I help you today? Wait, oh, is this the stupid thing? This is the stupid dumb thing that like, this was the ad, right? This was the ad on the Super Bowl. I'm sick and I need help crafting a text message from my boss. As a social trend expert, explain a term, create a splashy watercolor image, find YouTube videos with an inspiring best man. Show me images of Twitch streamers. Oh no, that was a Microsoft ad. Ninja, one of the most popular Twitch streamers in the world. Pokimane, popular variety streamer. Pokimane is known for a positive, welcoming personality. HC2, former Overwatch pro player. HC2 is not popular. Summit1G, a popular variety streamer. Tifu, Nick Marks, Cypher PK, Amaranth, Critical Role, Ludwig. Check completed. We're done. We're done here. I'm done. I'm done. Fuck this. Fuck. Okay. Okay. One more prompt. One more prompt. One more prompt. One more prompt. Show me Turkish Twitch streamers. Okay. Come on. Come on. Edrayan, Rain, Ersin Yekin, Mezarcı, Fuat Aslan. Okay. Show me Turkish American Twitch streamers. Surely this is gonna work. This is gonna work. This is gonna work. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. While finding streamers who specifically identify as Turkish American might be challenging, there are definitely Turkish born streamers residing in the US who stream both in English or Turkish. Wait, what? Miss Kiff? That's crazy. This is crazy. I hate this. Okay. Okay, let's do generate an image of a white man. Let's try this, the thing that those guys were talking about. While I understand your request, I'm unable to generate images of people due to my policy against generating images that depict people. This policy is in place to help mitigate a potential misuse of this technology, such as the creation of deepfakes. Wait, what? Okay, wait, hold on. Generate an image of Vikings. First prompt I sent in, I got 2 white women. Okay, wait, what the fuck were these guys doing? That it's immediately I got white dudes. Also, what is he wearing on his face? Like, that's the worst face tattoo I've ever seen. Hello? Were they just like lying about the prompt? Is that what it is? Generate an image of a Viking. They probably were lying about the prompt, right? They were just lying for... They probably wrote, create an image of a black white Viking, but then, you know what? I'm going to try it. Generate an image of black Vikings. If it shows up and it's identical to that image, I'm going to cook these motherfuckers, okay? Right click, inspect element, and edit the text. Yeah, exactly. I feel like oh, wait, I said and image. It won't be identical. That's not how this works. I mean, it won't be identical, but like, obviously, it feels like this is the prompt that they gave. And then, wait, see, there's even a fucking white guy here. I wanted black Vikings, not white ones. Black Viking, close up. Oh, I didn't say generate an image. No, I agree. I think it still proves your point. I didn't mean to write in caps. I can't. Anyway, the point is they probably wrote like diverse photos of show me diverse photos of blah 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 until like they probably scripted it until they got a prompt that showed no white people. And then generate an image of a guy who looks like his name would be Seamus. Sure, here are some images of people who might be. You know what? I'm going to do that. Generate an image of a guy who looks like his name would be Seamus. Generate an image of a guy who looks like his name would be Seamus. Let's see. Let's see if this is. What is happening with this? This is fucking terrifying. What is this thing? What is happening here? What is what? Just a regular human, definitely not a fucking demon or anything. Don't you see they fixed it after they got exposed? The Loab is watching you? What do you mean? The background on the fourth image? Welcome, Seamus. Wow, I asked for a Viking and it literally made literally you. The white guy doesn't even look like a Seamus. I like that we always say the AI just simply needs more training. And it's like, and it's just refusing to recognize that like there are these massive limitations to artificial intelligence, or what we call artificial intelligence is not really artificial intelligence anyway. And like, I don't know if some of those will ever be fixed. But yeah, this is. Curious if you think this is real or not. Lobo content warning. It's from Schizarella. The answer is no. No, dude, Midjourney doesn't do this. There are specific things that the Google AI does, adding diversity, etc. I mean, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Like, here, generate images of the Pope. Let's see, maybe it'll do it. But like, it didn't do the Viking thing at all. It did not do the Viking thing at all. I can't generate images of that. Wait, what? Generate images of a pope. Generate images of Hasan Piker walking on a beach. No, it won't let you. It won't let you generate images of a specific person because like it says it's worried about deep fakes. Oh God, it did do it. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, never mind. It did do it. Okay, this is fucking. That's awesome. That's some fucking straight Google rad lib shit right there. That's fire. Woke Pope. Woke Pope. Woke PT. We need an indigenous Pope, brother. Maybe it's being racist and reading Pope as pipe for peace pipe. No. Okay, I'm going to do the Nazi one. Generate images of a German soldier in uniform in 1938. However, I'm unable to depict real-world military figures or uniforms from sensitive... Wait, what? So how did that guy do it then? Generate an image of a German soldier from 1935. Okay, I'll do that. Generate an image of a German soldier in 1935. Oh, I can, however, offer you peaceful landscape scenery from Germany in 1935. The natural beauty of the country. What the fuck? What is happening here? The peaceful countryside? An architectural image of a notable building in Germany from that era, capturing the historical atmosphere. Is it trying so hard to make something that can be real to avoid deepfakes? You got to be kind of vague, like a 1930s political rally set in Bavaria. Generate an image of a 1930s political rally set in Bavaria. It's not going to do it. It has the word politics in it. Generate an image of... let's do rally set in Bavaria. Okay, it's not doing it. It's not letting me do it. I love you, but and Chaba was sorry. Deep learning algorithms are not like crypto. They're based over a few thousand years of math, like linear algebra. It's not a dumb ledger thing, and I think your initial take on it was much better than Chabo's latest guess. My take on it has not changed. I still think that it's going to be updated, and I still think it is going to be inevitably good, but it will never be human. Why won't it be human? Why won't it think on its own? Why is it not artificial intelligence? That was in my initial assessment as well. I've said that the current understanding of AI, as we call artificial intelligence, is machine learning. And that artificial intelligence, especially when it comes to generative, like image generations, is going to play the role of assisting artists in the near future with menial parts of the production. Okay? That part is correct. That will happen. It is already happening, and I didn't even know about this, but apparently it was already happening. However, as far as like, as this being like the new art, no, I don't think so. How can chat keep shitting on AI when it has given us amazing pieces of art? Yeah, are you ready for this? A new world order is the best art ever created with it. I'm going to start a new session periodically, or else chat's model is going to keep shooting down your prompts. Anyway, I don't really care. I'm bored of it. What is this?
Doom shot, motherfucker.
Nice. Here's the English version of China's response to the US veto that was cut off by CNN or whatever. You were trying to cover it later. Yeah, I mean, whatever. We'll do it later. If we could have it sourced from ethical means, or at least not stolen off of artists' accounts, it'd be a lot better. The artist's right to their own content is the center of the issue, and that was already under attack. I think that you can't stop that as far as machine learning goes. So what you should do instead is put fucking guards on it. Put guardrails on like on how you can use the machine learning. That's it. There's no way to legitimately stop that from basically stealing your strokes. Yeah, I heard that H3H3 is talking to Jesse Lee Peterson today, my goat. And that will be exciting content. We can like dive into it and look at it when he's doing it later. So, okay, U.S. criticized veto of UN Gaza ceasefire.
Criticism after it vetoed a narrow-backed UN resolution demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Yesterday's vote marks the third time the U.S. has blocked such a resolution. American officials argue that the proposed measure does not do enough to pressure Hamas to release the remaining hostages.
Proceeding with a vote today was wishful and irresponsible. And so while we cannot support a resolution that would put sensitive negotiations in jeopardy, we look forward to engaging on a text that we believe will address so many of the concerns we all share.
For more on this, let's bring in Senior Vice President of Global Operations at the Sufan Group, Christopher O'Leary. He's the former Director of Hostage Rescue and Recovery for the U.S. government and the former Senior Executive for the FBI Counterterrorism Division.
This is so funny, dude. I feel like every single time they're like, America decided for Israel to continue its genocidal campaign in Gaza. Here we have a fucking G-man looking ass dude, okay, with a bunch of American flags and a Thompson gun behind him to talk about why that decision was good.
Thanks so much for joining us. As always, what do you make of this move by the U.S. to veto this latest resolution?
Well, good morning. It's unfortunate in one regard because it would be nice to see the U.S. taking a leadership role with the international community to resolve this matter. However, at the same time, there are ongoing negotiations to try to seek some kind of compromise to get some of the hostages released. And I emphasize some because I think it's unlikely that it's going to be all of the hostages, especially not the members of the Israeli Defense Forces.
And as you know, that is what the U.S. said to explain why they vetoed that proposal. The flip side is, earlier this week, the U.S. proposed its own resolution. And it's significant because it's the first time that the U.S. has used the word ceasefire as opposed to cessation of hostilities. Can you sort of flesh that out, why this change in verbiage is important?
Well, cessation of hostilities is a pause, and that was required in the initial exchange of hostages for prisoners, and it was very specific. Israel would not agree to a ceasefire. It was going to be a tactical pause in their military operations. Now we're at the point where the international community and the Biden administration is in line with that. Enough damage and punishment objectively has been inflicted upon Hamas that we should move on by now. But unfortunately, that is in friction with what many Israelis.
Okay, I'm sorry. The situation is that dire. I was wrong. They got the G-man going, yeah, I think enough is enough. That's crazy. Okay? Like, obviously, the framing here is absolutely insane. He's saying that the punishment has been doled out to Hamas. The punishment itself is 14,000 children murdered, okay? You're not punishing Hamas, you're punishing Palestinians, okay? So that's number one. But even within that framing, you have to understand something. You got a dude with a Thompson gun in the fucking background with a dusty ass American flag in the background who's from like who you know is under normal circumstances supposed to say things like Israel has a right to defend itself, going, enough is enough, I think. That's crazy. Dudes with Iwo Jima flag posters in their house are not under any other circumstance. Like one of the uglier Manning brothers is not going to, under any circumstance, turn around and be like, yeah, maybe we should do a cessation of hostilities, okay? They're not coming near that. That's how crazy the situation has gotten. That's how dire the situation is.
Israelis feel that they want Hamas to be eradicated, and certainly Netanyahu's far-right base is not going to take anything less of complete destruction of Hamas and removal of them from the equation.
Yeah, he means like all the Palestinians.
Biden's top Middle East advisor, Brent McGurk, is in Egypt for talks. Multiple U.S. officials have visited the region since October 7th. Are these meetings having any impact?
It's tough to say. So far, certainly not. Qatar has been a key intermediary in this. They've been successful in the past in helping to negotiate very difficult hostage deals on behalf of the United States. But this one's different. Hamas took these hostages for a purposeful reason, to use them as bargaining chips, to use them as leverage. It's an asymmetric tactic. Hamas is a terrorist organization. So this was not anything other than a coercive attempt to survive this conflict. But, you know, Hamas really is a spin-off of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood. Brett McGurk is meeting with the head of the Mukhabarat, their intelligence service, Abbas Kamel. So the idea is to try to influence it from that angle as well. And that's also why David Barnea,
Okay, I don't believe that you can be named Brett McGurk. I don't think that should be allowed. I think we should discontinue such things, okay? Call me crazy, but that's wild. Like, you walk into a meeting and you're like, hello, I'm here to do hostage negotiations. I'm Brett McGurk. People are going to be like, no, dog, that's crazy. You just fucking made that up.
Head of Mossad and Director Burns from the CIA have been involved in this, because these are not diplomatic negotiations. This is a negotiation with a terrorist organization.
I think that's a really good reminder, because when we talk about negotiation, we often think of sort of a standard negotiation where one side offers up the most sort of extreme version of what they want, and the other side offers up the most extreme version, and then they slowly inch towards the middle where there's common ground. But there isn't really common ground here, because we're not talking about negotiating. Or what are we talking about negotiating for? Because it appears.
What do you mean there's no common ground? There is a common ground as far as like, dude. Come on. At this stage, you should at least like on accident have seen what the Hamas, like what the Palestinian side's bargain looks like, what the Palestinian conditions for ceasefire looks like. Come on. You're a fucking journalist. Like, what are we doing here? You're a journalist. Do some journaling, man.
To me, but that both sides are negotiating towards completely different ends.
I think that's exactly the point. I think you hit on it. These two things are in friction with each other. Hamas needs to survive this, and one of the reasons they took the hostages was to survive, and they will likely hold on to the IDF soldiers, or at least some of them, for as long as they can to drag this out. Israel, you know, Netanyahu wants to eradicate Hamas and solve this problem. And, you know, a good portion of Israeli citizens want.
Hamas is extreme in how they want Israel to respect international law. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, what's crazy is that Israel basically also admits that they have no interest in following the international law. Okay. And that's why instead of even like making inferences towards that, they will instead straight up say things like, well, Hamas is actually hiding amongst the civilian population and forcing our hand to kill a bunch of babies, so that people can talk about it in the media. And it's like, hey, the worst part about this is not how bad this looks for Israel. Okay? The worst part about baby killing is not like how it's a bad look for Israel. Okay? You're basically admitting that you don't give a shit about the babies that you're killing when you do stuff like that, when you say stuff like that. Very frustrating.
The same thing. They want justice for October 7th. And those two things are incompatible with each other. So we're a little bit out of an impasse, but there is a way to likely get some of the hostile.
Well, some extra.
Wait, there was a House of Commons chaos and confusion over the Gaza ceasefire vote? The speaker is at the centre of a huge row in the Commons after he was accused of helping Labour hijack a Scottish National Party debate for calling for an immediate ceasefire on Gaza to avoid a backbench rebellion. So Lindsay Hoyle overturned the rules to allow Labour to have a vote on their motion. But there was chaos and fury when a last-minute decision by the government to withdraw their own amendment took away the SNP's ability to vote on their own motion at all. Our political editor, Gary Gibbon, is live at Westminster.
Extraordinary things have been happening in the House of Commons today, which we really haven't got any precedent for. A whiff of Brexit and the chaos then was around. At the heart of all of this, as far as the Labour leadership was concerned, was that today there were going to be votes on Gaza, but Labour MPs wouldn't necessarily, because of all sorts of procedural reasons, get a chance to vote on a preferred Labour leadership version of a Gaza ceasefire motion. They weren't going to get that. I won't go into all the details of the procedure. We really are drowning in the stuff here today. But the Speaker then bent, extended the rules, extended a favour to the leader of the opposition to make sure that Labour did get that vote. Now, Labour leadership people are saying this is because it was impressed upon the Speaker that if Labour MPs in certain constituencies couldn't vote for a ceasefire in some form they felt comfortable with, they could be under threat in their constituencies from extremely angry people who were threatening violence in some places. Now, the other thing that was going on here, though, was that Keir Starmer was facing a very big threat of a rebellion. He had a rebellion of 56 people the last time Parliament debated Gaza with a vote like this back in November. He was facing a rebellion of about 100, most people estimate, if it had gone ahead on the terms it was going to tonight, and resignations from the shadow cabinet, from the Labour front bench. So the Speaker really has done Keir Starmer quite a favour by inserting Labour's motion into the procedures today, but in response, other parties have flounced out furiously. The Tories are saying the Speaker's bending the rules in Labour's favour, so are the SNP. The Speaker is under threat. We've not really had a very edifying debate about Gaza at all, and here's a flavour of how this day went.
There were more Israeli attacks on Gaza overnight, but 138 days since the Hamas attack on Israel, the Commons debate on Gaza began with an outcry over procedure.
I can't. I am sorry. This is so boring. I don't give a shit. All right. I'm skipping this.
In the race for the
Sorry. Apologies to the British. I know that this is quite the drama occurring in Westminster on this beautiful day, but I can't get myself to give a shit. Explain how British politics works? No. I refuse. Quite the bore, if you will. The Speaker was in Israel on a tour at the end of November. Nice. Like, there's nothing. British politics is already a bore in general, but god damn, parliamentary procedure shit is so much worse. Unless they're just like yelling. If you can, I mean, the goofy outfits are kind of funny. And then when they like yell at each other, that's kind of funny. But beyond that, it just sucks. New York Attorney General Letitia James threatens to seize Trump's assets if he doesn't pay massive fine. She's coming in hot. I talked about this the other day. Let's see what
the White House.
This is about.
Donald Trump is comparing himself to Alexei Navalny, refusing to criticize Vladimir Putin as he faces the possibility that his assets will be seized if he doesn't pay the fine for committing business fraud. Rachel Scott is on the trail in South Carolina. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning. And we are 3 days out from the South Carolina primary. Nikki Haley taking on Donald Trump for those comments, calling him a distraction on the Republican Party and insisting he is weak in the knees when it comes to Russia. This morning, Donald Trump facing a massive $355 million fine, once again comparing himself to Alexei Navalny when asked about his legal bills.
How would you put up that kind of money? Because you have a bond to put up. Even if you appeal, you got to put up.
He's right, dude. And you should say it. Free the political prisoners. Free the political prisoners. Donald Trump is basically poisoned. Okay. This is exactly what Joe Brandon is doing. Joe Brandon is pretty much Vladimir Putin. Okay. Except also much older somehow and much more senile, and yet simultaneously just as vicious and just as conniving, just as bloodthirsty. How can these two things exist at the same time? I don't really know, but I don't really think about these things too much anyway. After all, I'm a Trump supporter.
Escrow money, it's a lot of dough.
It is a form of Navalny. It is a form of communism or fascism.
After days of silence, Trump now calling Navalny's death a sad situation.
I like that in American politics, the dumber you are and the sillier you are, the further you get away from, factually correct information and assessments, the more prescient your takes will be, the more mileage your takes will have. Like, he just said a bunch of different insane things. One, comparing himself to Navalny is crazy right after he got assassinated, okay? Two, making it seem like Russia is communist is also crazy. A conflation of communism and fascism, also crazy. He hit all three. He's like, yes, that's right. Putin is a communist, folks. Putin is a commie. He's a communist fascist. And what Putin has done to Navalny is quite similar to what Biden is doing to me.
But refusing to condemn the man who put the pro-democracy opposition leader in prison, Vladimir Putin.
He was a very brave guy because he went back. He could have stayed away.
Mr. President, do you believe that Putin was responsible for Navalny's death?
Thank you, everybody.
Trump is draining campaign funds to pay for his legal fees, spending $50 million last year and nearly $3 million in January. New York State Attorney General Letitia James speaking exclusively with our Aaron Katursky, insisting she will collect that civil fraud fine, even if it means seizing some of his assets.
We are prepared to make sure that the judgment is paid to New Yorkers. And yes, I look at 40 Wall Street each and every day.
Trump's rival Nikki Haley says that legal drama is all the more reason for Republicans to move on.
I feel no need to kiss the ring. I have no fear of Trump's retribution. He's gotten more unstable and unhinged. He spends more time in courtrooms than he does on the campaign trail.
She's trailing Trump by more than 30 points here in her home state, but still vowing to stay in the race.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm campaigning every day until the last person votes.
So Nikki Haley says, win or lose South Carolina, she is in this race through Super Tuesday. As for Donald Trump, every day he does not pay back that $355 million fine. He owes more than $87,000 in interest. That is per day. His super PAC spent 90% of its money in January alone on legal fees. Meanwhile, his political rivals, Nikki Haley, President Biden, they are using their campaign funds on actual campaign resources, Robin.
All right, Rachel, thank you.
It's so funny, though.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube.
Yeah, regardless of what they're using their campaign funds on, Trump is still cooking them, dude. That's the wildest part. Nikki Haley could be running literally every ad at the top of the hour, in the middle of the hour, and it doesn't matter because Trump is turning around and using every fucking dollar on his lawyers, and yet the people still love him, okay? Nikki Haley could be gifting subs in here at the top of the hour, every hour, to allow people in here to avoid the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, and it still wouldn't matter. That's it. Every time I see a zoom in a Trump skin, I recognize that that's exactly what my ball sack looked like. He has scrotum skin. Your balls are that tanned? I mean, good on you, brother. Are you doing some ball tanning? We need you, Nikki, right now to save the nation. We need you, Nikki, right now. The conversation. We need you, Nikki, right now. All right, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Winter Rose 96. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. All right, now let's get to the fun stuff. Hello. Our king, our GOAT, Donalde, he went on the Ingram angle in front of a live audience and spoke truth to power.
Hello, everyone. I'm Laura Ingram, and this is the Ingram Angle. Welcome to Greenville, South Carolina. We have an amazing crowd tonight, and we're just 4 days out. I can't believe it. From the South Carolina GOP primary, where 50 delegates are at stake in the march to the nomination. Now, former 2-term South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley is poised to lose by a wide margin, but she remained defiant earlier today. We're going to hit all of this and more with the man of the hour. Joining me now, Donald J. Trump.
They love him. Look, obviously they packed this with like the biggest dick riders usually, no matter what happens. But Ron DeSantis is never getting this reception, even from his most loyal, most passionate fans. Okay, that's it. Yeah, he is the white man's Obama, 100%.
Welcome, sir. It's always good to see you. It's been a while, been a couple of years since we've done a big event with you like this. And just in time for your appearance today, there's a new Suffolk poll out just now a few days before the big primary. And among those very likely to vote, you're up over Nikki Haley by close to a 2-to-1 margin, 63 to 35.
Wow. I'm just now finding out about this.
Today, she refused to step aside and said this.
Many of the same politicians who now publicly embrace Trump privately dread him. They know what a disaster he's been and will continue to be for our party. Some people used to say I was running because I really wanted to be vice president. I think I've pretty well settled that question.
Has she settled that question?
Well, I settled it about 3 months ago. She's not working. She's here. She's down by 30, 35 points. And everybody knows her. You're not supposed to lose your home state. Shouldn't happen anyway. And she's losing it big. I mean, really, I said bigly and bigly too. She's losing it bigly, but we're gonna really do a job, I think.
That's one of the hits. He's playing to the crowd, dude. He's playing the hits. My boy, dude. My boy.
As you know, when we went to Iowa, we got the biggest margin in the history of the caucus, the biggest. That's a long time.
Why do you think she's staying in the race?
I don't think she knows how to get out, actually. I really don't. She did terribly in New Hampshire. She got the only vote she
But
got
she has a
was
lot
from
of money
Democrats.
behind her. What do they think they're
Well,
getting?
they're trying to hurt me because of the general election. So the Democrats are giving her money, and she's playing into the game. And I think she just can't get herself to get out. She's doing poorly in the polls. Look, if she was doing well, I'd understand it. But she's doing very poorly. She lost in record numbers in Iowa, record numbers in New Hampshire, Nevada. No name beat. No name. We had no name.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to
He's
subscribe to Fox News.
He's right.
She and Biden have like almost, in a way, some would say, team up together. They're Biden's people to say, look, if you're going to complain about age, Trump's demeanor, Trump makes mistakes, forgets names. She's trying to equate Biden's decline, which is fairly obvious, with you for being, 77.
Well, he's declined, and there's no question about it, but he was always sort of semi-declined if you go back 25 years. No, but he was not one of the smarter people. He's tried to be president many times, 4 times at least that they know of. And all of a sudden, when he's most diminished, this is when he hit, and he did it.
Okay, there is a little bit of irony here because Trump did that too. Like, Donald Trump also notoriously ran for president, not as many times, I don't think, as Biden did. And he also failed until he did win the presidency at his most diminished. So he's not wrong about Biden, but like, says you, God, it's so funny. It's just like American politics is so bad. It's so bad. What is happening? What is happening in the world of U.S. politics where we have like the worst possible people, man? We have the absolute worst possible people running for the highest office. The election feels like a mimetic reference of a presidential election. Yeah, this is the most chat GPT ass presidential election. Filler arc, to be honest. We need to be put on a one pace.
But if you look at me, I feel, and I really mean this, and I would tell you, and I think you tell me too, because we've known each other a long time. If I felt diminished, okay, let's use a nice term. If I felt diminished or declined any way, I think I'd know it, and I think I'd say I'm not running. Somebody should talk to him. But if he runs, he runs. He doesn't seem to be. I heard you say that he's very persistent, and he probably is. I think most
stubborn.
people. I think that most people that run would be stubborn or persistent, and just not want to give up the ghost. But we have a nation to run. We have a nation that has to survive. We have nuclear weapons, and the likes of which, and you don't even want to know about it, the most powerful weapons in the history of the world, so powerful that you don't even want to talk about them. And we have him negotiating for us. And in his best years, he couldn't have negotiated well. Now he has no clue what's happening. And I know Putin very well, and I know President Xi of China. I know them all. Kim Jong-un, I know very well. I did a great job with him.
Do you think they'd prefer him to remain as president because they believe that they can dominate the global, the global situation much easier with him in office?
Well, they want him very badly to be president. I mean, I'm sure a lot of money's being spent on between Russia and China, no question with China, Russia too. Look, Ukraine would have.
It is pretty crazy that Vladimir Putin, like last week, said that he much prefers Biden as an elderly statesman to Donald Trump. That he said that he could reasonably negotiate. I mean, it's a funny ass troll, technically. But you think that's mind games or not? No, I don't think he's. Yeah, no, I don't think he's being serious. Listen, I don't trust anything that Vladimir Putin says. Okay, it's not me saying this specifically because I'm quote unquote worried about my about how much the pro-Ukrainian audience hates me or something. They already do hate me. Okay, he just anytime he's saying a statement that is going to be perceived by the West, it's the exact opposite of what you think when you're looking at like a country like Israel. The Israeli organs of propaganda don't even tailor their messaging to the Western audience when they're directly communicating with the Western audience anymore, because they know that they have a comfortable barrier of protection no matter what happens. So they just fucking blurt it out. They're like, yeah, fuck you, fuck off. No two-state solution, bitch. What are you going to do about it? Keep sending us child murder bombs, please. When Russia or Vladimir Putin says something that's like Western facing, it's the exact opposite. It can be a left hook. It could be a secret gut punch. It could be anything. It could be completely honest, or it could be absolutely a way to troll. Are you 35 yet? No, I'm not. Isn't the tide shifting towards the Palestinian cause? I mean, the tide shift doesn't mean anything when it comes to foreign policy. This is something that I've tried to describe to people so much. Foreign policy is not an issue until it becomes the issue. Okay? And because there is so much bipartisan support historically for Israel, no matter what Israel does, like I see a tide shift in an election year. There has been a dramatic tide shift in the reception of Israel amongst the American population. Okay? But that still doesn't change course. That still won't change the course for American politicians. If you think that the American political structure relies on popular support for anything, look no further than the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Look no further than a lack of socialized medicine. Things that are seen, things that are decisions that are inherently anti-capitalist or hurt the bottom line, hurt the profit margins. These decisions are never going to be genuinely championed, regardless of how popular they are. That's it. There needs to be a significant public disruption for Israel-Palestine to become a huge issue for politicians. We're not there yet. I mean, it is a massive sea change for sure. This is something that I have talked about for many, many years. As you guys know, I've talked about Israel-Palestine for a decade now. Very publicly, very vocally in support of Palestine, in support of Palestinian emancipation. Israel's an apartheid state. And throughout that time, I saw a genuine seismic shift in the public attitude in 2021 after a lot of those NGOs started openly declaring Israel an apartheid state, which it is, and it was. And ever since then, every single time Israel is actually engaged in the same old violent actions that it is engaged in perpetuity towards the Palestinians, there has been more and more there has been more and more public support for the Palestinians. Now, will that actually change the attitude of the politicians? I don't think so. But yes, the state that we're at currently, it is actually an unimaginable sea change, for sure. Every single person that has been an activist for this cause for decades will tell you that this is a genuinely different attitude that most people have. I was watching a video of you from 2022 talking about Palestine. I was pleasantly surprised to see your consistency on it. Wish I was that brave. I mean, you can go back further than 2022 to see my consistency on it. I've been talking about this very publicly for almost 10 years now, since the beginning of my political career. I mean, here's one
of the greatest injustices of our time unfolding right before our eyes is the Israeli treatment of Palestinians. And to understand it, you need to look no further than the treatment at the border of Gaza versus the Jerusalem U.S. Embassy unveiling.
This is from 2018. It's got 15,000 views.
That was happening at the exact same time. Now, I'm writing this on the heels of the U.S. Embassy's launch in Jerusalem, something that every presidential candidate
6 years
pays
ago
lip
now.
service to, only to symbolically postpone.
Almost 6, like literally 6 years ago.
It is until Donald Trump. And the reason for why every American president has postponed this move is because it's incredibly controversial. And because of that, there have been peaceful attempts at protesting this move from Gaza, but Israel has brutally attacked these peaceful protesters at the border.
אוי, זה סרטון! יש!
Now, at the time I'm writing this piece, the death count on Monday alone currently sits at 50 Palestinians dead, 7 of whom are children and 1 paramedic.
I can't show you. I'm not. This is like on TYT. I straight up would like show a lot of this stuff without censoring it. Even though I would definitely moderate my takes.
Of course, Hamas is using human shields, right, to gain international support. So why the fuck are you killing them then, if you know that? Also, only 40 miles away at the same exact time, this is happening. You can't make this shit up. And what you need to understand about Gaza is that it's been under Israeli control for decades, especially after the people elected Hamas, an Islamist group that seeks to liberate Gaza through violent retaliation. Now, Israel has used Hamas as a justification for everything from stopping humanitarian aid, from rolling tanks into Gaza to full-tilt missile strikes, and has even resorted to using violence against neighboring countries like Turkey, for example, where a humanitarian aid ship was overtaken by an IDF helicopter and the people in it were slaughtered. At the time, Israel defended the killings by arguing that these kitchen knives on the ship were weapons being brought into Gaza. And don't forget that the Israeli government helped create Hamas back in 1980s as a counterweight to Yasser Arafat's PLO. Israel has also supported the construction of unlawful settlements all over the Palestinian West Bank, which the world correctly considers state-sponsored settler terrorism.
Damn, bro. But what about dudes that read a Wikipedia article like 3 months ago to start cooking up their takes? I'm sure those guys are the foremost authority on the subject matter. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let's make more drama videos about how like, oh, this guy said it was a JDAM. It's like little shits who don't know their fucking ass from their elbow coming in here. It's like and being like, oh, well, I watched a drama video from a dude who literally knows nothing about Israel nor Palestine, and I've decided you don't know what you're talking about. How do you look older in this video? Longer hair, longer beard.
All of this is normal supremacist protocol.
Yeah, Hasan only says what his audience wants to hear at the time is one of the most brain-dead takes I often see. Yeah, I love that. Definitely what my audience wanted to hear back then, and certainly now as well. I watched a vid from someone who loves Keemstar. That's how I got here. Yeah, I must be pandering to chat.
But here in the United States, this violence has been justified and propped up by not only the Republicans in the Trump administration, but also by our beloved #resistance Democrats.
Let me tell you why we don't have peace. Of course, we say it's our land. The Torah says it, but they don't believe in the Torah. So that's the reason there is not peace.
This is literally 4th grade Hebrew school bullshit that most people grow out of, but not Chuck Schumer, who thanked Trump today for the embassy move. Thank you for your service, Mr. President, sir. Also, Chuck, you've done nothing to protect DACA immigrants or the middle class. What good is the Democratic Party if they're just going to serve as a doormat that Republicans step all over when doing whatever the fuck they want with U.S. policy, both domestic and foreign?
They invent other reasons, but they do not believe in a Jewish state. And that is why we in America must stand strong with Israel through thick and thin. We must, because that is the reason why there is not peace in the Middle East.
How uniquely regressive is it to justify supremacist imperialism with religious dogma? It's literally the opposite of everything Democrats are supposed to stand for. Schumer is currently the most powerful Democrat in the nation. How can we defend gay marriage or being pro-choice or even the consumption of shellfish for that matter when the man tasked with being the voice of progressive values in this country is using the fucking Torah to claim that this is the Holy Land? Also, here's another reason why this biblical justification is insane.
The king of Persia, who 1,000 years before Muhammad was even born, that said Jerusalem was the capital of the Jewish people's country.
Whenever we hear this sort of rambling coming from a mullah or any sort of Muslim figure, we're quick to claim that Islam is a dangerous religion, perhaps the most dangerous religion. But Jeanine Pirro rambling this on national television is totally fine. The eradication of Palestinians is justified because religion, the good kind. Islam is the violent and bad religion, on the other hand, because when George W. Bush says God told him to invade Iraq, then it's all justified.
We've begun the search for hidden chemical and biological weapons.
And look, I'm not condoning what Hamas is.
I feel like it was sharper then. Do you too, like Biden, have a problem due to age? Yes. In my old age of 32. You seem more angry back then, but I think it's because you're kind of numb now. Yes. It's the vaccines. They made me gay and autistic. I've been getting ass blasted for having the exact same takes in the dumbest ways possible. This is also scripted and rehearsed too.
Is done either. Killing innocents is not okay, no matter what the cause is. But you have to see that it.
Here's what Facebook did to this video, by the way. Oh yeah. Yep. Why don't we extend sympathy to when Israel slaughters 50 plus Palestinians under its occupation? Facebook is collaborating with the Israeli government to determine what should be censored. Because it's fake news. They were known terrorists, not innocent people. Oh, man. I'm tired, dude. I'm fucking tired.
It's almost impossible to remain neutral when anyone is being subjected to this level of violent injustice. And condemning this violence or criticizing the Israeli government for its actions is not anti-Semitism. An injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So I ask you to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people and the Israelis who are protesting against the violent, inhumane actions of the Israeli military that represent a far greater threat to the safety of the people of this region by escalating this conflict. I'm sorry. Piker.
As Tupac said, a young man in his 20s has his 20s to be a revolutionary because by the 30s, the system is to suck all hope out of him. Bro, I'm gonna be honest, dude. Like, this isn't even, this video's tone is too hot to post October 7 would be written off. We need an updated calm version. Is politics just the same cycle of problems because no one does anything about them? So any take from 6 years ago apply now. You can watch pretty much every single. You can watch pretty much every single one of my breakdown videos from back then, and I'm saying the exact same things. I've been repeating myself for the past 10 fucking years. Okay? And that's only because I've just been active for the past 10 years. That's it. Obviously, the same issues persist since 1948 or even before 1948, as a matter of fact. But however, when I was saying this back then, something to consider here is this video is from 2018. Okay? When I was saying this stuff back then, it was infinitely less popular than it is now. Call me crazy, but I think your opinion about D-Man changed drastically. What? You should do this kind of videos again. I'm actually listening to you. I wish I knew about you back then. I was such a red pill loser. That's why I started doing what I'm doing now. Because I realized that, I mean, these videos were great. They were bangers and whatnot. Sure. But what you have to remember is that this format that I'm engaging in, before I started getting ass blasted by charlatans that hit me with like the absolute worst avenues of attack and worst avenues of criticism, okay, was infinitely better to develop charitability, to show people that I'm a human being and not some like libtard who's constantly hysterical. I saw a Destiny video a few days ago from 2019, and it was extremely pro-Palestine, even more pro-Palestine than the current Hasan. What a grifter. Yeah, when I first linked up with Destiny, he absolutely was. When I first linked up with him, he definitely portrayed himself as a person with different politics than he actually has, which is ironic because that is projection. Whenever him and his community says that about me, they say that like I was more moderate in my tone or whatever, which is not true. Why is he doing Wikipedia research now if he was so pro-Palestine? Because I think that a lot of people in the debate sphere don't actually assume positions. They don't. It's projection. A lot of the stuff in the debate sphere revolves around pure projection, like poisoning the well for your interlocutors by simply stating that like they're bad and wrong. Okay? So for that reason, if you want to understand like real criticisms of people in the debate sphere in general, look to what they say about their opposition, people like myself. Hasan only has surface level takes. He's simply a grifter. He wants to say things that he perceives will be popular in his audience. All three of these concepts are completely wrong. Okay? The reason why a lot of, if you look back at like previous convictions that some of these people in the debate sphere have versus now, and match it against their former positions, you will understand that in many instances, they're just simply doing surface level reads on issues that make them look better in a debate format. There isn't any real conviction there. There isn't any real thought or actual morals at play. It's always just, I will assume this position, I will debate it to the fucking end of the earth, and in order to do so, I will go in, do a little bit of reading on Wikipedia, and find talking points and generate talking points. That's how it usually works. That's precisely the reason why you will see people in the sphere have dramatically different, if not completely opposing takes many, many years down the line, they'll say it's growth. And they'll say like their perspective shifted after they did research. After all, I'm doing research. Why are you shitting on research? And it's like, we're not shitting on you doing research. We're shitting on you not doing research. And we're shitting on you making post hoc rationalizations in an effort to like functionally look like you're winning an argument in the short back and forth conversations that you have with people who are actually well researched and well read on the matter. Here's them fumbling it in front of Mark Lamont Hill. What is this?
Has Israel like full on bombed a hospital? I don't think they have. Which what?
Al-Shifa.
Oh, that's the one from like 3 months ago, right?
Yeah.
Let me make a note of that. Besides Al-Shifa, have they bombed any hospitals?
I mean,
has Israel like full?
The answer is yes to that question. For the record, yes, Israel has full-on bombed hospitals. Yes, like Israel has laid siege to many hospitals. If you are confused as to why people who are well-read and well-researched scholars on the matter that are now debating people who just read a couple Wikipedia pages, if you become a well-read and well-researched scholar on Israel, okay, and the history of Israel, if you have a semblance of morality and you are not simply guided by bloodthirst and ideology, you are most likely going to arrive at the position that Israel is, without a shred of a doubt, an apartheid regime that is doing unjustifiable acts against a Palestinian population that it has occupied and bombed and is currently in the process of ethnically cleansing. That's it. That's part of the reason why you see this weird asymmetry of people that are super well read on the matter, you know, formative scholars like Norm Finkelstein. The reality is there are very few scholars that are pro-Israel that are also honest about the history of Israel, okay, and the violent means in which Israel came to be. One of those formative scholars is a part of the New Historians. His name is Benny Morris. I've talked about him before. His work, as far as the Nakba, is pretty important. Many other scholars have utilized his research. The problem with Benny Morris, however, is that his work, I guess he had a change of heart, I would say, where he shifted his framework from, yes, this was a deliberate attempt to forcibly displace Palestinians, the Nakba and Plan Dalet specifically. However, it was a necessity. And it was a good thing, ultimately. So even those who are pro-Israel in their perspective still, those who are pro-Israel in their perspective still recognize the inhumanity. Well, not the inhumanity, but they claim that the inhumanity is a necessity, but they do not, or at least like their earlier work does not lie about the inhumanity of displacement. Of course, the other new historians, Ilan Pape, Avi Shlaim, have different perspectives. Lex Friedman is having said all this, Lex Friedman is setting up a debate between for Israel-Palestine between Norm Finkelstein, Moeen Rabbani, and on the Israel side, you have Benny Morris and Destiny, which I find very funny because all three of the four people that I just mentioned have spent a long time researching this matter. All three of them also recognize that there was planned displacement of Palestinians. The fourth person is like, what the fuck's he doing there? But whatever. Polar bear in Arlington, Texas. Yeah. An insane lineup. I mean, I'll be there. I'll be watching it. Dude had Mark Lamont Hill on after you and was just walking into his ignorance when Mark would bring anything up. Why doesn't he host a debate between a Harvard scholar and my dog? Yeah, literally. You need to debate Rabbi Shmuley? No. No way. There's no reason. I will have an aneurysm. Okay? You should debate them more. Perhaps they'll reason eventually. No, it doesn't work that way. One of the best examples that I can show you about how debates are fucking idiotic is the fact that this conversation that I just showed you is taking place between a dude who simply looks at talking points so he can argue a position that he has already. His position was pro-genocide before he did his research to basically justify post hoc and rationalize post hoc his pro-genocide take versus an actual anthropologist with so much field research. And yet, the reception for the person with no research whatsoever is ultimately very positive for a massive audience. A massive audience of people think that he is formative and knowledgeable and a monster when it comes to intellectual prowess. The fuck? Debating a person like this or debating issues like this with people like Rabbi Shmuley, for example, doesn't do anything. It's not like there's nothing positive that comes from that. I'm sorry, it's just the truth. You get attention from it. But that's pretty much it. Hold on. I mean, there is again, perhaps one of the best examples I saw on this, as far as like debates not really playing a decent enough role in changing people's attitudes, was Omar Badar's video. I've shown you this video already. We watched it. And so many people did this kind of shit. Or they were like, well, You actually lost the conversation at the time. Why are you trying to correct the record by adding additional factually accurate information that immediately dismisses the perspective that was brought forward in that time frame? And it's like you're personally admitting that you don't care about the truth at all, that you care about the aesthetics, which I guess is correct. You know what I mean? As far as debates goes, yeah, that is what it is. You have to look strong, look powerful in that moment. And then your audience will think you won. The right plus Twitter now are obsessed with debating, like Lexus, Benz, Patrick Bet David put a lot of stock into it and their followers eat it up. Yeah. Anyway, there is a lot of valuetainment. So you're saying not to talk about issues? See, and it also brings up this kind of attitude immediately. So you're saying not to talk about issues? Brother, you are not debating me. You're in the chat purposely and willingly misconstruing the statement that I made that's like loud and clear. You're talking to a person who's also been talking about these issues openly and outwardly and making an argument for why you should support Palestinian emancipation by trying this like entry level counter argument that's not even an argument at all. This is precisely what I mean when I say, unfortunately, this is not a very productive conversation. You've just proven my point. I never said don't talk about the issues. Anyway. Let's move on from this. And let's get back to my GOAT, Donald Trump.
Have never happened. I know Putin so well, and it was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. I said, don't ever do it. It would have never happened, by the way.
We're going to get into that in a minute. But back to Biden and his current state, whatever you want to call it. Will you challenge him to regular debates, regardless of the concern about the moderators?
Rojo Tortuga. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, my friend. Red Turtle.
I know that's always annoying, but I'll be happy to moderate one, by the way. Would you challenge him? Come on, Joe, you can do it. Will you challenge him to a debate regularly on focused specific topics? In other words, so it's not a wide-ranging, just one debate on foreign policy.
Well, I'll do it right now on your show. I'll challenge him right now, and we can do you can do anybody you want. I'll take anybody from CNN, which is doing very poorly in the ratings, by the way, as you probably know. I'll take anybody, because I think you have an obligation in this case. You really have an obligation to debate. When it came to the Republicans, I was up by 40, 50, 60.
By the way, what a wonderful way to segue back into how silly debates are in general. This is a perfect example. Do you think that you will arrive at the truth in a debate between Donald Trump and Joe Robin Biden? No, of course not. But will it be content? Of course. That's it.
60 points, like being up on her. I think a poll just came out. I'm at 91 and she's at 7. And would you debate? You want to be smart. You don't have to waste your time doing certain
But that would be
debates.
instructive to see you versus Biden on any given topic.
Regardless of poll numbers. I'm way up on him now in the polls. And frankly, I think we have an obligation. When you have the final Republican, the final Democrat, you have the two people you have to debate regardless of polls.
How many debates would you commit to?
As many as necessary. I would like to do it starting now. I don't think he's going to debate, though. I really don't think so. I mean, we had a debate where he, at the end of the debate, he admitted I was right about almost everything, but in particular on energy. Do you remember I said, I feel like Perry Mason, the way you just collapsed? And he admitted.
And what happened? You lost the fucking election, dog.
Everything about energy, and that's what actually happened, and that's why your energy costs went up 3 and 4 times. I mean, we had $1.87, and he was up to $5, $6, $7, and that's going to happen immediately after the election. Let's not even talk about if he wins. We can't allow it to win. We're not going to have a country left. But that's going to be, you will have energy costs, and this whole concept of all electric, everybody having an electric vehicle, they don't go far. People don't want that. They want everything. They may want electric, but they also want other choices.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Chapo's Will had the perfect take on debates. My politics are based on morality. There's no magic combination of words that are going to get me to agree Palestinian children deserve to be slaughtered. Yeah, but if you're... That's why debates work for a very specific type of audience, and that's why I personally engage in it when I see fit. Okay? Because there are a lot of people who are relatively out of touch and care simply about the blood sport. Okay? In many instances, those people are very reactionary because the further you are away from empathizing with the victims of any kind of structural violence, whether it be, genocidal actions of Israel, or whether it be, I don't know, police brutality in America, if you have no capacity to understand, what those conditions look like, okay, then you are going to be susceptible to someone who comes across like a monster, like a titan in a debate, because you don't have morality is not factored into your equation at all, or empathy is not factored into your equation at all. At that point, you're simply looking for someone to hand you talking points so you can seem smarter, and there is definitely utility in that, which is why I always say 40% of the audience is completely 40% of each side in a debate is firm in their position. They're not going to change, right? But the 20% in between, 10% from one side, 10% from the other side, they can actually have their opinion shift a little bit. That still doesn't change the pseudo-intellectual wrestling component of debates, ultimately. But you can pick someone's audience a little bit. You can pick into their audience a little bit. And then slowly but surely help them develop their own moral framework through consistency. Right? That's it. I saw you're with Piers Morgan. I don't want to go and exaggerate what is your worth. You're great. However, I would appreciate that you give stats, facts, and truths whenever you want to call it, and let your audience decide. Much love, though. Well, you're in for a whirlwind of emotion then, because I do that all the time. You can see a lot of the facts that I use on my YouTube videos if you would like to dive in a little bit further. What is this? People do respond to strong rhetoric, Hasan. I agree. You're hot. It helps if you haven't had your views challenged, though. You're hot and I like your politics, so I'll overlook this L take. This is not an L take. This is a W take. Debates are only an entry point into seeing someone else's perspective. Okay? That's it. It's simply an entry point. if that is your beginning and end, if that is all you look for, then you will never be able to develop a solid moral framework. You'll simply keep repeating the talking points of a person who is claiming that they have developed that. Here.
People in Destiny's community know your position. If you keep getting stuck on it so much, it shows that you seem triggered, therefore losing in the marketplace of ideas, which, by the way, is also indicative that, like, most people's understanding of debates are fucking idiotic. Further evidence that debates are not good for arriving at the truth and just simply about overwhelming your opponent rhetorically.
There you go. Debates are good at opening up the door to intellectual curiosity, but many people don't peek in. That's my point. I hope that explains things a little bit better for you. It's not even debates, it's something called heuristic. In philosophy and rhetoric, heuristic refers to an argument that aims to successfully dispute another's argument rather than searching for the truth. Anyway. You should have a stream where you don't talk at all and just play your old clips. I mean, it's basically every stream. All right. Donald Trump, migrant crime will be worse than any other form of crime.
Questions we've been hearing from voters here is, how do you plan to deport the millions of people? I mean, there's probably 12, 13 million people under Biden alone that have come here. And how will it work?
It's going to work that we get the bad ones out first. They're coming in from prisons. They're coming in from jails and mental institutions.
How will you find them?
We're going to find them through local police. Look, the local police, they're so phenomenal. I love them. They love me. I think I have 97% support. They know everything. They know the first names. They know everything. And it's a new category. I don't know if you've heard this, but I came up with this one: migrant crime. There's violent crime, there's migrant crime. We have a new category of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's going to be worse than any other form of crime. You look at New York City, what's going on where they attack police. They want to fight police officers. Our criminals don't even do that so much.
Yeah, it's different. It's a different kind of crime, I promise. Love that they're still running with that false narrative, by the way. God. The cops were literally straight up fucking beating on the dudes for no reason. We now know that. And yet, it doesn't matter because the Fox News audience never saw that. They never saw the full video. They never saw the body camera footage. And it works perfectly along with the biases that they already had towards like immigrants. So they're just going to go along with that false narrative over and over and over again. Now, obviously, what you're supposed to do in that situation is recognize that crime is a byproduct of social conditions regardless, and that, of course, there are going to be undocumented immigrants that do crime, even violent ones, just like documented citizens, just like natural-born U.S. citizens, right? It's going to happen. So what you have to look at is not whether it is an undocumented immigrant that has done a crime or not, but the tendency for undocumented immigrants to cause violent crime. That's where empirical evidence comes into play. And unfortunately for Trump and all of the other right-wing shitheads that regularly talk about immigration being a source of major crime, the empirical evidence shows the exact opposite. that undocumented immigrants, time and time again, have been consistently shown to cause less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. And there are obvious reasons for that, such as even if you have a broken tail light and you're an undocumented immigrant, you're fucked. You could potentially get deported. So if you're an undocumented immigrant, and there's like 12 million plus undocumented immigrants in this country currently that have been here for a very long time, some of which have been here for decades at this point, that go about their daily life trying to avoid any interaction whatsoever with the police. See what I did there? I showed you empirical evidence, and then I paired that up with my perspective on the matter. A little bit of critical thinking plus empirical evidence will help you arrive at the truth in a much better way. You are susceptible to your biases when you look at anecdotes. Anecdotes are very good at propagandizing a position, but anecdotes are exactly how you arrive at the wrong position if you operate off of them.
Okay? I've never seen them having fistfights with the police officers in the middle of the street. And we have to do something about it. These are tough people. Don't forget, they're not sending their finest. I know all the leaders of the South American...
Well, they really hit you when you said that in 2015. You said
they're not sending their finest.
And now, all these years later...
I hate that. I hate that take. Such a gross, lame-ass fucking take. Real shame that the Democratic Party basically agrees with that now.
Everything turned out to be right.
Well, CBC is telling us that...
Unfortunately.
Customs and Border Patrol announced yesterday that just in 3 days, 452 Chinese nationals have been apprehended by Border Patrol. And, Mr. President, 20,000 Chinese have entered since October.
Yep.
Okay. Does this concern you more than other immigrant groups?
Probably it would, because it's China, and maybe what are they building an army in between? It was 29,000 people in the last three. Think of it, 29,000 people, and most of those people were young, male, fighting age, okay? So
what's going on?
Look, you want to give the benefit of the doubt, but China was number one. And you look at Yemen, now they're coming in, we're bombing. Here we go again with this guy bombing everything, gets no respect. He bombs and bombs. They're bombing Yemen.
Well, they're bombing
and
us.
We have a lot of
Yemenis
are coming into our country. We have people coming in from everywhere. They're coming in from the Congo. They interviewed some people last night. Where are you from? Congo. Where did you live? Prison. They're emptying out their prisons into
What's the first thing you will do if you become president again on the border? I know that's going to be your first act.
There's two things I'm going to do. Number one is drill, baby, drill. And the other thing, equal, is we're going to... Look, I had the safest border in the history of our country, recorded history, because I can't tell you about 1,000 years ago, but recorded history of the border by far. We had it down pat between guys like Tom.
1,000 years ago? What does he mean by this? In the year 1024, what was the border protocols for the non-existent nation of the United States of America by the indigenous tribes that occupied the land? What are we doing here? He's like, folks, you don't understand. This guy, Leif Erikson, right? Everybody always says Amerigo Vespucci. They say Marco, I say Polo. But everyone really knows it's that Leif Erikson, Viking, comes in to the American shores, washes over. I say to them, what did the natives do, folks? They gave him blankets. They gave him an opportunity to smoke the peace pipe. The natives were terrible on border control. They should have immediately handed his ass back, Sent his ass back on a dinghy. I'm too old for Twitch. Thank you for the 10 give the subs.
Tom Holman and Brandon Judd and unbelievable people that you have on your show. We had a great, all Biden had to do is stay at the beach. You know, he goes to the beach. Somebody said he looks great in a bathing suit. So he goes to the beach. If he went to the beach and didn't do it, but he canceled everything, remain in Mexico, catch and release. We have catch and release, but we had release in Mexico.
Why were you against the House, against the Senate border deal, the bipartisan border?
Well, they allow 5,000 people a week, but a lot of people took it as 5,000 people a day. They said 5,000 people a week, and you read it, and it says 5,000 people a day. Number one, that, but it also made it much better for the opposing side.
It regularized, managed the crisis.
You couldn't manage it. It was so complex. You're talking about, first of all, if you want to close the border.
It's good that we tried to concede on the border stuff with the party that loves this guy and is like voting for him no matter what. Surely his fans have a real perspective, you know, guided by evidence on the issue of immigration. Surely they're not just like a bunch of racist monsters who are interested in voting for this guy purely on the motivated reasoning that comes from being a white supremacist and the anger and resentment that they feel towards like whatever he has decided is the bi-coastal liberal elites that have fucked up their lives. Surely it would be a good idea to say that guy, you know, he made some good points, so we should be the party that passes the border control bill. Because like the underlying premise that he suggested that we in the Democratic Party shit on, justifiably, as racist for years and years was actually correct, turns out. We believe it now. Yeah, immigrants aren't, you know, these nations aren't sending their best, actually. We have to do something. Immigration is a matter of national security, as a matter of fact. We've decided as the Democratic Party that that's how it works. That's great. That's great, man.
Your president. I didn't have any legislation. I had people opposed to me very strongly, including Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan and Nancy Pelosi. That was a little triumvirate. And what I did after a year, I said, you know what, these people, I took the money out. We built 571 miles of border wall, and that's what made our border so good. We did another thing. I got 28,000 soldiers.
Interesting, once again, to think about the reality that those same Democrats have, one, used eminent domain to continue the expansion of the border wall that they called racist, and also packaged a funding mechanism for the continuation of the border wall in the legislation that they were pushing for this last time around. So, again, really smart stuff, really good politics, really good job, Democrats. Hell yeah.
Soldiers from Mexico. I sent to the president of Mexico, who I really like a lot. I think he's a terrific guy. He's a socialist, but a terrific guy, and he's fantastic, actually, in a lot of ways. I said, we need 28,000 soldiers to guard our border. He said, you got to be kidding.
Well, Biden
I ended up getting, free of charge, 28,000. We had the safest border we've ever had. Now, we have the most unsafe, we have the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been a border of any country anywhere in the world that's been like
Biden has announced, well, they've hinted that he's going to come out with a border executive order on the border to clamp down.
That could be seen as being bipartisan and acknowledging what some people do want. Yeah, dude, that's great. I love that. Except it's false. It is built around a false narrative. So who gives a fuck if you want to come across as bipartisan surrounding a false narrative? What do you mean? Yeah. Leadership requires moral courage. Okay? That's why you look back in history at figures like Abraham Lincoln and many others who did the right thing at a time when they could have said, well, for the sake of bipartisanship, I'm going to decide that maybe slavery isn't that bad. After all, that is precisely what many people are on board with. Right?
On illegal immigration before the State of the Union message. I thought he said he didn't have the executive authority.
So I do believe that he's baked in. I don't think he can ever even come close unless people are really stupid, which they're not. The public is much smarter than the politicians. He's not going to be able to change. He's not going to be able to change it.
Anyway.
Robert Hur, the special prosecutor.
Why do you have a problem with Biden doing the right thing at the border? It's clearly a crisis here. The real crisis is thinking that this is a good enough debate at the top of the hour to get me to read your comments so you can turn around and say at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. There is a crisis. See? Exactly. There you go. There's a crisis in this chat. Two different crises. One, obviously, that, yeah, if you're not subscribed, you're about to see a 3-minute ad break. Okay? The second crisis, however, is a crisis of low-hanging fruit. A lot of chatters have now decided that the easiest way to get me to read your comments at the top of the hour is by saying something silly. This has caused many chatters to refuse to do really cool ad break debates. Put the ad break message in the original message. Don't try to do a two-parter. You will always get got. Just like you will get got at the top of the hour if you are caught unsubscribed. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
In the Biden classified documents case, I don't know if you know this, but he's set to testify on Capitol Hill on March 12th. What is one question you're hoping the Republicans or someone who has some honesty up there will ask Mr. Hur? And should Biden have been charged in the classified documents case?
Well, nobody else has been over the years because, you know, Hillary took a lot and Bill took a lot. Bill took him out in his socks. They call it the socks case, which he won with a very tough judge, which he won. Bush took him. Everybody, Reagan took him out. Everybody took him out. It only became a big subject when I took things out. The difference is I had what's called the Presidential Records Act. I was allowed to do what I did. Absolutely allowed. That's why they passed the act in 1978. They passed the Presidential Records Act. But you can only use it or be there if you're president. Biden wasn't president. He was vice president.
Why didn't you just hand him over when they were requested, though? I mean, they requested him. You could have just handed him over. It probably saved yourself a lot of trouble.
First of all, I didn't have to hand him over. But second of all, I would have done that. We were talking, and then all of a sudden they raided Mar-a-Lago. Do you remember? They said, could you put an extra lock on the door? We showed them where they were. We showed them. Unlike being under a Corvette in a little garage with the door open all the time, we had these things locked. We were surrounded all the time by many Secret Service agents. We had Secret Service all over Mar-a-Lago. You couldn't take anything out. But what happened, and when you take a look, Biden didn't have the Presidential Records Act. He's at great jeopardy, really. But they said, look, he's incompetent to go to court, but he can be president. Figure that one. In other words, he can't represent himself at court because he's incompetent.
What should Hur be asked? What should he be asked?
Well, I just think you have to ask, why did you do it? You didn't have the Presidential Records Act, and how did you do it as senator? You know, Dick Durbin, the senator, said there's no way he did that as senator. And then when he found out, you know, it's pretty serious.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to...
I found something crazy. Breaking news: Turkey has blocked access to Kick, the Kick platform owned by the international gambling company Stake. Turkish officials I spoke to stated that Kick's entry into Turkey was to attract Turkish youth to the roulette tables. When I wrote this news, some publishers accused me of lying and targeted me. I hope they know how to apologize, but I don't think so. You are disgraced, and you will remain disgraced for life. Ibrahim Haskoloğlu. BPT, according to information, says Kick and Twitch platforms. Edinilen bilgiye göre Kick ve Twitch platformları için aktif bir BTK incelemesi bulunmamaktadır. Oh, this is saying that this is like saying it's incorrect. Does Turkey have heavy regulations on gambling? One of the biggest Turkish slot streamers streams on Twitch is the biggest Turkish slot streamer streams on Twitch is a 30K Andy. Yeah, I think he's like he's like Turkish but living in Germany or something, right? He's a German Turk. Haberleri yaparken biraz daha araştırmanı dilerim. Son dönemde çok fazla hatalı bilgi var. Kick uluslararası kumar platformları ile çalışmıyor. Sahibi uluslararası kumar platformu. Türkiye'ye girmediler. Türk yayıncılar onlara geçiş yaptı. Do you ever click on the translate button on Twitter or whatever and see if it's accurate for Turkish? Uluslararası kumar şirketleriyle çalışan platforma kumar ve yer veren geçtiğimiz aylarda Türkiye'ye giren Kick hakkında BTK inceleme başlattı. BTK launched an investigation into Kick. No, this is correct. Açılır 2 güne diyorlar. Yeah, it'd be real funny to think that I have anything to do with the Turkish government making such decisions, especially considering that the government in Turkey is not exactly fond of my positions at all, nor are they fond of me. So yeah, Twitter Translate still works because it's Google. Anyway, let's watch this. Donald Trump, we're turning into a communist country.
People around the world are expressing outrage over the death of Alexei Navalny, of course, in a horrific Russian prison. You posted on Truth Social about it. You said that his death made you more aware of the political circumstances here at home.
It's happening here.
Specifically, your rivals. I want to give you the chance to expand on that because obviously your opponents have used that to say, again, pro-Putin, don't care about human rights or freedom, the freedom movement. And so what does...
For the record, when Trump says we're turning into a communist country, and because I saw a chatter be like, well, how is that a bad thing? Okay, obviously it's a falsehood regardless, but what if it was real? Why would this be a bad thing? It doesn't have to be. Like, he's not saying this because he's saying this specifically because he never has to make an argument that communism is a bad thing. That is the normative position of the average American. That's just what they believe. Communism is a sticker that you can slap onto anything to say it's bad. You will never be able to tackle that. That's why they say Nancy Pelosi and Jeff Bezos are communists, for example.
What does that mean when you said it made you more aware of your circumstances here?
Navalny is a very sad situation, and he's very brave. He was a very brave guy because he went back. He could have stayed away. And frankly, probably would have been a lot better off staying away and talking from outside of the country as opposed to having to go back in because people thought that could happen, and it did happen. And it's a horrible thing. But it's happening in our country, too. We are turning into a communist country in many ways. And if you look at it,
just like Russia. Doesn't he like Putin? He likes Putin being a strong man. This is the age-old debate. Putin likes Trump because Trump is manageable. Okay? Putin likes Trump because Trump is easy to dupe and easy to manage. Just sing his praises a little bit, and he'll come and also obviously say you're going to build a Trump Tower or some shit, and you'll be able to get a lot of access from the head of state, a lot more than you would in comparison to other heads of state. Trump likes Putin because Putin is a strong man. He likes Putin in the same way that he likes Xi Jinping. If you listen to how Trump talks about Xi Jinping or Kim Jong-un, he will always praise their authoritarian tendencies. He likes how much power they have. He likes how much control they have. Okay? But as far as like Trump being pro-Russia, for example, he said some interesting stuff about Russia, I'll admit. But overall, I don't think he is like pro-Putin or will outwardly be pro-Putin ever. And he loved Duterte, where he would just fucking murder people. Yeah, exactly. He even praised Duterte for his psychotic murder, his psychotic murderous operation. Xi earned his control and his incredibly high approval, something no U.S. president has achieved. U.S. presidents will never need to achieve that. It doesn't matter.
The leading candidate, I got indicted. I never heard of being indicted before. I got indicted 4 times. I have 8 or 9 trials, all because of the fact that and you know this, all because of the fact that I'm in politics. They indicted me on things that are so ridiculous. Fanny in Atlanta.
We'll get into that. We're going to get into that in a moment. But do you we're going to get into my favorite DA in a moment. But do you see yourself?
There's no logic in killing the opposition leader himself a month before the elections. Yeah, but it still happened. There's no logic in invading Ukraine. Also, the election isn't real anyway, but the West killed him? Yeah, shut up, guys. You're fucking nuts. Yeah, the Russian election. Come on. Let's be for fucking real. There also wasn't a logical reason to invade Ukraine. And yet Putin did that anyway. So much so that you still have people being like, well, he did it to protect Donbass. Yeah, Donbass stands real protected right now. There's nothing more protective than putting minefields in every corner of the area that you're protecting, with like hundreds of thousands of people dying in the process.
As a potential political prisoner in the United States, because that's their goal, is to put you in jail behind your bars, right, for the rest of your life.
If I were losing in the polls, they wouldn't even be talking about me, and I wouldn't have had any legal fees.
If you had retired from politics, would all these cases?
If I were out, I think, although they hate me so much, I think if I got out, they'd still, let's pursue this guy. We can't stand this guy. Look, I won an election that wasn't supposed to be winnable.
The invasion did undermine SWIFT. If you want to think bigger picture, no, fuck that. No shot. No, there is no, like what you think like Putin was doing 7D chess invading so that like they would get sanctions and be able to withstand the sanctions. No shot. Especially because the invasion made Russia into a paper tiger, one that is still violent enough that it gives ample justification for every other country, regalvanizes support for NATO, okay? NATO support is at an all-time fucking high in Europe. SWIFT is the SWIFT payment system. 90% of global commerce happens with the dollar. America control, or not 90, 80%, sorry. America basically controls 80% of all international trade. Hasan, it is a civil war since 2014. You are such a purity fetishist. I am not a purity fetishist. If your argument is that Putin invaded to end the civil war, okay, it is no different than saying Putin invaded to denazify Ukraine. These are ridiculous. These are ridiculous reasons to invade a country because all you've done is create more death and destruction. So you fucking ruined the whole, like, I'm doing this to save people narrative. Okay. And you've also basically lost support in eastern parts of the country that may have supported you prior to the invasion by blowing their shit up and killing their family members. And I mean, they don't really have a say in the process regardless because they're just fucking plebs in general. But beyond that, the notion that like you've denazified the country is also silly because you've actually given way more credence to the nationalistic sentiment in the nation that is now invaded. BRICS still supports Russia, so you're kind of wrong. Yeah, dude, I know. I'm a BRICS truther myself. I'm bricked up. How does one actually talk about the real Nazism and fascism in Ukraine without being seen as a supporter of Russia or that narrative? I mean, I've talked about it far before 2022 and have continued to talk about it. They're going to say you're pro-Putin regardless, so it doesn't matter. You just have to eat that L. Yeah. I think that it was a real crisis in faulty intelligence as well. That's the other part of it. I don't think that Vladimir Putin personally thought that he would have such a hard time dismantling or achieving air superiority over Ukraine, which he never was able to get. So that's another miscalculation, in my opinion. Because if he was to at least achieve air superiority over Ukraine and maybe do like a calculated decapitation of the Ukrainian leadership, then yes, a lot of the other countries would be genuinely fearful of Russia's expansion. But Finland and Sweden, but especially Finland, because they had a dual, they had like a dual neutrality agreement, not on paper, but a handshake agreement for neutrality, would be thinking a little bit harder about the potential for an invasion from a force that could overtake them with ease. Once they recognize that Putin could not even achieve air superiority over Ukraine and was having a hard time overtaking the entirety of Ukraine, they realized, well, he's too busy with that shit. He can't come to us as well. That gave them the freedom to join NATO. Something that I've brought up a lot, as a matter of fact. And another massive miscalculation for Putin. The way you speak sounds like Ukraine is winning the war. Of course it's not winning the war, but neither is Russia. Bro, come on, stop talking about Russia. You're out of your element. I know. You're right. I'm so out of my element. How is Navalny considered opposition? What do you think Navalny's position was in both Russian society and the way that he was perceived by the Western world? Both for Russians in diaspora, but also Russians living in Russia, specifically younger Russians, for example. He was a placeholder for anti-Putin sentiment. He's a puppet of the Zionists. Okay, dude. Yeah. Vladimir Putin, on the other hand, not a puppet of the Zionists, okay? Remember, Russia, not a major ally to Israel, okay? Why? Because Vladimir Putin says stuff like, hey, Israel, cut it out. Because they voted for a ceasefire. Bro, Putin himself is a fucking Zionist. What are we talking about? In the same exact way that Erdogan is. Israel famously gave the Iron Dome to Ukrainians because they hate Russians so much. Yeah. Navalny was literally a non-factor politically in Russia, funded by the NED and even shown to be so by Western-funded polling. He never reached above 19% popularity, which happened only when he was poisoned. Let me go over this again. What's the copium for the falling of Devka? There is no copium there. The real copium is thinking that like overtaking the higher position of Avdevka is actually like a profound military achievement after fucking so many people died in the process. Wow, dude. Putin is really fucking killing it, dude. He's destroying it. Now, the other part about this conversation, the other thing that you brought up, okay, is that Navalny is a non-factor politically in Russia. 19% popularity, which happened only after he was poisoned. Does this not help you understand that his popularity increased in Russia after he was poisoned by Vladimir Putin? Does that not basically prove exactly the point I'm making? That even 19% popularity came directly as an anti-Putin sentiment? I'm not saying that people gave a fuck about Navalny because of his ideological background or anything. He was a nationalist himself. He was xenophobic. He was Islamophobic himself. But it didn't matter because people saw him as the leader of being anti-Putin. He was a placeholder for anti-Putin sentiment, for people to basically say like, for people to basically say without openly declaring that they were anti-Putin, which is perfectly understandable. That's my position on the matter. Not that like Navalny was a beacon for prosperity. He was just not Putin. A lot of his positions were also relatively similar to Vladimir Putin. He's bad in pretty similar ways to Vladimir Putin, just devoid of the same power that he had. He was terribly unpopular because he had multiple high-profile cases of scamming the Russian state-owned companies. It was only after these cases that he became anti-Putin. Okay, but remember, the funniest part about this is that, like, yes, the Russian oligarchy is profoundly corrupt. It only feeds into the same exact fucking point that I was making, which is that he's Putin in everything but the name, and that is enough for a decent amount of people. That is enough for a decent amount of people to say, okay, fuck this guy. Fuck Vladimir Putin. I'm voting for this guy instead, or not him directly, but whoever he props up. Some Russian perspective from inside Russia. This isn't entirely true. Navalny condemned the invasion of Ukraine. Okay, dude. Nafo and Z online LARPers are just two sides of the same coin. I agree. We're going to talk about the Yakuza case in a second. It's so sick. It's pretty funny. It's it's pretty funny to look at a guy like Navalny and not recognize like why he was poisoned to begin with. It's because in Russia, in Vladimir Putin's Russia, which is liberal, by the way, okay, authoritarian, but certainly a liberal capitalist country, devoid of like any kind of even semblance of theoretical democracy. If you are outside of Vladimir Putin's sphere of influence and you gain a little bit of prominence, that spells trouble in your governance. It's showing that people are, regardless of what the cost may be, openly still saying like fuck Vladimir Putin. You can't have that. If you're Vladimir Putin and you want to control every aspect of Russian life, you can't have anyone that is going to reach 19% popularity. That's why you get poisoned, and that's why you get killed. That's the reason why the supposed real opposition of Vladimir Putin is the Communist Party in Russia, which is not a real opposition to Vladimir Putin at all. Do you understand? If it was a real opposition to Vladimir Putin, then they would also find themselves falling out of windows. Anyway, Hasan, you're just spitballing here. What are your credentials to even talk about this? You're right. I'm just making this stuff up. Do you actually have a take that counters anything that I just mentioned? Or are you going to be like that other chatter that proved exactly my point that I was making? I think there is also a very funny irony. Discord will unionize on our ass. Okay, dude, sure. I think there is a funny irony in thinking that like the American State Department thinking that they have their guy, a quote unquote our guy in Navalny, when you know who was the original our guy? Vladimir Putin. That's why it's like additionally hilarious. Yeah, Putin was our guy. It's very odd to think that Putin was not our guy. Putin was our OG guy. Yeltsin was the OG our guy, sure, and then Putin. And look how that turned out, I guess. Well, I guess it didn't really turn into anything. It was more so just propped up as a perfect opposition so that we could continue having secret, scary foreign enemies. You need that sort of thing if you want to constantly develop a steady streamline of weapons manufacturing. Putin was our 100% our guy, and it's well documented in the historical record. Exactly. It's good to have an enemy of that sort. Many of your fans are Russian fans. What is your evidence that Putin is a Zionist? In my opinion, the reason why Russia lost in Ukraine is a heroic resistance against Ukraine, not because Russia is weak. You mean the heroic resistance in Ukraine against Russia? But yes, you are right. I do have I do have a lot of course I have many Russian fans as well. We completely dismantled all public sectors created by the Soviets and further liberalized the markets. Putin did his job. Yep. Putin did his job. And then what the fuck did he get in return for doing his job? America never made Russia into like an Israel-style ally at all. The chat are asking your credentials as a YouTuber they make. What if WWE fight videos like two Pakistanis versus Randy Orton? Okay, that's the coolest fucking... That is the coolest chatter. That is my coolest naysayer, okay? I respect that. That's dope. That's awesome. Did the Pakistanis win? I hope. Okay, Ethan, I guess, is debating Jesse Lee Peterson. And I can't wait to see what that looks like.
You know, so you've seen Moses.
Oh, yeah.
What
Everybody know Moses.
So you're talking about the prophet.
No, I'm talking about your brother-in-law.
Okay.
Oh,
you've already got me all
good
twisted
start.
up. This is what I'm saying. You've got this interview skills that just, you've already got me discarded.
Yeah.
All right,
Why is that?
What?
Why you just got about asking how
He's
doing?
cooking his ass.
You don't know my brother-in-law.
Well, how would I know to ask about him then?
But then how do you know him?
He got married, right?
Oh, stop it.
I know what's going on.
Who did he get married to?
Some crazy woman.
Clip channels, do not post my reaction to this video, okay? Do not. Ethan will strike them. Do not post my reaction, me reacting to this video. Ethan will strike them, and he has every right to do so. Do not post this shit.
Giving you lines. How did you meet Moses?
He came to my office.
To do what?
I can't tell you all that.
Oh my God. Okay.
He was here for a meeting.
Okay, all right.
Isn't that amazing?
It's amazing. So, Jesse, let's just get into it because I understand you only have an hour. You have a show called The Fallen State, correct?
Right.
So what is The Fallen State? What does that mean?
The Fallen State is really a show of different conversations. And what I realized is that human beings are in a fallen state. And they live in their imagination, which is hell, and that their nature is evil. And that's why they treat each other, though we're all created in God's image, they treat each other, I don't anymore, but
if
they
we're
treat
created
each other like hell, like the lack of love, because they're living in the darkness of their imagination. They're
But if
in a
you said-
fallen state and don't know it.
If you says that we're created in God's image,
right?
It seems that you're maybe a little insulting to God because you just said that his image is his imagination is hell.
But no, they're not living. They have been turned away from the Father, so they're not living from His image.
Oh.
That's why we must be born again. We must return to the Father.
But do they
all
have a?
who are born of the woman is living in hell because they have anger. They have their mother's nature, and so their nature is evil. But
Oh
when they
God,
return
he's
to
so
the
good.
Father,
I forgot
then their
all about
nature
this
returns to
guy.
Good.
I see. So women's nature is evil.
Yes, because Satan is the woman's god. The God
Satan is
above-
woman's god. Jeez.
Yeah,
Okay.
the God above is the man's God,
Yeah.
and the God below is the woman's God. That's why all who are born through the woman are born into hell.
Are you for real?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe that for real?
Without a doubt, how do you think you became angry?
Oh, he does.
I'm not angry.
Amazing.
You don't have anger?
I'm an alpha male.
You don't have anger?
I get angry sometimes. Does that mean that
How
my
did-
mom is the devil?
I'm sorry?
It seems kind of reductive to say, oh, you've been angry, which is a common human emotion. Everybody's felt it at one time or another. Anyone who's lived, and to say that it's because your mother is a Satanist or something like that.
And you're right. Every human being are born into hell And that's why we must be born again of the Father.
I see.
You know, God said there will come a day when I return the children to the fathers and the fathers to the children.
Your Jesse
Every
Lee
human
Peterson debate
being
must have been annoying as
be
fuck.
born
How did
of
you
the
not
Father
leave?
In order
It's
to have
rude.
perfect peace, in order to live on this earth in perfect peace.
Can a
But you
woman can a woman live a righteous life if their God is the devil? Do they have a shot?
Absolutely.
They can. So what do they need to do to live a
They need
righteous
to-
life?
They need to
They
become
too have to do
trans
as
men.
the man have to do. They have to forgive their mothers for imposing her will on them and turning them away from their fathers and recreate.
Was he this dementia riddled when I debated him? Yes. He said almost all of the same things that he's saying right now.
She could not help it.
What if
And
your mom
once they
didn't do
forgive
anything
their
wrong?
I gotta pee.
Once they
I'll be
forgive
back.
their mothers, then they forgive their fathers for not protecting them from the mother. He couldn't handle her because he married to his mama. You become
Wait, what
attracted
if,
to what
your
you hate.
mom didn't do anything wrong? What if you have a nice mom who's great and she didn't do anything?
That
Great.
doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
No.
There's okay, okay, good. So what are the sins of the mother? What are they?
Is anger, jealousy, envy, strife.
But you feel all
revenge.
that.
I'm sorry?
But you feel all those emotions. That's not a feminine emotion.
No, it's a mother's emotion. It is a feminine emotion because Satan is a feminine spirit.
But you feel anger, right?
No, I never feel anger.
You have never felt anger.
No, I just said I never have felt it. I did 30-something years ago. But when I forgave my mother who resented my father and tried to turn me away from him,
Mm-hmm.
God forgave me, and he took that spirit away. So I don't feel anger anymore.
Well, I'm very happy for you. But my mom,
I'm
and how
happy-
dare you speak about my mother like that, Jesse? I'll have you know she's a great lady.
No such thing.
Man, you really hate your mom, don't you?
No, I love my mother now, but all children hate their mothers. And that
That's
until
crazy
they-
because they're the famous psychological analysis by the great Sigmund Freud says the opposite. Kids want to fuck their mothers. What are your thoughts on that?
They do because you do want to F the person you hate.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Oh. You become attracted to the person that you hate.
Are you attracted to your mother? Were you
No,
attracted?
I don't hate my mother anymore.
Oh, okay. When you hated her, were you
If
attracted to her?
If you notice in your life, every woman you get involved with, just like your mother, you couldn't handle her because you never overcame your mother.
When you
And
were
so
an-
you're still attracted to that same spirit.
When you were angry at your mom, were you sexually attracted to her?
Not her, but women like her. It was
Oh,
the same
okay.
spirit.
Okay. Let's go back to the top here because we could go down this rabbit hole forever.
That's a
So,
wild
let me
thing to
ask you
fucking
about,
admit, dude. Holy shit.
Are you married?
Wild.
No,
Do you have children?
I do.
No, I heard it. I heard
A
it.
son.
Beta.
And
Only one
I made a
son?
I made a son first.
You only have
Beta
one
males
son.
Make,
But
beta
you're-
males make girls first. Alpha males make boys first.
Hold on, Jesse. You're telling me you had a child out of wedlock? Beta.
That's true. Then I was in a fallen state. You're
Oh,
absolutely
okay.
right. But then I have 2 grandkids, adult grandkids now, and then 2 great grandkids and 1 on the way.
Why were you never married, Jesse? That seems like a great, frankly, in your line of work and with your values, it seems like that would be a real shortcoming of yours that you're single still.
And why is that?
Well, don't you live for family values, good Christian family values?
You can live for them without having to be married. Jesus never married. God wasn't married. Paul wasn't married, but yet they stood for those values.
Okay. So then, well, let me put it this way. I have 3 boys. And I'm married.
Nice.
I'm alpha as fuck.
All the way.
Right. Okay, good. I wanted to get that out there. I couldn't sit here with you calling me beta. I would crumble. I couldn't deal with it. You've said, but I hope you're not offended when I do say you are kind of beta.
No, I'm not offended by that at all.
Okay, good. Because you are.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
I'm the hypothetical 10% who could be swayed by this debate. Ethan better step his game up or it's over between me and my mom. Yeah, Ethan is doing real danger disservice here.
Well, affirmative action is set up in order to keep the blacks weak and dependent on government and not ever growing and becoming their best in their talent and what they can do. And so what it does, it discriminates against the ones who earn their way, and it gives it to those who do not earn their way. And
He thanked Ethan because he recognized his position as a beta male in the face of an alpha male with 3 male
who are
children.
not earning their way. And it's also wrong against the people who are earning their way. It's just not, it's an evil plan, and it's not working at all. It is causing nothing but confusion.
And so what crucial occupations do you think is being overrun with affirmative action types of people that's harming the industry?
Well, nowadays it's everything really.
People don't actually like this guy, right? Like all his views are ironic. No, no, they do. Also, Jesse Lee Peterson is very likely gay and has like credible accusations of abuse as well. But what you fail to recognize here is that, yes, there are people who unironically watch him and think he's like smart.
They are giving these people these positions without earning their way. Not only is it not good for the individuals themselves, but it's not good for the country.
How can I, as somebody who's trying to identify affirmative action where things are vulnerable, how do I identify an affirmative action person who's in a spot that they shouldn't be?
Well, you can see, you can question them about did they earn their way.
I do think that Ethan is handling him in the right way to handle him, though. For the record, like I do think that this is the proper way to deal with it, which is like, why would Ethan strike a fan channel re-upload? What do you mean? What the fuck? He has every right to do so. This is like, this is content that he's trying to put out there.
Men and women who are earning their way, but how would you know, since you know affirmative action is set up for the blacks?
It's just
it's like Justice Clarence Thomas, for example. He earned his way. He worked hard. He came from a tough background. But because he's black, it's hard for anyone to accept that he's earned his way because he's black. So everybody just assumed that that the blacks are not earning their way. They are part of the affirmative action program.
So that's possible.
So it really does a bad job for all the blacks, to be honest.
What about like white Nepo babies who are born into tremendous wealth and privilege, and they can pretty much skate into any field, any kind of job that they want?
Damn, bro, he's calling me out. This fucking bullshit.
Leverage and they know people and all this. Isn't that, in a sense, as dangerous as affirmative action, or perhaps even more?
Did you say white? What kind of babies?
Nepotism babies.
What's that?
Nepotism is when you get favored treatment because of a family member.
There's nothing wrong with that. That always happens in society.
But don't you think that putting but if they're not qualified,
it even happens in the black society. You have family members who know someone that knows someone. It's common sense that they're going to refer you.
Right, but if you're at like Harvard Law, you're going to get fast tracked into one of these big law firms, and maybe you're not good. Maybe you're not even good at school. Maybe you're father just bought like a wing at the Harvard University and so I don't want that guy as my attorney. Do you?
I mean, I'm not against personal referrals.
Right.
I don't agree with affirmative action based on color.
So what about affirmative action for Native Americans?
For the Indians?
Yeah. Those are the ones.
Affirmative action shouldn't be for anyone. The Indians need to put down the pot. And they call it peyote or something, right?
Oh,
they need to put down the peyote and get up and earn for themselves. The beauty about life, if you are an individual, you think and do for yourself, there's no one or nothing in life that can stop you. And America, when I was growing up, was that way. And now it has been, individuality has been deemed to be something bad. And there's this group thinking now. And so the group is always in a pitiful, I can't make it, needed mode. That's why I believe that we must be return to being individuals, one nation under God.
But Jesse,
in order to make America
you
strong.
participate in groupthink.
What do you mean?
Well, you're part of a movement, the manosphere, right? This conservative online movement about teaching young men that everything is not their fault. It's the world's fault that they're, not successful, or that, they're gay because they hate their mom or whatever.
I'm not part of any movement.
Well, why do I hear so many people saying that kind of stuff?
I don't know. I started Bond 34 years ago, and I didn't know anyone at the time, but I started because I
You should be illegal on Black History Month.
I realized that the blacks were suffering because they had been turned away from their fathers, and
excuse me,
the Democrats and others were telling it. Also, the so-called civil rights leaders were telling the blacks that they were suffering because of racism, and I knew that was a lie. So I started BAR, my nonprofit, Rebuilding the Man, the Brotherhood Organization of a New Destiny.
Even during Jim Crow, that racism was a lie?
Let me just finish this.
Go ahead.
To encourage blacks to not fall for the lie that some white man can hold them back, right?
The real question
And
is,
so I started Bond 35.
if
34,
racism is a lie, why do you support it so
and
much,
it
Jesse
was-
Lee
I was-
Peterson, which
and
he
still
does?
I'm not a part of any movement, but just to encourage the men and women to return back to the Father.
So,
What were you saying about Jim Crow?
You're saying even back then there was no such thing as racism?
Right. No such
Even
thing.
Jim
It was-
Crow.
Right. It
That's
wasn't
not
even-
racist to say that black people need to drink from a different fountain.
No.
No.
As a matter of fact, I grew up, as you know, under the Jim Crow laws, and blacks and whites got along better back then than they do today, because back then
Wasn't the KKK like hanging? I mean, sorry to be uncouth, but I'm pretty sure the KKK was like killing black people, but then
Well,
they were just like, right? Like, I mean, they were just doing that. I don't know.
No, that's not
lynchings.
true.
There was lynchings and stuff happening back then. You don't see
That's
those
not
today.
true. That's not true.
Oh, so what's the truth about the KKK?
Let me tell you about the Jim Crow.
Okay.
During those days, the blacks worked for themselves. They had family. They had fathers and mothers and grandparents, and they worked for themselves. And they taught their children to work.
You guys who are unfamiliar
and
with
they taught
JLP
their
are in for a
children to
treat.
People the way that they would like to be treated. And then the whites did the same thing. They too taught their children to work and be independent and to treat people the way they would like to be treated. And as a result, the blacks bought land. They had trades. They bought, if they wanted to go to a trade school or college, they went and did that. And they came back as professionals. And they didn't have false leaders. Someone leaded them. God was the head of the family.
I've
and the
debated
father
this
was the head
man.
of the wife
I
and
went
the
on his
children.
show and I debated him. If you were
Until the
unfamiliar,
civil rights movement came along
Years
no
ago.
such thing as civil rights, by the way, but when the civil rights movement started, it started.
But Jesse,
all
if
the-
Jim Crow happened, if that was still in place, you wouldn't be talking to me now.
You don't know that. Why would I?
Because everything was segregated. As a white man, probably, I'm not. You know what? I was one of the good ones. I would have never gone there. But however, there'd be people
But
saying,
that's
"No,
not
don't talk to
true
a white man."
That's not true.
No.
Because even under the Jim Crow law, black and white people talk to one another. If they wanted to talk, they got along. Those who wanted to get along. But you have to realize you have evil people, and there are some people who return to good.
Let me hit you with a stat. Between 1882 and 1986. Now you were born in 1949, so you were probably in your 20s, somewhere in this time frame at the end of it. There was 4,743 lynchings that occurred in the United States during that time period. Is that racist?
I don't even know if that number is true, because you have to realize that the human heart is wicked, and that the people make up numbers in order to get what they want.
Why won't
But
you
I
admit
don't
that
even know
hanging black people is racist?
I'm sorry?
Why won't you admit that hanging black people is racist?
Oh, because it's not. If that was happening, if that was happening, it was evil. Our battle is a battle
Well,
between.
no, they were like, well, the KKK is like, we hate black people, and so we're gonna hang them. They say that. They actually said that. They're like, this is, and so that's not racist.
No, it's hatred. It's either good or evil.
Is racism exist? Is racism real?
You asking me a lot of questions. Calm down.
Whoa.
You're not letting me answer.
Hold on, Jesse.
You're not letting me answer the ones you're asking.
This
you're
is how
like
you interview
asking,
people.
and before I can answer, you run to something else.
Go ahead.
And so
I'll give you space.
we're not finalizing any conversation. What the?
What? Amazing. Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm sorry, Jesse. Go ahead. I'm trying to interview like you interview people.
That's not how I interview.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. I know how you interview.
No. According to Wikipedia, 1,000 plus white people were lynched. Was that racist?
It could have been, depending on
Why?
the situation.
No. Racism is a made-up word. The word racist is a made-up word to cover up evil.
All words are made up.
To divide and conquer. When I was growing up in Alabama, there was no such word as racism. It was either right. It was either right or wrong, good or evil. There's no such thing as racism.
So racism, it just means evil. But that, again, that seems reductive. I mean, there's different types of evil.
Racism doesn't mean evil. Racism is just a word. It has no meaning.
Do words have any meaning?
No.
No word. Words don't mean anything.
Not at all.
Oh, man. How are we going to pin you down on anything? What are you doing then? What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Well, your words don't have meaning.
Right.
Well, how can you say that?
Because it's true. I mean,
but you're talking to me.
Practical words have meaning. Practical words have meaning.
Go, Jesse. Don't let them make excuses for every failure. Jesse breaks them down every time.
What do you want?
If you want to see,
what type of house you want to buy?
If you want to see like the actual dumbest fucking people on the planet, there are literally a shit ton of Jesse Lee Peterson fans who think like he owns all of his interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas.
To control them for personal gain.
But that doesn't mean they don't exist.
God's voice is a voiceless voice.
Okay.
And the voice of evil is a voice that you hear in your head that sound like you, and they're always lies all the time. All thoughts are all, except for practical ones, all thoughts are all lies all the time.
All thoughts are all lies?
All the time.
Jeez, man, that sounds like you're in a prison. You're in a hell of your own making, man.
Except for practical thought. And you're right. People who live in their thoughts.
But everybody thinks.
Those who believe thoughts are living in hell, in their own hell within themselves.
Very interesting.
Just think about a thought that there are people who are committing suicide because a thought told them to commit suicide. There are people who are depressed and have fear and lonely and all these things because they have believed thoughts, not because it's real, but they have believed a lie. They believe thoughts.
Let's move on to another topic. Why do you call Trump the Great White Hope?
The Great White Hope. I'm glad you mentioned him.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what he has to say.
He's back.
He's back.
Basically, all I've done is keep my promise.
That's why I call him the Great White Hope.
Is there a whole bunch of sounds, or is that the only one?
There are a whole bunch of them.
Let me hear some more.
Friends in the morning, they're very honorable people.
Wow.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first.
So
I rest my case.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you love white people
This is Trump.
more? Do you love white people?
This is Trump right here.
Yeah, we love Trump. He's the. But why point out his skin color?
What do you mean?
Well, you call him the Great White Hope. Why do you reference his skin color?
Is he white?
By the way, if you think you can out MAGA me, think again, buddy. All right. I got my own tools.
Amazing. I have one of those, by the way.
Oh, you do? Put it on.
I don't have it in the studio.
That's convenient, Jesse.
I didn't know you were going to want me to put it on. But let me see what else I have. Hold on. Because a lot of people are giving me a lot of Trump stuff.
But Jesse, why do you refer to him as... Wow. Is it, Jesse, is it normal to be a... Jesse, let me ask you a question you might ask one of your guests.
Look at this.
I have a pertinent question that you might ask one of your guests.
Did you see that?
I do. Do you think that it's normal to
Here's my
fetishize
hat.
another man that much? Oh my God, you do have it. All right, Jesse. Well, then let me do this. Do you have one of these, motherfucker? This one's even bigger. Oh, shit. You actually do.
I have a black Santa Claus that someone sent me.
Do you believe Santa Claus is black?
Do you find it amazing that they finally did a black Santa and they put him in a wheelchair?
It is amazing, actually. What's his story?
Just
saying. They knew that he wasn't going to do any work.
So they just put him in the wheelchair?
Yeah, because they knew he wasn't going to do any work. It's affirmative action Santa.
Oh, Jesse. Jesse, why do you refer to Trump's skin color? Why does that matter?
Because he's a white man. He did, when he was president, an amazing job on America. He gave a lot of people hope. And he's great at what he's done. He worked for the people and not against them.
You have one of these?
I don't have one of those.
He's hot. Looks good. Okay, but that doesn't explain.
I'm glad to know that you support him, though.
Why? Well, personally, I think Obama was a great president. What do you think about that?
You're playing.
No, he did a lot of great things.
Like
Talk
what?
about hope. He gave people lots of hope.
What did
Only
he
to
do that was
squash it
great?
and squander it, but
what did he do that was He was chill.
You can say that again.
Yeah.
He had Big Mama. And so what did he do that was great?
What did Trump do that's great?
He did drilling, brought back jobs. He built a wall, almost completed a wall around.
There's no wall. Come on, Jesse. There's no wall.
He didn't complete the wall, and when Joe Biden became president,
he did like 1%.
Instead of completing the wall, he stopped the work.
Jesse, you're not being fair.
Even though it was paid for, so he brought back jobs. He drilled. He worked on the wall until they stopped him. He left. We had our enemies respected us around the world, and the people worked together. We finally had some unity in the country.
But he didn't build the wall, right? That's just a matter of fact.
He didn't complete the wall.
No, but he didn't even come close. He built like 1% of it.
He didn't complete the
wall. But you said that was
he,
something good he did. He made one.
That was.
Since when does 1% of something you promised a good job?
I'm sorry, he didn't complete the job because his time ran out.
But the amount of completion matters, right? The amount of completion matters.
I'm sorry?
The amount of completion matters. You say he didn't complete it. He didn't do 100%. But if he did 1%, surely that's not as good as 50%. I wouldn't call that a good job. 1%?
But you're not making sense. If his time ran out and he wasn't...
you said he built the wall, Jesse. Come on. There's no wall.
Well, let's put it this way. If this makes you feel better. He started building a wall, putting up a wall. Time ran out.
Okay.
And he did not finish. And according to BBC, he did 654 miles. That's
out of how many?
That's more than 1%.
Let's see. What percent of the wall was completed? I don't know.
Well
458 miles. What are you typing, dude?
Well, why did you say 1% and you really don't know?
Oh, sorry. You know what? It's like 25%.
But you really don't know.
Well, now I do. It's 25%.
Someone just told you?
Yes. Somebody who fact checks.
So why did you say 1%?
Well, I was wrong, clearly, but it was 25%.
But why did you say 1%?
It's 25%.
No, why did you say 1%?
It's 25%.
You're not answering the question.
Well, it's a rhetorical question, is it not?
No, why did you just throw out 1% when it wasn't true?
Why did you say Trump completed the wall when he had only completed 25% of it?
I didn't say he completed the wall. I
You
said
said
he built the wall.
Okay.
And I said he did not get a chance to complete it because I ran out of time.
Well, how are you going to, if percent is a word and words are made up, then what are we even doing here?
We're communicating.
But words don't mean anything.
We're communicating.
I got you, Jesse.
Somewhat. Word doesn't. That's why you let them go in one ear and out the other one.
Let me move on here because we can go down this rabbit hole, and I love it. I love it. I love where your mind's at.
A better argument would be you don't like Biden. He says, no, I don't like Biden. Then you could turn around and say, but he's built so much of the wall.
Well, if that's what they want to be, there's nothing. Everybody entitled to stay into their hell if they wanted to. But if they want to overcome it, they can. They can overcome it, but if they want to stay in their hell, they can die in their hell. No big deal.
I've met very happy gay men. In fact, gay means happy, if you believe in words.
But again, they may have false happiness, but they have no peace. And again,
How can you say that?
Because if you're not overcome evil, you have no peace.
Did you overcome being gay, Jesse?
I never had to worry about overcoming that.
Okay. And then you say that gay is a cover-up for evil. What did you mean by that?
Everyone that's born through their mothers have to overcome that feminine spirit. They have to overcome anger. And there are people that are into all kinds of things. We all have to be born again of the Father. And so what I'm saying to the people, if they were to really...
This chat is getting idiotic day by day. Echo chamber. I know. We are getting idiotic day by day because we're watching Jesse Lee Peterson. I don't like the woman stuff that he yaps about.
All these things that they think that they are, and which other evil people are trying to confirm that that's who you are because they're evil. There's nothing in life that you cannot overcome, but you got to start working on yourself. And our battle is a spiritual battle. We're not our thoughts. We're not our feelings, emotions. We're not our bodies. And we have to overcome the identify with those things. And I promise you, you can be free. You can have perfect peace right here on earth.
Jesse, you helped men become straight, right? That's part of one of the...
I like the other stuff, yes. I like the other stuff because it's like, at least it's like unique and interesting in a way that my brain can dissect it. Whereas like when he starts talking about the evil of woman and how the more you become like closer to being a woman, the more evil you become, like that kind of stuff is like too far out for me to even like, my brain doesn't process it.
Rapists, murderers, white, black.
Do you think being gay is like being a rapist or a murderer?
I think being that is a false identity, so they're lost in a false identity.
Would you rather be gay or a murderer?
I would rather be either.
But you got to choose.
No, you don't.
Okay.
You have never made a choice.
I tried to get you, Jesse, but you're too slick. You're too slick for me.
Why are you trying to get me? That's not masculine. Why you're playing a woman's role?
Excuse me, Jesse. War. There's nothing more masculine than war.
You're playing a woman's role in trying to get me. Men are not supposed to play the female game of trying to get. Men lead the way. They don't try to get. That's a woman's role.
Jesse, I'm a man and I'm doing battle. There's nothing more masculine than battle.
Who are you doing battle with?
With you.
Why? I'm not doing battle with you.
Well,
I didn't even know
you don't know that you aren't yet, but we're interlocutors.
And why? I thought we were friends. Why are you doing a battle?
We are. I'm a fan of your interviewing style, so I'm trying to exhibit some of your styles back on you. But obviously, ideologically, we are completely unaligned. It's friendly banter. But you called me a woman.
I said that if you're doing battle with me right now, you're playing the woman's game. But
is battle a woman's game?
Not. But Jesse is not doing battle with him because he's not playing a woman's game. Another thing that is the woman's game is the top of the hour ad break, or at least seeing the top of the hour ad break. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you sit there and you watch the 3-minute ad break, you're playing a woman's game. I'll say it. Okay, I'm not afraid to say it. Don't play that game. Be a man in a world full of women. and subscribe for $5 or for free. And that way, you will no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. He's a 3-minute ad break now.
You try to be what?
Oh, come on, Jesse.
You try to be what?
I try to be a good person.
By doing what?
Good people things.
Like what?
Like tucking my kids in bed at night.
Why do you call that good?
Is it evil?
Why do you call it good?
Dude, he's the best at this. Well, a big part of what you talk about is the man's role.
Why do you call that good?
What? It's the parents' role to stay at home and be present in their children's lives and to show them love and compassion.
And why do you call that good?
You're right. It is evil.
Why do you call it good?
No, you're right. It is evil to kiss your bed.
I never said it was evil. I never said it was evil. But you said it was good. But you won't tell me why you call it good.
I just did.
Why?
Because it's nice to be nice to your kids.
Does niceness mean good?
Well, I think, if we're using words in any way as defined, then yes, nice does mean good.
And how's that?
Oh, come on. Let me ask you a question, Jesse. You're filibustering me.
Bro, he's killing him.
You never answered the question.
Dude, Ethan hasn't had an intellectual giant on the show outcompete him in the marketplace of ideas this hard since XQC did the worm to win that debate.
The word obey.
Does your wife obey you?
If something made me uncomfortable and I expressed that to her, she would probably respect my wishes, depending on what it was. But yeah, she obeys me.
Does your wife obey you?
I just said yes, she does obey me.
Amazing.
So alpha. Oh, Jesse, let me ask you, does your wife obey you?
No.
Beta! Got you again.
Amazing.
Got you again. Let me ask you a question.
I don't have a wife. That's why she doesn't obey you.
That's beta, though.
Beta. No, it's not.
Oh, come now.
No.
Why isn't being a single man beta?
I didn't say it was.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
When?
Yes, you did. I said, Let me ask you another question. There's a paradox with the gay thing that it's kind of maybe obvious to some, but I do like to question people on this. If God made us, did God make us perfect? Did God make us, is God perfect? Let's start there.
God is perfect and he made us perfect.
So then why are people gay?
Because they've been turned away from God by turning them away from their earthly fathers.
Did God create the universe?
Is there a reason why I feel like people engaging debating JLP feels like ableism? What do you mean? He is literally like, he acts like a stroke victim.
He controls Satan.
He presents himself in a way that is like,
one tempting
where very clearly there's like brain matter coming out of his ears. It's not weird to feel that way.
No,
for
you
sure.
know it's not from God, it's from evil.
No, but God created evil. God created evil.
Right. Well, God created Satan, and yes, through Satan, evil comes.
So this is part of God's plan, is to turn men gay.
I don't know what you got with this gay thing, but
well, this is something you talk a lot, Jesse. You talk a lot about gay people.
That is not. I'm telling you, no. God created us perfectly, and when you return to the Father, you will overcome that old nature that is made of anger, and you will return to your natural nature that's made of good, which is the nature of God. But you gotta overcome anger. And the way that, for those who might be listening, one or two in your crowd that's listening that want to overcome, I'm talking to them because I know most people love their hell, and they love the hell that they live in, and they love imposing their hell on others.
So speak to them, reach out to them.
But those who want to overcome it, I want them to know is that they have to overcome anger. And when you overcome anger, you must forgive your mother for imposing her will on you trying to live through you, control you, turning you away
Honestly,
from your father.
the more I think about the mother angle here, the more I realize he's a revolutionary in this space, Jesse Lee Peterson. Because, like, a lot of these fucking PUA, like, red pill guys have genuine mommy issues, like, serious, severe mommy issues. And I think he was, like, he was the first at this. He was the first. He is the pioneer in the field of, like, openly talking about having mommy issues.
If they forgive their mothers for turning them away from
Jesse,
their father.
would it surprise you if I told you I'm 15% gay?
Neither it wouldn't surprise me, and neither would I care. That's your problem, not mine.
15%.
What does that mean?
Is that better than 100%? Jesse, don't make it seem like I'm bringing it up out of nowhere. You talk about gayness all the time.
I talk about everything all the time.
Well,
my show is about whatever. My radio show is about whatever the people call in for, and the father state we deal with different issues.
Can you
but do you have like? Are you able to move on because of time? Do you have like?
No, I have all the time in the world, but I understood you only had an hour, right?
Right, and I'm talking about my time.
So how much time do you have left? Because
and the gay thing is a rare topic on my show.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: you're not gay, right?
That's not your business.
Oh. But
He
you
is.
make the gayness
Wait.
a lot of people's business when you
No, I
discuss
don't.
their.
I make it no one's business. Do you want to act like a
Do you
man
live in
or you
hell?
wanna play do you want to act?
Do you
talk
live in
like a
hell?
man, or do you want to? Hey, look. I put aside my time. I thought you wanted to deal with issues to help folks.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else you want to talk about? Because I
Yes.
don't want to play the woman's game with you.
So, well, let me ask you this because I know
Do you have any other topic? One last time. You can talk to your brother-in-law Moses about this, and he'll help you deal with that and overcome it.
Sure. Jesse, why did you like this? Why did you like this tweet by Your Daddy OnlyFans?
Or forgive your mother. Forgive your mother.
He's giving a thumbs
and
up.
She will.
Jesse, why did you like this post from Your Daddy OnlyFans? Part 2 with Sean Boy UK.
I have no idea what
It's
that
two
is.
men kissing,
I have no idea.
and they're
what that
muscular
is.
and very
This guy
bear-like.
lied to me
They
about
really think that you're like running your Twitter and stuff. Like,
Yeah, I have no idea. what you
Really?
Amazing.
Wait, why wouldn't you be running your Twitter?
So why did you?
you really think he would?
Are you?
What
Is the
do you think he
producer-
is? What makes you think he is?
Oh, so did you like it?
Yeah, did you like it? Are you gay?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Bro thought he was cooking
Well,
right
Jesse,
there.
this is important. The people want to know.
Let me.
Your producer got real quiet. What did he like the gay porn?
Self-report.
It was one of you two. Someone fess up.
They're hanging up.
Someone fess up.
That's what you want me to do, so you can say I ran. But you guys said you wanted to talk about real stuff.
This is real, man.
Jesse,
this is a real tweet that was liked.
Jesse,
set aside
Jesse,
time to
in
be
an
on you,
expose
though,
by the
but I
Daily
had-
Beast, they
I
said that
had-
several men had sexual encounters with you, some as long as 10 years. Is that true?
Say hello to Moses, buddy. I'm out. I'm out.
All right.
Was your producer?
Oh, he hung up.
Oh, he did.
Well, you tried.
That was funny.
Damn.
He really hates gay people, like really hates gay people. He kind of, I think he got a sniff of what we were doing when I mentioned something about gayness in the top. It's so funny. All of a sudden, he doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
It's like
we all hate
good 30% of
ourselves
everything
the
we
most
discuss
at the end of the day.
is like
Never
gayness,
forget.
Women are evil is another one.
That's why I hate
It's so
capitalists.
funny. All of a sudden, you don't want to talk about it. He liked that shit. You could tell.
He
For
100%
sure.
liked
Who is he like? The Rock. He's not managing his Twitter account.
Why was his producer so quick to be like, no, it was me? Pretty
Maybe
much
he's
is what he said.
Maybe he's gay. Maybe his producer is affirmative action.
I mean, it could be. Yeah, affirmative action hire. You're right. Yeah.
I didn't know you were gay.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Of course, I love gay people, and I think being gay is something you're born, an identity you're born into, and I think that there's nothing evil or wrong about being gay. I think it's extremely.
That was a decent interview. I wish that they were able to broach further truths. You know what I mean? That is not how you react to that question when you don't smoke cocks. All I have to say, yes, no. Jesse Lee Peterson is gay, pretty sure. I mean, when he basically said, "Oh, don't ask me about that question," and you saw the fear of God in his eyes, I think like he ulted a little too quickly. Here's another clip of you cooking JLP.
Did you vote for Hillary? Unfortunately. Beta. Yeah, she's terrible too. Why would you vote for her? I vote out of spite and also because I want to reduce harm. So it's voting for harm reduction. I know that certain groups, certain American citizens and even undocumented citizens that live here would be better off under democratic leadership, even if it was marginally better off, which is why I made that choice.
So what has the president said or done that you disagree with?
Virtually everything with the exception of some foreign policy issues that he accidentally stumbles into.
Give me an example of something that he's done or said that you disagree with.
Gigantic tax cuts.
You like that?
No, it's terrible.
Amazing.
They contribute to income inequality. You, Jesse, you make a lot of money, so you like the tax cuts. It's going to hurt them and their children.
They got tax cuts in their paycheck.
No, of course, but they get a $5 tax cut when you get $100,000.
You gave all your tax cuts back to the president? Or to the,
what?
Did you receive, except you have a job, right?
Yeah, I do.
And when you received tax cuts, did you give back the money?
I'm confused with that.
Did you give back the extra money that you made as a result of tax cuts? Did you say, no, this is not fair, I'm giving it back? Did you give it back?
Do you think that's how it works?
Did you give it back?
Do you think that's how it works?
Did you give it back?
Of course I didn't give it back. Do you think that's how it works?
You're a hypocrite.
That's how hypocrisy works?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I don't see you giving it back if you think it's so bad.
I'm talking about handling systemic problems. When you're like, why don't you give back the $5 additional that
You know what's really funny about this? Dude, like the very same people who were like watching this and singing my praises unironically now make this exact same argument pretty much. We as a society, especially on Twitter, have gotten literally dumber, dude. The guy with the maximum amount of brain damage right there, the guy with the maximum amount of brain damage that said those things is basically reflected in the replies of every single one of my tweets. Like that's the average Twitter user now is how they behave. Exactly how they behave.
Here. Do you not think that black people played a significant role? Do you not think that African Americans played a significant role in building this country?
No.
How could you? Whoa, okay. All right. Well, do you think white people are better than black people? Let's just get right to it. Do you think white people are better than black people?
Better in the sense that...
What, better in what sense?
I'm about to tell you. In that they create and black people destroy.
Holy crap, dude. Oh, my God. You have black employees. How do they sit here and listen to you peddle this garbage?
It's the truth.
What a garbage perspective, Jesse.
You think black people are better?
There's no way you actually believe this.
So then
there is no way you're honest. You think, as a black man, that white people are better because black people destroy?
In the sense that they build and black people destroy.
Wait, how?
So let me ask you this. I have the proof.
You have the proof?
I have the proof.
Okay.
But have you noticed that white people will allow black people to come into their beautiful neighborhoods? And then the blacks would come, white people would leave, and the blacks, rather than keeping that going, they would destroy it. Have you noticed they tear it down rather than build on it? Have you noticed that?
No, I have not noticed what you're talking about.
You haven't seen statistics on that?
No, I don't know what you're referencing.
I'm
still in awe that you are like a real person who genuinely has this perspective. I thought this was just like Uncle Ruckus in the Boondocks.
No,
like, I thought this wasn't like a real fucking person, a real human being who genuinely has this perspective.
Do you notice that blacks create ghettos?
No, the government, the system creates ghettos.
Who is the system?
The system is capitalism. It's the American political structure that consistently holds not just black people back, but all people back.
Amazing. He's out of control. It is wild, like I said, though. Just think about this. Think about this. We have now gotten to a point where, like, there are more Jesse Lee Petersons than ever. Like, people who agree with his perspectives, people who basically repeat those things. Nothing to do with this video, but Hasan is the biggest. I say what popular bellend there is. Literally not a single opinion of his own. Cope. Do you think Jesse Lee Peterson is one of the top 5 dumbest people on earth? No. Do you want to know why I don't think that? Because he has fans. And those motherfuckers are the dumbest people on earth. Okay? There is someone out there who is way dumber than Jesse Lee Peterson. That is a person who sits there and listens to Jesse Lee Peterson and says, man, this guy's really cooking. Okay? Like, can you imagine? Dune 2 reviews are crazy. Bro, everybody's talking about Dune 2, and I'm over here thinking about doing to you what others have done to me, okay? I stole that from my buddy who tweeted that, or not tweeted that, posted on his Instagram. Doubt you want more debate content right now, but just in case, Melon interviewed a moderate guy about the Kanye Nazi stuff. Okay, hit that. Let's do it. Let's watch that shit. Yeah, I'm doing 2 bitches at the same damn time. Okay. What about doing 2 of Chatter's moms at the same time? That's what I'm talking about, baby. Separate the art from the artist.
You know, that we're living in right now, the political divide that's present at this moment. And
dude, I love this. Okay, typical Kanye fan, by the way. Oh my god, it's awesome.
I think, I don't know, tackling these topics with a lot of aggression and a lot of conviction. I understand where you're coming from. You've been doing this for a long time. I understand it's probably fucking tough for you. Like, I have seen all the haters and all the people.
Listen. I'm not having a tough time. I'm fine.
Okay. Cool.
Is the polarization the problem to sort of like get to the?
Yes, and really let me just finish.
Okay.
Encouraging and doubling down on that polarization, you know, with aggressive comments and even I don't know. Let me read a tweet.
Oh my God, this dude is already coming in hot with the you're the one who's being polarizing for saying a Nazi is a Nazi. That's crazy. Yeah. This person is a Destiny fan? Of course he is. My man, dude, I mean, of course, dude. That's awesome.
Just a tweet you wait. I don't know. I'll just quote it. Like, okay. I don't know what it is.
Just tell me what I said generally. I'll tell you.
When you make a think piece, but you can't think.
Right.
Okay, how should I feel about that?
How should you? Well, I mean, it's definitely making fun of your video. Yeah. I mean, do you want to know why I would say something like that, or?
Okay, sure.
I just feel like you made a lot of terrible points throughout the video. I'm having a hard time sort of seeing how you feel polarization is necessarily the issue here, because, I mean, you've said and contributed to polarization in your video in your own way. I mean, let me just kind of pull this out of the closet and get a little direct here. I mean, this is kind of a different position you're taking here now that we're sort of on stream than you are in the video. In the video, you say very bluntly, the issue, the problem, the greater problem here is that you feel like there is an absolute inability to give shitty people any sort of recognition. Is that the problem that we're kind of facing societally right now that I'm contributing to? We don't give shitty people enough recognition?
No. That's not what I was trying to. That's not the point I was trying to make.
But that's literally the thing that you said is the problem, and those words came out of your mouth.
Those words did come out of my mouth, but well, I'll use this as an example. So you watched the video, right?
No, I watched the whole video multiple times over and wrote notes and pulled it apart.
So you seen the Jordan Peterson segment?
Yeah, I did see that. And if you want to talk about that
What did you think about that? What did you think about that?
What did I think about the Jordan Peterson section? I thought it was kind of flawed. I think while it's true you do acknowledge that he does have shitty opinions on things like trans people, I think you kind of overestimate his abilities as a psychologist and as a self-help guru, maybe due to a lack of exposure to other people who do the same. I don't know. But part of the reason that I think you kind of glommed onto that a little unquestionably is that you adhere to one of his most flawed and awful arguments he's made multiple times later in your video, that why should you be able to make prescriptions on how to make the world a better place when you can't even fix your own life? And we could extract that onto figures that you also mentioned in your video, like MLK, for example, who we can acknowledge was a flawed man, did some bad things. Because of that philandering, because of that bad behavior, should he have then shrunk away from trying to fight for civil rights and fight for causes of racial equality? Because, oh, well, I'm a bad person who does bad things and I have a flawed personality, so I can't try to fight for a greater good. Do you see how that's kind of like a flawed point?
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but I was more so referring to the, regular Twitter user than people who actually have a platform, because I see a lot of the regular Twitter users that even responded to me and attacked me. I see them as just kind of adding fuel to the fire and not really helping in any way.
But the thing is, like, MLK had.
Let me finish.
But wait, MLK had to at one point be just some like regular, average, irrelevant Joe who was still a flawed. He was a flawed person first. We all start off as flawed people. We never start with a platform that we can then do something good with. So he started out as a flawed person. And, just like any other random Twitter user, was somebody who had an idea and a passion and a point of view at one point that he felt was worth fighting for. I get what you're saying, that like a lot of these people may be coming at you on Twitter like irrelevant nobodies, but like not all of them may be forever. And at least a few of them may go on to have a platform and have influence that they sort of have some kind of positive impact with, even if behind the scenes or to some extent they are some kind of flawed person that makes mistakes.
I disagree with that because of the notion that the way MLK, and I'm not very educated, I'm not very educated on this issue. I'm not even from the US, so I'm not completely familiar with all his talking points. But the way he approached the—
Did this motherfucker say MLK's talking points? Like, I'm not familiar with MLK's talking points? Like, MLK's like a fucking commentary YouTube guy? How hard did MLK own his interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas? I'm not aware of. You know what I mean?
understanding and trying to connect even with the racist people, trying to reach them than just like pure attack, fuck you,
what?
Everything you're saying is wrong.
Bro, this guy, dude, God, the fucking smartest Destiny fan on civil rights issues. Like, dog, MLK didn't just not only criticize racist people, he even criticized liberals who are ostensibly or supposedly on the side of racial justice at the time. Also, what the fuck does MLK have to do with Kanye West being a Nazi? I'm so confused here. Like, why are they even talking about MLK at all?
You're a piece of shit.
Oh my lord, dude. Oh my lord, dude. Why are Destiny fans like this? Where do they get the fucking confidence? I live with crippling self-doubt every waking moment of my fucking life. How? How are these guys so goddamn confident in their nonsensical positions that are just purely delusional? Just so little information is trapped up here, and yet they fucking yap.
Person, I think that gets us nowhere. And I think that's been proven in the last couple of years. So that's just the point I'm trying to make. And just to add on my the point I made previously. With the Jordan Peterson book, I mean, the fact that he's not maybe not, possibly, I'm not familiar with this. Maybe he's not a reputable psychologist, okay? And that's
well, I mean, he is on the verge of having his license revoked.
Okay. But the fact is that
what do we have evidence that this guy's a D guy, or did a drama chatter just say it? No, Lil Bear said it as well. And apparently it comes up in the debate halfway through or something.
His book helped me in a major way.
Yeah, which I mean, it could have. I'm not denying that.
And that's fine, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and this, you may not hold this opinion. I'm not conflating you with your fans or anything, but I saw a lot of people saying, like, how can you say that? There's a million other better psychologists than Jordan Peterson. Why would you say that? You can read other books, which is like, I get what you're trying to say, but can I not like acknowledge that something helped me? Can I not be honest about, I don't know, about good experiences I have with certain things? Because
honestly, you should be dishonest about that, because that shit is embarrassing, son. Saying Jordan Peterson saved my life because he told me to clean my fucking room is straight up embarrassing. I'm sure there's people in here right now who also went through their like little right-wing, alt-right arc and probably hold on to similar perspectives. But especially at this stage, like, you should keep that to yourself and never try to use it as a fucking valid argument. You know what I mean? Don't acknowledge it, man. That shit's embarrassing.
They come from a problematic source. Is that what we're doing?
You know, in this specific case, I don't see an issue with it per se, especially since you kind of acknowledge that Jordan Peterson does legitimately have like shitty opinions on certain things. Yeah. Like the greater problem is that, like, Jordan Peterson, I mean, you could look at the man's Twitter account. You could look at his speeches. Right. You could look at where he gets booked and does talks on a regular basis. Like, he's not often paid or brought in to speak to groups of people to address that topic. It's more often to address wokeness. Yeah. It's more often to address trans people. It's more often to address, you know, what he agrees is like, or thinks is like, you know, covert Marxist, you know, whatever the fuck. You know, that is often what he's being booked to discuss. I mean, if anything, if he's still acknowledged as a psychologist and as a self-help guy, it's in order to bolster his legitimacy as a man who can comment on these issues. Because it's like, oh, well, maybe I should consider what this man has to say about all of these topics that he's not educated in, because he's a psychologist.
Your point here being that I'm legitimizing Jordan Peterson in a way, so that also kind of
I think you personally did your due diligence in sort of acknowledging that he is a flawed guy. You know, and that he does not have like uniformly great opinions on everything. I'm not personally blaming you for anything. Okay. Let's just like get that out of the way here. All right. You know, I'm just saying, you know, we don't necessarily, though, you could acknowledge that. You could say, I read the guy's book, and look, a lot of people have who fiercely disagree with him and say, you know what, like, he doesn't really talk about a lot of this stuff in his book, and this is just, you know, a separate thing in his world, and that more or less seems kind of fine. And if he just sort of stuck to this and just focused on this, he would probably be overall, like, in the greater world, a sort of neutral figure.
Bro, the whole Jordan Peterson stuff is so dumb. Because, like, you can argue literally that he brings nothing new to the table in 12 rules. But beyond that, it's such a stupid way to like try to prop up Jordan Peterson. It's basically like saying, it's basically like saying, like, listen, dude, like, I'm not making a moral equivalence between Jordan Peterson and Hitler. Okay, obviously, just want to make sure that you understand that. But it's no different than being like, Hitler made me vegetarian. Okay, really? Maybe you shouldn't mention that. You know what I mean? Just lie.
That people generally found uncontroversial. You know, like nobody's attacking the man. Like, the guy didn't rise to prominence because he had like really hot psychological takes. Like he rose to prominence because he was making a big to-do about, oh, if I don't acknowledge people's pronouns on the college campus, they're going to throw me in jail, and I won't do it. I won't do it. You can't make me do it. That's why he rose to prominence. It's not because he's like.
I don't understand what point you're trying to make here. Like,
well, the point I'm trying to make here is even if he is good at this one thing,
okay,
you know, to an extent, we don't need to then give him his flowers, especially since, you know, at that one thing, he doesn't seem to be the greatest in the world at it. And in addition, wait. Let me finish my point. This is my point. I have two more sentences. He doesn't seem to be the greatest in the world at it. And in addition to that, it doesn't seem to. It doesn't seem to. What I want to say is define the bulk of his influence and impact on the world. Is what I'm saying. When Jordan Peterson is talking, I guarantee you 90% of the time, it has little to do with what is in that fucking book that you read. And it's more on the things that you personally acknowledge make him a shitty human being. Like he makes his living being a shitty human being, not being a self-help guru or a psychologist, which again, he's on the verge of losing his license.
All right, so that's like the 8th sentence. That's cool.
Sorry about that. I lied. I'll readily acknowledge. I'll readily acknowledge that I lied there.
I get it. I like yapping. I'm a yapper too, so I can't even blame you for that. I mean, you just said it's okay for me to say that the book helped me, but are you now saying that it's not okay for me to say that because?
No, you can say it, but the thing is, like, there's a difference between, I think, you know, just kind of personally enjoying something and even just like kind of accepting on a personal level, like, I think this is, you know, something I can kind of separate from him, and something what I do, which is like I criticize things, I analyze things, and then I sort of use my platform to boost and expose those things to other people. You know, like, look, I'm not making an argument here that in regards to Jordan Peterson or, you know, even Vulture.
Bro, that Carnival song is not good enough for this many people to be dick riding a Nazi, okay? Like, it's a good song, but it's not that good. You know what I mean? Are you that fucking starving? Yeet just released a fucking phenomenal banger of an album, and you're sitting here doing tricks on Nazi dick? Like, what the fuck's going on, man? Oh no, the artist did a thought crime. Notice how Ye isn't debating random dudes. Ye clears. This entire community is filled with self-hating debate lovers. Ye better. Oh no, the artist did a thought crime. Shut the fuck up, weeby.
One that is like some kind of grand sin being committed just by virtue of listening to it. I went on my stream and listened to it in front of tens of thousands of people. Like, if that's the argument that I'm making, then I've just literally committed the same sin that I'm accusing other people of.
Of course.
That is not what I'm saying. I'm not like, you know, I'm of like the same opinion of you that one individual person choosing to listen to this record or read a Jordan Peterson work is not like, you know, some kind of greater detriment, you know, to the state of the world or something like that. But I don't think we're doing ourselves any favors by ignoring the idea that actions do have consequences and that, you know, there are potential dangers and downsides to like uncritically praising and platforming things that may be attached to things as dangerous as, like, let's say Nazi ideology, you know?
So you think all those things are attached. So you think it's impossible for me basically to say, okay, I enjoy him as a psychologist, but he's a horrible fucking human being.
Well, I think he himself makes it difficult to unattach them because he uses his psychology background to bolster his shitty opinions on other topics.
Yes, Kokum, absolutely. Even the 12 rules shit. Like, ultimately, Jordan Peterson is a grifter, so he's out just for himself, right? But even the 12 rules and the legitimacy that he got from this bestseller, even though it's like regurgitated self-help nonsense that you can find anywhere else, the reality is, like, he uses that to bolster his credibility, and he even reinforces his like objectivist, weird, reactionary worldview within that framework as well. That's it. Jordan Peterson uses 12 rules to also reaffirm that very same narrative through a totally different avenue of self-help. An avenue that has, obviously, the most gullible, or rather the most desperate people, which makes it even more nefarious. Because the reality of the matter is, the people that are looking for self-help are oftentimes in need of help. It's a self-selecting audience. It's a self-selecting audience of people who are the most malleable in many instances. So it makes it even more nefarious, in my opinion. It's the same shit with people saying Tate is good because he tells people to work out. Exactly. At a certain point, you have to recognize, so you're saying he has malicious intent behind his work? I mean, the intent is not, the intent is malicious, yes. But it's also not even intent at this point. It's like pretty obvious. If you pay even a little bit of attention to Jordan Peterson, you will recognize he doesn't really hide it, you know? Malicious intent almost feels like there's something that he's trying to hide here. When I think there was in the early stages of his career, the intent to try and hide the perspectives that he truly held on to, or his like political associations that he would definitely hide. He routinely said he's not a conservative, right? Many of you probably don't even remember that, but it is so obvious. I mean, I had to do an entire video talking about how Jordan Peterson is a right-wing conservative when I was at the Young Turks, and every single person was fucking cooking my ass back then because they were massive dick riders of Jordan Peterson. If you want to see a fucking truly prescient YouTube video that I made, go back and find my Jordan Peterson is not a right-winger YouTube video that I made. Like from many, many years ago at the Young Turks. What is the problem with him being politically right? Chatter, you might be lost in the sauce here, but this is a community that finds reactionary propaganda to be abhorrent. It's immoral and it's abhorrent. Like, being right-wing is just basically claiming that you are fine with being politically in the wrong, morally in the wrong. Yeah.
What do you think?
Jordan Peterson is not a conservative transphobe. This is another, we're playing a lot of my older hits here today. Watching Hasan's TYT vids remind me of 90s news anchors. This video didn't age well. Wait, what? Wow, way to lose viewers instantly, man. Later.
Think of the things that people, and I'm especially thinking of your opponents, get wrong about you.
Their basic proposition is that, you know, first of all, that I'm a right-winger of some sort, and that's just not the case.
Hi guys, just want to remind you all that Jordan Peterson is not a socially conservative lifestyle guru, and he certainly isn't white Deepak Chopra taking advantage of men who feel alienated in our increasingly divided hell world. And you know what? In this short video essay, I will prove that to you. There are plenty of other things I'd love to talk about Peterson, but it would never fit in the format of just one video. So if you have any additional questions or tell me how much I suck, you can direct them to me directly at twitch.tv/HasanAbi, where I'm live every day, or on my Instagram at HasanDPiker, or my Twitter at HasanTheHun. But first, let's listen to some of the things Jordan Peterson said in this Breitbart exclusive from a conference where he was the guest speaker alongside many of these other non-ideologue individuals like Sebastian Gorka and Dennis Prager and Tucker Carlson. Here he is with Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump Jr., Kimberly Guilfoyle, and even Jack Pizzagate Posobiec. Not a conservative, by the way, just not a conservative.
I think it's partly also a consequence of the fact that we haven't adapted to the birth control pill yet. You know, it was a major technological revolution, the birth control pill, and it's only been 50 years. And we haven't figured out what it means for women to have control over the reproductive function, or what the consequences what the consequences of that should be socially.
Now, Jordan has a lot of wacky ideas about women in the workplace, but that's for another video. In this video, I want to talk about his perspective on trans rights, because that's a big point of contention for a lot of people, including feminist liberal TERFs, or for those of you who are not extremely online, trans exclusionary radical feminists, basically people who say like this.
I'm not saying that people should not be allowed to go through that procedure. What I'm saying is it doesn't make them a woman.
But Hasan, you said he was conservative, and this person's a liberal, and they're in agreement. Yeah, that's also for another video. Okay, back to Peterson. Jordan Peterson initially made a name for himself by misrepresenting Bill C-16 in Canada, which expanded previous legislation on hate speech to include gender identity, in accordance with international human rights. And of course, the backlash was tremendous. People started praising Dr. Peterson as a brave truth teller, finally standing up against those trans bastards who dared to ask for equal rights. And of course, then there were a lot of radical ideologues who claimed that I, Dr. Jordan Peterson, was transphobic. They were all somehow taking me out of context. Look, I'm not against trans people existing. I'm just against being compelled to call someone by a pronoun other than what I think they should be called.
Why are you against the use of alternate pronouns?
I'm against the use of legislation to determine what words that myself and other people are required to utter.
Except the Canadian Bar Association expressly mentions that this is simply a mischaracterization of the law, which is probably why 0 people have gone to jail over misgender crimes in Canada. But what do I know?
I think I've made my position on that clear already. Well, perhaps not to our audience at home who are just being introduced to this. Would you use alternate pronouns? And why not? Because I don't believe that other people have the right to determine what language I use, especially when it's backed by punitive legislation. And when the words that are being required are the constructions, they're artificial constructions of people I regard as radical ideologues whose viewpoint I do not share.
I mean, Peterson's being totally reasonable here, right? Like if a person told me their name was John, I might refuse to call them that because I think their name is actually Bart. Sorry, Bart, you can't compel me to call you anything else. This assignment is totally not arbitrary. Just like gender is totally not a social construct. All men have to express themselves in this traditionally masculine, Western sense, and I've never cared to research how other cultures view gender. Sorry, not going to do it. Someone with less bone density than myself, for example, who can't grow body hair, facial hair, who is 5'4", maybe has a higher pitch, is now going to be considered a woman since gender is absolutely binary. Take that, Jen Shapiro. She is pretty hot, though. But speaking of gender identity and how it absolutely is not functional if we were to live by Jordan Peterson's rules, let's...
I've been making this joke for some time now, as you guys know. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like I materialized Brett Cooper. Like I basically invented her in my mind, and this figment of my imagination became like in a secret style, you know what I mean? Like The Secret, I manifested Fem Shabiro, also known as Brett Cooper, and I don't know how to feel about that.
Let's play a little experiment. What pronouns would you use for this person? What pronouns would you use for this person? Well, how about this person? Or even this beautiful MAGA broad? Or this person whose YouTube channel you should absolutely watch because she's amazing even though she doesn't reply to my DMs on Twitter. Like, imagine meeting up with Valentina Sampaio at a restaurant. How would you point her out? Dr. Peterson claims he called them by the pronoun assigned to them at birth, which is literally insane. For those of you who didn't get the point that I was making, every single person I just showed you are very famous trans people. But yeah, this is totally about free speech and not because Jordan Peterson is a transphobe or whatever.
Do you think a trans woman is a woman?
No.
Oh, so that's why he was refusing to do that. I mean, this is a principled academic philosopher king. We're probably taking him out of context. I'm sure he has reasons. Give us your reasons, Dr. Peterson.
Why not?
Because I think that women are capable, generally speaking, of having babies, and they have female genitalia, and they have an XX chromosome, and I think the biological markers are relevant.
Okay. First off, Buck Angel has XX chromosomes and female genitalia, so I'd be hard-pressed for Dr.
To be fair, at the time, he did.
Peterson to point out to him in a crowd and try to get others to identify him as a woman since all of those standards apply to old Buck. Also, are we no longer considering girls who haven't had their first periods women? What about women who have gone
This is also pre Buck Angel becoming like weirdly reactionary.
Gone through menopause. Sorry, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, you're no longer a woman. I will be referring to you as a male now. Do you see my point? Socially speaking, the reality is that we make assumptions about gender from visual
And
cues
Ruth Bader Ginsburg? God damn, dude. Ruth Conda forever. R.I.P.
not off of chromosomes. Yet the leading champion of the
This is also pre-TYT becoming weirdly reactionary. Yeah, this is... When I was at TYT, TYT did not have a reactionary bone in its body. As a matter of fact, it was notorious for having so many people that leave TYT that become reactionary, like the Dave Rubins and the fucking Jimmy Dores of the world. Actually, back then, Jimmy Dore wasn't still as bad. Nowhere near as bad. Even post leaving TYT. This is like... It's so strange. I mean, look, Emma is a TYT alumnus. I am as well. There are some there, like, you know, John Idarola, great guy. I know his opinion probably hasn't shifted. I haven't really seen much of his new stuff, but I suspect that he probably is still he probably still has his own perspective and will regularly duke it out with Jank and Anna as well. I will I'll say the thing I'll say the same thing as like for my friend Rick Strom as well. So there are still people at TYT that don't have like weird opinions on a lot of these issues, right? Oh, Franny Fio, another illustrious alumni. Exactly. There's good and there's bad. I had no idea Emma V was a TYT alum. Did you guys work together? Yes, we did.
scientific argument constantly conflates biological gender with the contextual assignment of gender we apply socially every day. But even on the biological front, Peterson's principled analysis falls short, since there are plenty of people who'd be considered intersex, specifically 1.7% of the world's population. In context, by the way, if you want to say that, well, that's a tiny minority of people who gives a well, you're a douchebag. Also, that number is higher than the number of Jewish people on this planet. Okay, have you made it up to this point? Now, here are some personal opinions that I have that will most likely piss off some people who considered me an ally up to this point. So if you're deep into gender theory, this might upset you, and if you're a trans person, you might think I'm excusing transphobia, so there it is, I'm issuing a trigger warning. Are we alone yet? Okay, I get why this concept is terrifyingly alien to so many people, okay? This is partially due to centuries of oppression, lack of medical advances, the Nazis setting back trans research by centuries with their book burnings, and in this day and age, a lack of representation in media. I get it. It's already difficult enough to defend your worldview on things that you barely understand, like complex political theories, but changing your mind on something as concrete as gender that you've been conditioned into thinking about in a binary way requires tremendous amounts of introspection. So here is my olive branch to those who haven't had to think about this until now. Trans women are women, and trans men are men. So while I understand that your only introduction to trans folk has probably been hysterical college freshmen on YouTube compilations screaming at your intellectual daddy, there's more to it than that. There are plenty of brilliant trans men and women who are more informed on this subject than myself, and I highly suggest you take a look at their work, especially ones that immediately come to mind right now are ContraPoints, and I already mentioned her in the video, and my esteemed moderator, IzzyBear713 on Twitch, who you can literally ask questions directly about trans issues and activism, live on her Twitch. I'm Hasan Piker. If this video opened your mind a little bit, please share it with your friends, and don't forget to like it.
Anyway, not everything age is good, you know, but listen. I wish I came across this video back in my transphobe days. I was super supportive of Jordan during this time. I've been cooking up these fucking arguments for years. One of my most prescient YouTube videos. How does this age badly? Only difference is that you look much younger. Wait, really? I look much younger here? What the fuck? Anyway, look, listen. Listen. The point is, I'm right, and I've been right, and I will continue to be right, no matter what my fucking interlocutors say, no matter what my haters say. I'm fucking right. I was right back then. Suck my dick from the back, bitches. And if you want to be fucking right, then subscribe at the top of the hour, because you will be wrong if you think that there is no 3-minute ad break coming for you. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, baby. For $5 or for free. That's right. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay, all jokes aside, I will stand on one thing. I will stand on this business. I'm not like Nostradamus, okay? I can't predict the fucking future. But I do find myself on the right side of history more often than I find myself on the wrong side of history. So you should remember that. There is a reason why I have so many goddamn videos that you can point to over the course of the past 10 years where everything that I'm saying I have repeated. When I had no audience whatsoever, as a matter of fact. When I had no money whatsoever, as a matter of fact. Okay, I really need to know more about your Contra simping. What do you mean? I love Contra points. She's a friend of mine. And I've had her on TYT before. Let's continue.
He himself uses that as a platform to make his opinions seem more valid than they are. Jordan Peterson himself is making the detachment difficult. It's not me doing that, it's him.
Yeah, okay, but the point I made in the video specifically, my words were, not that we should do that, but that I should be able to say that. It was, I don't know, I should be able to say that I like Jordan Peterson as a psychologist. I should be able to say that Kanye is a generational artist without getting a flurry of eye rolls and, you know, and sighs.
I love this take. Here's why. You're fucking whining about people understandably reacting to you in a negative way because a person cannot be compartmentalized in this way, especially when they're not like really fucking good at what they do. It is the exact same sentiment expressed towards Andrew Tate. Oh, dude, I should be able to not get any fucking eye rolls when I say Andrew Tate is a good, positive male role model when it comes to telling men to work out. It's also not only intellectually lazy, but it is not only intellectually lazy, but it's also profoundly entitled. Oh man, the peak of this is the peak of like unjust actions in modern society is when people roll their fucking eyes at me for saying I like Jordan Peterson's book. Oh man, I'm so sorry that people are rolling their eyes at you, dog. Damn, okay. I'll make sure to get on that. I'll stop people from receiving you in a certain way. Like, why would anybody Why would anybody owe you more understanding in that circumstance when you yourself are demonstrating that you find the good in a person that is like otherwise very bad? Separate the art from the artist, sir, please. I don't understand. Oh, it's really fucked up that people are, you know, rolling their eyes at me when I say I love R. Kelly.
In response, that was my point. You know, that you shouldn't receive judgment simply for enjoying something. And just to add on, wait, hold on, let me finish my point. Just to add on to that, I think even if we were to entertain the fact that it's okay to judge people for that, I don't think it's productive in any way or sense to what you're trying to do, to what I'm trying to do, to where we're trying to get politically and socially as a fucking society. I don't think it's effective in any way. And I think that's been proven these past couple of years. I don't think, I'm just going to get to the nitty gritty of things. I don't think deplatforming is an effective way of doing things.
And I'm not of the opinion that like any number of words that I could say in any YouTube video would like end Kanye's career or deplatform him.
Okay. But that is sort of, I mean, I'm with Jordan Peterson specifically, that is sort of what you're advocating for, right? Like there's no need to legitimize his psychological background. He's a shitty person.
Wait, saying Jordan Peterson's psychological background is like kind of ass cheeks, or saying that Jordan Peterson wrote a shitty ass book that isn't all that significant in the grand scheme of things, and it's just basic rehashed self-help nonsense, is not an advocacy for deplatforming Jordan Peterson. You are the one who is making that assessment. You're saying like, oh, you're just advocating to deplatform. It's like, what do you want? Does platforming in your mind, or just allowing someone to have a platform in your mind, simply imply that you think that their takes should go unquestioned, that you can't fucking criticize them? This, no matter how liberal this person sees himself to be, is inherently reactionary thinking. In the mind of the reactionary, they have a sense of entitlement. Okay? He might be a liberal. He might even be fucking progressive. But right now, in this very moment, he is operating with a reactionary framework. The notion that, oh, if you criticize me, that means you want me deplatformed. You want me to die. If you criticize me, that means that you want me to be censored. You should not criticize me. That's censorship. Okay? Well, you're technically quite literally asking to censor criticisms. That's what you're doing at that point.
Person, let's just like completely fuck him, basically, right? Fuck whatever he does. That's deplatforming in a sense, right?
No, I'm not saying like fuck whatever he does. If he decided tomorrow that he was going to stop making a living off of lying about and debasing trans people and just focus on the psychology stuff, to whatever extent people enjoy that or get something out of it, that would be fine. I wouldn't really have a problem with that.
I think you're conflating. I didn't just focus on his psychology stuff.
No, I know. You're asking me a personal question as to whether or not I want him deplatformed, or whether or not I think we should throw everything away.
Sure. Should you want him deplatformed?
Deplatformed from what? Like Twitter?
Twitter.
I mean, I think he's, I guess, allowed to be on Twitter as according to the TOS. You know, I don't really know what you think my argument is. Like, I'm not saying that like Jordan Peterson should be prevented from speaking his mind. What I'm saying,
yeah, he made such a dumb fucking argument. Sorry, I just saw something so funny. God, Alex. He said something so stupid. Alex Press just texted me in that moment. He said something so fucking stupid that like Anthony Fantano couldn't even fully grasp what he was saying. Like, he basically is, whether he recognizes that he's doing this or not doesn't matter. What his output here is, okay, regardless of the intent, criticism of a person's work that I personally like equals advocacy for deplatforming equals censorship. And that is a ridiculous argument to make.
Saying is like,
that's not what Anthony Fantano is saying or doing.
Look, he's giving really dumbass opinions and there's going to be consequences for that. People are going to react negatively. People are going to turn off. People are going to be unhappy with the things that he's saying. There are going to be companies and corporations that you need in order to spread your message out there and put it on this platform, put it on that platform, that may not want to work with you because of the fact that it ends up being a bad look. Like, that's just consequences for the things that you say. Like, when we're talking about widespread deplatforming on every level that you possibly could, I couldn't really imagine anything other than like the government stepping in to sort of actually make that happen. And I'm not advocating for that.
Whoa, no, I don't mean that kind of deplatforming. I mean kind of.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is like that's
with Andrew Tate, for reference. What happened with Andrew Tate? He got deplatformed off everything, and his stature grew.
What do you mean, dog? He's still fucking on Twitter, and no, his stature absolutely did not grow. What the fuck? Wait, okay, bro. Two things. One, deplatforming does work. Okay, if it didn't, then people wouldn't be fucking complaining about it all the time. Shut the fuck up. Of course it works. Okay? It does. Look at Milo Yiannopoulos. Look at Andrew Tate in the areas that he did actually get fucking deplatformed. I guess. Like Romanian police. In a way, being deplatformed. In a way, the Romanian police is doing a deplatforming of Andrew Tate. Alex Jones is another person who's like prominent. Tucker Carlson, he didn't technically get deplatformed, he just got fired. But like, yes, you are losing a massive avenue of relevance, okay? So it does work in that regard. And I think there should be a pretty high standard for who gets deplatformed, okay? There should be a pretty high standard for that. But having said all of that, the notion that like deplatforming doesn't work is silly, or depending on who you're talking about, many of the people that you're complaining about being deplatformed don't even actually get fully deplatformed.
He became sort of a martyr for the Red Wing, Piers Morgan, whatever, like Ben Shapiro, everybody talking about him. His popularity rose more than ever because...
Dude, yeah, because he didn't get deplatformed fully. What are you talking about? That's exactly what you're... If you get deplatformed, that means like Ben Shapiro's not having you on his show, or Piers Morgan is not having you on his show. You become like genuinely a toxic person, a toxic brand that people do not want to associate with. You can't say this person got deplatformed and then simultaneously talk about the platforming that occurred right after.
That was his main talking point for a long while. He was like, hey, I'm banned from everywhere. They don't want to hear what I'm saying.
Where was he saying this? On a fucking platform? What is happening here?
Like the higher ups banned me from saying this because they don't want you to hear this. You know, it gave them validity in a sense to the ignorant people on the other side. And I think the thing here is that we're on the same side here. Okay. Even though I hate using sides as in my terminology, but I think we want the same thing, but I think we just have different ways of dealing with ignorant people, and I don't know, tackling that issue.
I don't know if what you're saying here holds completely true, because the thing is, like, provably a guy like Alex Jones, for example, who due to his actions and his words has been pulled from everywhere, sued into the Stone Age, and, basically like his influence dampened in every way that it possibly could. That has provably, made him a bit of a weird, obscure-ish meme folk hero among some conspiratorial psychos on the internet, but arguably he has way less influence now than he ever did. So, I mean, wouldn't that be an example of like platforming working and ultimately serving a greater good, since now he's no longer able to as effectively turn his audience on people whose children have been killed and force them to move from house to house to house to house because they're being threatened because they think that they're playing into some kind of weird government plot to have their guns taken away or something.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I completely disagree with you in the sense that I think I used this analogy. I did use this analogy in the video. How your police force tackles things. It's sort of like trying to put a Band-Aid on a fucking decapitated head, you know, just ignoring all the core problems and just trying to patch up these singular individuals.
No, that's not the proper analogy, dude. The proper analogy is like a hammer to a nail. When you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. That's like, what the fuck? The analogy that he's using in this situation is wrong because like police force use brute force to tackle every problem. The Band-Aid is not the proper analogy. A Band-Aid to a decapitated head or a gaping wound analogy would basically... No, I know he said American cops are bad. He's, I think, Canadian. The analogy that he's using would be used if like American cops actually didn't do the right thing. American cops, you know, moved in the right direction, but did not apply enough force. Okay? That's the Band-Aid analogy. The Band-Aid means that you are trying to fix the problem, and yet you are inept, and you are not fixing the problem entirely. The analogy is more commonly known as a Band-Aid on a bullet wound and means what it sounds like. No, exactly. But regardless, it doesn't matter.
When in reality, there's still demand for this type of content, okay? It may not be Alex Jones, but another...
The reason why you deplatform people is not because you want to go, la, 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 I can't hear you, there's no demand for this. The reason why deplatforming works, as a matter of fact, and the reason why it happens is so that the person that has been deplatformed cannot reach an even broader, even larger audience. That's it. And on that front, you absolutely do cut that.
Alex Jones is going to rise up because that demand is still there. You can't just erase that demand, no matter how many individuals you suppress or erase off the planet of this earth. People are still going to need that. They're still going to seek out.
Yes, that's precisely the reason why, because there's always going to be demand for it. You're trying to limit the avenues of entry. Here, he's Canadian. A question I would ask him is, do you like gun control in your country in comparison to the United States of America? Now, 99% of Canadians, unless they're fucking Albertan and like America dick riders, will say, I do agree with that. To which the second question I would ask him, okay, would be, well, if you like Canadian gun laws, but you also simultaneously must recognize that, you know, there's still gun violence in Canada. To which he would say, yes, there is. Okay, great. What do you think the gun laws do, though? The gun laws are not supposed to completely eradicate gun violence. The gun laws are there so that you greatly limit the propensity and the frequency of gun violence. That's the reason why you have gun laws. It's the same principle behind deplatforming. Deplatforming is not supposed to eradicate the need or interest that people have in reactionary content, in like Nazi commentary or whatnot. It's there so that it is not as easily accessible and it doesn't continue growing. That's a good way to describe this. That's a good way to analogize it to a Canadian, because a Canadian almost always is going to agree that like Canada's gun laws are better.
Out that type of content. And there'll be other figures in no time providing the same type of content, spewing the same kind of ignorant rhetoric, and nothing is going to change.
I mean,
Because we're
provably nobody has risen in Alex Jones's place that is quite as unhinged at this point. In fact, I mean, I don't disagree that there's no shortage of conspiratorial content out there, but a lot of those people that make that same stuff, whether you want to say like, you know, and I don't think they're on exactly the same level. This is not my point. You know, you could say Russell Brand.
Stop sending me a Vimeo link about the LAPD blowing up a fucking housing block. I'm banning you for an hour. We're not doing that.
You could say Joe Rogan, you could say Andrew Tate. Like, even they understand to an extent there is a third rail due to Alex Jones that you should not be touching. You know, because Alex,
third rail? I don't understand. Sorry.
like obviously Alex Jones like went too far with what he was doing with his rhetoric, with the defamation, with the lying, with the accusations, with the completely unfounded and unprovable lying. And what I'm saying here is like, clearly he has stood as an example and hasn't been completely replaced in the sort of damage in the sort of damage level. Well, okay. Well,
what about Nick Fuentes?
Nick Fuentes is far, like multiple leagues more obscure than Alex Jones is right now, and will, you know, from what.
That's crazy. I wonder why the Destiny fan immediately brought up a random irrelevant Nazi. A random irrelevant Nazi that is aligned with Kanye West, or was aligned with Kanye West, that literally gained prominence and even met with Donald Trump for a little bit. I wonder why he is so aware of this guy.
What we can see.
It's quite literally platforming. That's the point I'm trying to make. That is like, there's a reason why I don't fucking debate that clown ass, okay? There is no reason to debate him. There's certainly no reason to bring him to your fucking house and feed him chicken and waffles and do IRL streams side by side as you laugh, because all you do in that situation is you benefit their platform. You might destroy their opinions in the marketplace of ideas, but there's a fucking reason why every dumbass in your goddamn subreddit thinks like I'm a worse influence on American politics than Nick motherfucking Fuentes, Destiny, because you aligned with him and you were friendly and jovial with him until he tried to deplatform you, in which case you, of course, in the most like self-protecting interest, in the selfish egoist attitude, you demonstrated only then a little bit of fucking resilience, a little bit of resistance towards someone like Nick Fuentes, but the attitude's still there. That's what happens. That's what happens when you fucking have Sam Hyde on your show and talk to him about killing me. Your fans inevitably become fans of Sam Hyde because you're aligning with him. Same with Nick Fuentes. The more you sleep in bed with these Nazis, the more your community starts stinking like Nazis. Don't platform these fucking pieces of shit. That's the point. Not that anyone in his fucking community actually cares about, you know, platforming any of these people, but
due to how
Is that
noxious. Yeah, Nick Fuentes is nowhere near as big as Alex Jones used to be at his YouTube peak.
Okay, used to be at his YouTube peak, but when he was
dude, stop hyper HD disabled. Stop. Don't ask dumb questions.
Like when Alex Jones was still platformed and allowed everywhere.
Well, okay. Right. But when was he deplatformed exactly?
That's not really relevant to the conversation. Look, here's the thing.
I think no, wait, hold on. I think it is because recently we've seen a huge uprise in like red pill content, Sneeko, I don't know, Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes. That might be it's not a.
Yeah, dog, what the fuck are you talking about? They literally use their prominent platforms to do red pill kind of content. Yes. And then there was a specific platform that was created for said kind of content. You're a fan of Destiny. You probably watch him on Kick. That's the fucking platform for the red pill content. That's where they all go when they get deplatformed. There's no consistency in this dude's attitude, I feel like.
Not a coincidence, right?
Sorry, fucking, what's his face? Sneeko went to Rumble, not Kick, but, you know, same shit, basically.
There was a need for that. maybe that need was previously fulfilled by Alex Jones and it needed to just be fulfilled by someone else. And then you have this huge movement of ignorance. And yeah, you have to tackle that.
Look, I'm not saying that there's like not parallels, you know, between Alex Jones and those worlds. But when Alex Jones was at his peak, he was saying incredibly heinous things, spouting,
I agree.
spouting
it's on a different level.
absolutely insane, you know, conspiracies that again landed him in court. And he had a massive YouTube channel, a massive podcast, like a massive following, and just allowing that to kind of quietly fester rather than actually challenging it would have long term had more negative effects than good.
Make sure to clarify that you aren't talking about Melon platform people and you're talking about Destiny. Yeah, obviously. Melon is the man. I love Melon.
And on top of that, you know, to kind of rewind on an argument that you were making earlier, and I'm not going to bring up a hypothetical here because I would have to absolutely get, you know, vile and disgusting to do so. But just because there's a demand for a certain type of content, and I think we can, without sort of like.
Anyway, this is why he should have brought up the gun point. Okay, this is why he should have brought up the motherfucking gun point, dog. That's it. You should have been like, you know, it's not going to solve all gun violence, but the point is not to solve all gun violence. That's virtually impossible. The point is to make it less accessible. That's why there are major disparities in the way that Americans experience gun violence, the frequency of gun violence, versus the Canadian population and their tendency to be victims of gun violence.
Spelling it out, imagine how bad this hypothetical could get. Just because there's a demand for a certain kind of content doesn't mean that economically and commercially we should satisfy it. Like, I'm sure I don't need to spell it out to say what kinds of disgusting, abusive, sick, and twisted and depraved types of content there are probably some psychos out there who would demand if they had the freedom and ability to demand and consume it. But just because that demand is there doesn't mean that we should try to satisfy it as a society.
You see, we should try to satisfy it. I mean, that's a very idealistic thing of way of viewing things.
No, it's not idealistic. How you portrayed it is kind of in a very...
I don't think we should do it as a society either, but we've seen it time and time again. Certain individuals...
No, okay, well, let me be a little bit bolder about it. I think we should actively discourage the creation of certain types of content.
We do that, though, and it doesn't work.
Okay, no, it does work because there are certain types of content that are illegal that would proliferate much more greatly. And
why is Hasan always assaulting a salad when I turn back to the stream? What do you, bro? I'm not even eating right now. This guy's like fantasizing about me eating. Me and my homies shooting hoops, so Anthony Fantano's here. The fuck?
in ways that you couldn't even imagine if we just allowed it to flow out with no boundaries, no limitations, nothing.
Not to get all debate lordy here, but like this is literally what this guy is making is an argument for CP, basically. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a demand for that kind of content. Okay. There is a demand for CP. Should we allow websites to not regulate it?
I'm not saying no boundary. That's not, my point is not no boundaries.
Hey,
my point is holding people accountable.
Chill.
Without like completely, I don't know, separating the two. Like just, I don't even know how to say this, man. It's just like, I don't like the aggression because the sides get more polarized. And all right, I'm sorry. Wait. I need to regroup. The point I wanted to make and the example I wanted to use specifically was I don't know if you've seen recently that documentary on that Kick streamer, that like heinous, disgusting guy.
Yeah, the guy who was basically collecting pictures of teenage girls naked.
So yeah, it's horrible that he has a platform to do that, but why does Kick even exist? We have to go back. Twitch as a platform was extremely aggressive with like all their policies and enforcing, you know, politically correct rules, which is, I think it's cool, but what's happening?
Dude, okay, serious. This is a serious question. Why do Destiny's fan base, like this dude who's talking to Anthony Fantano right now, why do they think they're progressive? Do they not realize that every fucking argument they make is like damn near identical to right-wing arguments from, I don't know, 2014, 2015, 2016, when like all of his fan base, including Destiny, before he like turned into a progressive supposedly for a brief moment, were already like firmly within the alt-right? Like these guys basically got de-radicalized from the alt-right supposedly, became Destiny fans, and then slowly but surely seeped back into that exact same fucking framework. I don't even think they realize it, though. I don't think they recognize it personally. I think they genuinely do think they're progressive. This guy is progressive. Look at him. He's shitting on Kick, which he should be. That part is very valid, right? But it makes no sense to be like, I'm a progressive guy, I hate Kick, but also Kick exists because Twitch was too woke and too SJW, and that's why they fucking created. That's why they created Kick.
Happened and what sort of happened and you know, as a result of that is you get this disgusting, heinous counterculture of Kick, of Rumble. You have these platforms who will enable people who behave like that, will enable people who say problematic things. And now, like, when otherwise you could have controlled that type of behavior, now it's just completely loose. It's just completely out of control. So I see that.
No, wait, I'm not.
Let me finish.
I'm not following you.
I see that streamer as a direct result of that.
I really don't get what you're saying.
That's such a dumb argument. Yeah, that streamer should have fucking stayed on Twitch and should have grown even more prominent with his pedophilia. You know, because if there was no Kick, that streamer would be streaming on Twitch or YouTube. Like what?
Are you saying that if he was allowed on Twitch, he would be able to be more easily controlled or something?
No, I'm saying because of Twitch's aggression and like draconian rules when it comes to like not saying anything problematic.
But he's not just simply saying problematic things. He's collecting what is effectively CP and posting it on a Discord.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have been allowed to do that on Twitch.
But he's simultaneously fucking saying Twitch's woke policies created Kick. What is it, bro? Do you want there to be woke policies like anti-CP policies? Is this simply a matter of disagreement between what policies you think should be allowed? That's crazy. This is such a bad argument, man. This is like the domino thing, you know, like that meme of like you drop the small domino and then the big one falls. But he's doing that for CP. What the fuck? He's like, Twitch bans unregulated online crypto gambling casinos. And then at the end of it, the largest domino is like, random fucking streamer at kick.tv is collecting child pornography. How did we get here? Don't worry about it.
Have they been less aggressive with their pursuit of justice? The point I'm trying to make is that Twitch would still be the predominant streaming platform if there wasn't so many people fed up with their fucking...
I mean, they're still technically the predominant streaming platform from what I understand.
Technically, but Kick is a big problem. We can agree on that, right? We're not going to pretend like we disagree on that.
Yeah, but it's not a problem that doesn't exist because Twitch has rules.
I see that directly. I mean, what's his name? Trainwrecks TV?
Bro, it's so funny where he's like, on the one hand, he literally is saying, I think you can reason with this guy. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't think he's coming across as like not the worst person ever. It's the worst time for me to say this. Okay. I think that you could like talk this dude down and explain to him why he's wrong, and maybe he'll be more understanding. I think he comes across a little bit misguided and not like unhinged. Okay. Or maybe I'm a fucking idiot who always thinks that you can reason with anyone and everyone, which is why I try to reason with like gray names on their 7,000 sock account in here saying the same exact nonsensical bullshit. However, the point he's trying to make here is a ridiculous one. That's number one. If he wasn't in front of an audience and if it was a private conversation, I agree. The notion that like this dude here, let me take it all back for a second. He's advocating against deplatforming while simultaneously talking about the issues of replatforming. Do you understand? Like, it's not deplatforming that created Kick. You can't make that argument. Especially when you ostensibly are not pro CP or pro the collection of child pornography like this one Kick streamer was doing. And therefore, you would probably demand, understandably, to ban that person from Twitch as well.
TV. The reason he's the founder of Kick. The reason he even started Kick was because he was banned off Twitch, and he saw that as a direct opportunity. You know, fuck, there's so many people that have been banned over realistically small stuff, not
okay.
major stuff.
Okay,
Let me
no,
finish.
I'm stopping you because it's an awful point. It's an awful point, and people in the chat are fucking cringing at what you're saying, bro. Listen,
I don't care what people think.
No, you should. This is a point where you listen. I'm stopping you before. I'm stopping you before you harm yourself because
he's right. By the way, he's smart to fucking stop him because this dude is making an argument that's unironically coming across really fucking bad for him.
You know, yeah, I think self-harm is against TOS on Twitch. Listen,
also Trainwrecks isn't even banned on Twitch, man.
Just because we know for a fact that the way that the economy on the internet works today and what's allowed and what's not allowed, just because we know for a fact the fact that we don't allow the purchase and sale of certain things in what you would call like, you know, a white market. You know, just because we don't
purchase and sale of what thing? Like child pornography? Is that what you're referring to?
That could be one thing, or black tar heroin, or slaves,
No,
or
that's not what I'm
illegal
saying.
weaponry.
I'm not talking about directly.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Opinions.
You're not even listening to me finish my point. Just because we know the fact that we don't allow that in sort of like, you know, the regular markets on the internet, so on and so forth, and as a result of that, that pushes the sale and purchase of that stuff down into the dark web. Just because we know it creates a black market of sorts around that kind of stuff, around that kind of whatever you want to buy, whatever you want to purchase. Just because we know that exists doesn't mean that we should just start taking a softer approach with it in general society. Because, well, it's going to exist anyway down there in obscurity on the dark web. So we might as well just be like open to it generally because it's going to exist anyway. You're completely ignoring the fact that there is potentially a sliding scale of exposure that goes on between just rejecting it and making it illegal to an extent and just allowing it to flow unquestionably. Like
I'm talking about the marketplace of ideas, though. I'm not talking about like black tar heroin, or it's a completely different.
No. It's not just the marketplace of ideas, because you're talking about a guy who makes a name for himself on Twitch, effectively creating a CP subscription service on his Discord.
Who? The guy on Kick?
Yes, the guy on Kick who we talked about.
I'm not
There's a little documentary.
Him specifically, he would be heinous anywhere.
But you specifically brought him up as an example. How are you not talking about?
Why did you bring him up then? That makes no sense. You're the one who brought him up because you thought it was a good point to bring about. That like you tried to make an argument that Twitch created him, okay, by having aggressive terms of service. Because aggressive terms of service somehow created Kick. And then that guy found a place to do his shit at Kick. The real argument here should be Kick should also have aggressive terms of service. Not that Twitch created the pedophile dude.
him specifically.
I use them
like
as
if your goal here is, if you have like a consistent moral through line in this debate, then you can't have a grudge against Twitch in this circumstance, which you, I assume, recognize is doing the right thing and banning the child pornography guy.
an example because of the ripple effects of Kick existing, of train wrecks transferring over to Kick, making Kick. That's the reason he was.
Kick existing is another point for replatforming. People that get deplatformed now have secondary markets where they are replatformed. So the problem should be not that those secondary, like this person's argument literally doesn't make sense. If you are consistent, then you shouldn't be advocating against deplatforming. You should be advocating against replatforming. You should be advocating for more deplatforming. You should be advocating for Kick to not exist then. Not that it's really fucked up that Twitch is banning too many people. That's so dumb. What are you saying? You're like, I'm against deplatforming because people then go and replatform the people that were deplatformed. It's like, no, if you're on the side of being against child pornography, you should be advocating for more deplatforming, not less in this situation.
Was even enabled to do that. If Twitch was a little bit more lenient with their approach of I don't know, banning certain ideas that didn't align completely with, like, I don't know, leftist ideology, he wouldn't have been enabled to do that. He wouldn't have a platform as large as Kick.
Bro's just mad that Destiny's bad. Yeah, 100%. It's got to be the reason why he's like bringing it up like this, and is completely oblivious, much like many Destiny fans are, to the actual facts of the matter. Ironic because, you know, you're supposed to be this fucking super brilliant debate lord guy here. Trainwrecks is not banned on Twitch.
Like he does right now, which is, by the way, not in the dark web. Kick is a large platform.
No, I know it's not in the dark web. I'm not saying it is.
And because of the ripple effects of that aggression, of that pursuit for justice, which you are participating in too, we now have this platform which enables people like him and other problematic people to do whatever they want without.
I haven't watched this guy's video. This is more entertaining than watching his video, in my opinion.
Without any rules. So now we have like a complete fucking lawless land of fucking ignorance and problematic behavior.
Okay, so here's the thing.
It seems like he's advocating for more deplatforming. Once again, he doesn't want Kick to exist, which is like quite censorious, my friend.
Okay, here's the thing though. What you're not explaining and why what you're advocating for makes no sense.
Okay.
Is because ultimately what you're arguing here is because there are some rules which you've arbitrarily decided go too far. We need to have less rules and be more lenient, or else we might have a streaming platform at some point that's more obscure that gets made out of bitterness against Twitch.
Thank you, Melon Boy.
And there's people doing stuff on there that's even worse.
It's not just, it's symptomatic.
So what I'm asking you is how lenient do we need to be? How much do we need to just kind of like let go out of fear that somebody with a worse opinion or a worse type of content or a more abusive or a more destructive whatever is going to rise as a result of it? Like, do you not potentially see a future where just not having any boundaries around any of it actually ends up coming through with like the worst outcome here?
By the way, the reason why I said this is reactionary thinking is because whether he recognizes this or not, regardless of whether he sees himself as a progressive or not, he's engaging in a reactionary line of thinking. The argument that like racism will always exist, and as a matter of fact, it exists way harder behind closed doors. That's why you should let white people say the N-word. Not saying that he's making this exact argument, but this argument is analogous and it is reactionary, and it is one made by right-wingers in general. Okay? I'm not saying he's making that argument currently, but the root of the logic is the exact same. That's why I'm saying it's reactionary arguments in general.
I'm not saying you're going
because again, to go back to Alex Jones, there was a point on the internet where it was the Wild West, and we just kind of let people talk about and discuss whatever and make whatever accusations they wanted, and it resulted in the families of dead children being threatened multiple times and harassed
You're
mercilessly.
misinterpreting my point on purpose. You're misrepresenting.
No, I'm really not. Listen,
let me ask you a question. Am I saying that we shouldn't have any rules? Is that what I'm saying?
It is, because I don't know what you think the rule should be. You're not defining what the rules should.
You're not saying it, but come on, he sounds like someone who had made that argument at least once. No, I'm not gonna say that this dude is fucking making an argument to say the N-word is a white guy. Okay, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know anything about him. The only thing I know about him is that he is, I guess, an Anthony Fantano clip channel, judging by what people were saying in the chat. Originally, he was like a Fantano fan, and he's also a Destiny fan, it seems, and he fancies himself to be a progressive. And he's simultaneously defending the idea that like Kanye West should not be deplatformed for his takes.
Because here's the thing: we could say hypothetically, you brought up the guy who there was that document.
He's also a pedo. No, don't do that. We're not. Listen, we are not like the debate lord audiences that catch someone making a false argument and then immediately extrapolate from that false argument the logical conclusion. Don't do that. I don't like that. It's one of my least favorite aspects of debate culture. Okay? It is when the audience does stuff like that. This is why people hate this community. No, we don't. This community is not like that in most parts. For the most part, we're not like that at all, because I specifically hate that kind of toxic drama purgatory that debate communities engage in, where they are like being as categorically uncharitable as possible and then clipping someone out of context and then claiming that they're like, defending child pornography existing. I don't think he believes that. He's making that argument currently without recognizing that he's making that argument currently. So you should always be charitable to the people that you're receiving. You should always be charitable to the people that you are debating, I guess, or that don't agree with you, until they demonstrate that they absolutely are making that argument. That's important, because the reality of the matter is that is what Destiny's community does quite frequently. They try to run off of some kind of logical fallacy that traps the interlocutor into a position that they don't agree with, to then run with that and then hyperfixate on that and consistently over and over again repeat it as though that is exactly what that person had said and that's what they represent, that's what they believe. This happens to me quite frequently, as a matter of fact, and I hate it when people do that. It is exactly what the alt-right used to do. It is exactly what they kept doing over and over and over again. It is exactly what Destiny's community does. Vosh's community does this as well. It's really frustrating, and I think it poisons any kind of real productive conversation that you could have with someone with differing opinions. Okay? It's just straight Gamergate shit.
Documentary about who was collecting the pictures of teen girls, right? Let's say that fucking guy, because he's mad he can't do that on Twitch, starts his own kick. Does that not then in your mind create an argument, well, maybe we should be more lenient about this stuff because he went off and created his own platform anyway? No, that doesn't make it okay. That doesn't mean that we should start having a softer approach with that shit.
The demand for a site such as that would be much lower if you were just to ban extremist people who are actually like extremely directly harmful to society, like Nick Fuentes, like Alex Jones, than if you were to like ban people like, I don't know, Ben Shapiro. Like
nobody's banning Ben Shapiro.
Okay, or
even trying to. I mean, as noxious as Ben Shapiro is,
Destiny.
But the thing is, like, the thing is, Destiny, in some of his worst moments, has advocated for and voiced very loudly some pretty heinous and violent shit.
Like what?
It would be a really stupid idea to repeat it on my stream right now, which I don't want to get banned from. So I'm not going to walk into that fucking rake, you moron. Like, like you can go and look it up on Twitter, on YouTube, on wherever, because I'm not going to come on stream and repeat the stuff Destiny said that got him banned.
The way I understood it, it was on a much more moderate level than I'm like.
The way you understood it is wrong, because you're a fan of his, I suspect. Like, that's crazy. This guy's just regurgitating everything he's hearing from Destiny's communities without getting an actual point and going on and on about getting canceled online. Unlike you guys shouldn't cancel your subscription to the top of the hour. Brother, that is a very good fucking debate, but you did it at 4:47. You have like at least 10 more minutes to hit that. Like, you busted a nut. 13 minutes is too early. Like, 4:50 would have been too early. Stop throwing 10-10s like that, okay? Timing matters. Timing matters. If I were to do a debate for you at 4:47, you give me a fucking 0 out of 10. Great execution. Yes. Awful timing, regardless.
Really seen words come out of this man's mouth that unquestionably advocated for the murder and death and killing of people who, for his own personal ideological reasons, he found to be disagreeable. And that's not good.
You kind of do the same thing, don't you?
No, I don't hop on stream and advocate for the death of others. No, I don't. Or else I would be in the same pool as Destiny right now.
Okay, but I mean, Destiny is a relatively moderate streamer. You wouldn't agree that he's politically like moderate, like relatively speaking.
I think he has his moments, but generally I don't really tend to classify people who, you know, advocate for systematic murder to be moderate. You know?
Brother, it's a ridiculous thing to say that about a person who has advocated to run over Black Lives Matter protesters because they're ruining the Democratic re-election chances, okay? Like, when you add that to the tail end of that conversation, that doesn't change the reality even at all. That doesn't make it moderate. This is what happens when you are so perma-stuck online and don't fucking comprehend that things like this, okay, statements like that come across unhinged to every single person that hears it, that is not directly in the immediate orbit of the content creator. Okay? Like, Too Mad ODs. Everyone's talking about how he has credible accusations of pedophilia, stalking, death threats of other content creators. What does Destiny do? He tweets out about how he was a real one. RIP to a brave soldier, and like unfriends him on Discord. He does that because he thinks this kind of edgy nonsense actually plays well to his fucking Groiper ass audience, Groiper adjacent audience. Formerly reformed 4chan pollsters, for example, formerly reformed Kiwi Farms frequenters, who now also still do the exact same thing. And then they turn around and go, it's a joke, right? Like that person is saying right now. Now, I try to be as charitable as possible to people making jokes. The difference, however, is that he was a friend of Too Mad. That's the difference. He loved Too Mad when Too Mad was coming after me. A big fan, had him on the show. It's a joke that is funny to people who are like super fucking, people who are also super online. Okay? That's why I always say, just be normal. Just be normal. You laughed at a cop being attacked by a dog? Exactly, because that shit is fucking hilarious. You can cry about that all day, every day, okay? The dog was not attacking the cop, by the way. And no, I didn't laugh at the cop being attacked by a dog. I laughed at a cop shooting the other cop thinking that they were shooting a fucking dog. And the reason why that is not a part of my many sequence of cancellation clips is because most people look at that and go, that's pretty funny that that happened. Okay? It's a perfect fuck up. Cops being trigger happy, cops trying to kill a fucking dog, and then accidentally shooting another cop in the foot. And then going, are you okay? And then the other cop going, no, you shot me. That is an objectively funny comedic situation. You can't have it both ways. You can't, on the one hand, try to say, no, it's cool that, like, you were friends with Too Mad. And it's cool that, you know, while everyone is talking about how much of a fucking abuser he was, okay, that you're, like, talking about how you were friends with him and reinforcing that. That's a joke. While simultaneously turning around and being like, I can't believe that in the number one OECD nation for police brutality, Okay, a police officer shooting another police officer in the foot in a wound that grazed the other cop. By the way, it's not like the other cop fucking died. Okay, when he was interested in trying to kill a dog, that is, you can't laugh at that. That's really fucked up. It's like trying to cancel Reno 911 while simultaneously advocating for infinitely more heinous shit. Do you get it? Yeah, dudes will call you Osama bin Laden and then pearl clutch when you make fun of law enforcement. Is exactly right. People do this all the fucking time. Where's the clip of me laughing at the cop? I'm sure it's out there somewhere. It's very funny. Bro out here explaining how two mad jokes and cops shooting cops aren't the same. Yeah. Here's the most recent form of cop-on-cop violence. Apparently, there's a cop who tries to kill a dog and starts shooting the partner instead. They're claiming that this is safe for work. I don't know. Is this safe for work for real? I need to scroll through this, dude. So many of you sent this to me. There's one thing that cops like doing is shooting dogs, right?
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Watch out! Are you okay?
No, you shot me!
Oh god! Are you?
What the fuck? Still good. Still good. Yo, that shit still bangs, dude. Yo, that's funny as fuck. Thank you for reminding me of a funny, highlightable, clippable moment from the stream. Are you okay? No, you shot me. Oh, Jesus Christ. If you can't laugh at that, I don't know what the fuck how you're living, okay? My friend, you are not living La Vida Loca, okay? I urge you to live Moss. Watch out! Shoots immediately. No! That's not real! Dude, what the fuck is... The fact that this is the counter those hate watchers have just shows how pathetic their grievances are with you. Just like their obsession with watching the top of the hour ad break every fucking time. Now that... the timing of that is good. And I read it like a fucking dumbass. I just got cooked. Where's the chatter who brought up the cop shooting me thing? Remember when the Destiny fans tried to outrage farm this? Yes. There's a reason why Destiny fans posted this on LSF, okay, and then brigaded it like they do with every other clip on this fucking broadcast, some of which does actually end up reaching terminal velocity and end up getting people to fucking yell at me, okay? But the reason why it didn't work for this is because people saw the clip and objectively thought it was hilarious. And I remember the posts on LSF where people were like, yeah, what's the problem here? Like, why are you guys mad at him? Yeah, sometimes the loser brigade does work, okay? You can catch me in a moment, especially if I'm saying some shit that you can misconstrue like I'm an anti-white hater or something, like an anti-white racist. Now, obviously, in the real world, most people are not going to give a shit, but in the Reddit world, anti-white racism is the most egregious of racism. It's the only racism that's good. So that kind of stuff will work on LSF. This didn't because it was objectively funny. Sometimes you realize you're out of even Reddit social acceptance. Exactly. I can't get over this chatter. You whacked out commies. You got anything to say about Uncle Joe now, huh? I can't get over the chatter. 18 hours apart. What happened, bro? Wait, Andre the Client? Was that the guy who said this? Oh, before I forget, I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break now. Oh, no, this is a different guy. This game goes hard. He's a game watcher. Please tell me you did not ban this guy, especially for saying the truth. You whacked out commies got anything to say about Uncle Joe now, huh? Is fucking exactly the type of motherfucker I want in this chat. He's a gaming watcher and he's possibly The one who brought up the cop video was Sean did something. Is that the guy? Let's see what he had to, what else he said after that. Oh, Lake McGroove, you fucking clapped these guys too quick. Oh, ew, never mind. Okay, that's fair. Oh, God, it's like these fucking lame asses. Fuck Hamas terrorists. Good. This guy's been coming in here. Destiny is so angry. Maybe he should smoke some weed and chill. Since 2018, he's coming in here. People cheer. Pepega aim Iran. This looks like London Omega Lol. India smells like shit. China #1. People say communism is good. Omega Lol. D-fans make incel 4chan threads on their subreddit where they document how they do catfish operations with your pictures is fucking wild. There is no way that's real. Please send this to a moderator if this is correct, because that is absolutely insane. I don't want to believe that that is real. Hasan forcing himself. Oh, they delete it too. Hasan forcing himself to laugh at a cop being shot. LSF thread backfired. Time to post it on Twitter. They literally do it openly. Oh, God. When the thread backfires and they start upvoting it because they're like, this is objectively a funny video, they'll delete the thread on LSF and they'll try again later. This operation is like, this operation basically is like being fucking gang stalked, okay? But actually being gang stalked instead of thinking that you're being gang stalked. We need to make fun of these losers more often. For a very long time, I've tried not to, but like, it's just, you know, yeah, I do want the OG thread. It's embarrassing because like, I get why Destiny does this shit, but it's so embarrassing that his fucking community does it. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, you don't know me. Not only do you not know me, but like, you probably, if you didn't have such a fucking negatively framed perspective over me, you probably wouldn't even hate me. This kind of attitude is not healthy for you. They loved you and their dad loved you. Sen küçükken şişman mıydın kral? Evet. It is very, very embarrassing to be like this. Okay? It's very embarrassing to be like this towards a guy who doesn't know you exist. No matter how much he speaks to you in his like little messaging platform online. That's crazy. Hasan forcing him. Oh, even then, Hasan Piker when his pixel dog got deleted off Reddit. Yeah, see, LSF thread backfired. Time to post it on Twitter. Reddit as a whole has a huge hate boner for cops. If anyone thought this would be an own on Hasan, they're idiots. D laughed at when I asked him to stop. He only raped me harder. Some phrasing is just nuts. Wait, what the fuck? Destiny wanted us to stop. What the fuck are they saying? That is so deeply unwell, dude. What the fuck? Gross. Okay, I should have never looked at this. Oh, God. Anyway, I just wanted to simply show you how much I wanted to simply show you how much they work around the clock trying to like make narrative stick. And sometimes it does stick. But it almost always, like every single one of the cancellations that I've withstood, cancellations, which aren't real anyway, most of that comes from this community. And their fans are very, very dedicated. I wish they would use this much passion and this much resentment that they have towards someone that they don't know, towards something that's like objectively positive. Anyway, it's so goddamn weird and sad, dude. Let's get back to this.
That's not
not
what you-
really.
Okay, that's not. You're missing. That's not. That's not true. Okay,
It's the same with the Ukraine shit. Someone said they stopped watching you because of your takes on your foreign policy, but when I asked what takes, they couldn't even say. Yeah.
it's okay. It's cool though. Yeah, the point being that if you ban people like that, moderates like that, there's going to be an
But again, he's not moderate, and he
But
went
you're
on
enti-
stream
don't
and
do that.
advocated for the killing of other people. That's not a moderate position.
I'm not sure about that.
Hey,
I'm
listen,
pretty sure-
listen.
I've heard him talk. Hold on though. Let's
No,
be
no.
civil.
I'm making a point.
Look how he's gotten more passionate defending Destiny than anything else so far. Typical Destiny dick rider. Literally lives and breathes for one thing only, fucking defending daddy, okay? God damn, brother. Don't get so cranky. Like,
Point here. You're conflating moderate points of view with extremism. And I'm telling you that. Listen,
So
it
he's an
does. It does. Yes, it doesn't.
That's insane.
No, it's not, because here's my fucking point. Here's my point, and you're not listening to it, and you're not putting two and two together. The reason he's an extremist, it's not because I think his political points are so far outside of the Overton window that they can't be considered. You know, let's say a moderate position on, give me the most moderate Destiny position that you can think of.
Moderate Destiny position. I
Yeah.
mean, he has a lot of like.
What's a super moderate thing that you think he believes in?
I think super moderate and super cool. Like, I mean, he's against transphobia, I guess.
Okay, let's say you're against transphobia, right?
All right.
If your way of advocating against transphobia is gas chamber all the transphobes, that's not a moderate position, okay? Which would be an example of his opinions on the Black Lives Matter protesters who he was talking about on stream in that moment. He did not take a moderate position about not liking their presence there in the streets at that time. Okay. It was a very extremist position that advocated for their open murder.
also, I mean, his like anti-transphobia extends only as far as like what he thinks is reasonable enough to claim that he is progressive. Anyone and everyone that has spent a significant amount of time talking about trans women in sports, okay? Anyone and everyone that has done that is being ridiculous. Either they are deliberately hyper focusing on this narrative while claiming they're doing it for some like intellectual honesty, when in fact all they want to do is be transphobic as far as it's permissible, right? Even in a liberal space. Or they are very stupid and being duped by the dumbest right-wing people on the planet. And I've said this about even friends of mine that I've known for 2 decades at this point, like Anna Kasparian. When she hyper-focused on that same point of contention and doubled down and tripled down and found herself at the throes of reactionary sentiment when it comes to trans issues and trans-related issues. Yes. So, of course, I will say this about Destiny as well. It's just like a ridiculous conversation to have that is utterly irrelevant, and that's why you rarely ever hear about it nowadays as much. Anyway, we know he's already we know Destiny himself is transactional regardless in the things that he advocates for. He's openly admitted as such when he said he would have defended Vosh for his lolly folder if Vosh had not harmed him in some way.
Murder. So
Okay,
that's
I
not
find that
that's
hard to
that's
believe. I find that hard to
that's an example. There's literally video of it.
They should be murdered. That's what he said. These activists should be murdered.
He said they should be MOWED down, wantonly.
Down.
Yeah.
Okay, we should fact check that, but that's just.
Wait, what do you mean we should fact check that? Brother, why are you defending a dude who's like work you're not even aware of? Is this the kind of attitude he brings to the fucking albums that he's reviewing? Does this guy review albums? That's why he got banned, homie. The fuck do you mean? I can't play the clip for obvious reasons, but come on, dog. And I'm being as charitable as possible by explaining the context behind why he said it, which I think makes it laughable still. But if you're going to bring up how he got banned and how you're arguing for it, then why the fuck don't you... Yeah, they didn't even ban him on that one. I think they departnered him. But it's ridiculous to me that you're talking about how he got deplatformed and saying he's moderate, and then like when Anthony Fantano brings up a thing that he certainly said, okay, you go, oh, we should fact check that. Yeah, we should. You should fact check it. Also, he didn't even know the train wasn't even deplatformed or banned at all, as a matter of fact. Like, Trainwrecks is still on this platform. He streams on this platform all
One
the
of
time.
many examples where relatively moderate people, even moderately Republican people, got banned permanently, and not even necessarily for political points. It was like, I don't know, a nip slip or something like that. It was small things that eventually added up to there being a huge demand for this alternative platform.
The context was much worse than any word he said. He said white redneck militias should mow down these dipshit protesters. The point is this. I want to know if he's going to, like, if he finds that out, if he finds the actual, did he say N-word slip? No, he said nip slip, right?
Nip slip or something like that
Yeah, no, people aren't getting permas for nip slips.
It was small things that eventually added up to there being a huge demand for this alternative platform.
Listen, I'm gonna hit a bit of a reset.
It's also crazy because he's saying that there's a huge demand for this alternative platform for people that got banned for nip slips, when in fact, like, the same people that started that alternative platform quite literally were the ones who would be advocating to ban those people for nip slips, talking about the inconsistency. And then that platform that was created literally had fucking straight porn. I don't know why he's like talking about Twitch or Kick when he seemingly is oblivious to the facts on both of these issues.
Set button here because I'm more interested in some of your opinions here about like art and what you said in your video. To be honest.
All right.
I feel like we've gotten into the weeds of insanity here a little bit.
Yeah.
And I just want to like ask you here to kind of get to, because I see a lot of what you're saying in this video as kind of like an analog for a lot of Kanye fans feel around my Vultures 1 review and how people feel about the record generally.
Finally, they're talking about fucking Vultures.
And you seem to, you know, again, kind of like take issue with this idea that he's not being given credit despite the fact that he's a generational artist, and and you yourself acknowledge he said bad things and he's gone too far. And
the links in the description also said he's directly contributing to the rising number.
Yeah, no, I'm not denying any of that. I'm not. You've acknowledged that he's done and said bad things. I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to understand from your point of view is like, to what extent in your mind do we like owe it to the art or owe it to the artist to acknowledge what we perceive to be their greatness, their artistry, their whatever, regardless of how bad they or the messaging in the artist is, or the messaging in the art is? Because hypothetically, let's say like, I don't know, there was like, I run a YouTube channel, I review music, and I stumble across what's possibly the most racist band ever. Their content is even full of like violent imagery and advocating for like, hanging people, so on and so forth. But you know what, the production goes hard. And you know what, that Peggy beat on the record is insane. Like, do I owe it to the album to like talk about it and praise it and whatever, just because like I think it sounds kind of good?
That's an instance of where the problematic opinions are in the art. So that's.
But Kanye trivializing anti-Semitism and saying that he's not racist, he just has a preference and says that his wife is a reference.
You don't think that's a slippery slope?
Well, wait a second. You don't think trivializing anti-Semitism and kind of laughing off his anti-Semitic comments as if they aren't anti-Semitic is not going too far? After he said, "I'm a Nazi and I love Hitler," and like
talking about murdering people and hanging people, I think it's
okay. That's which I think is fair to an extent. I just want to understand like where the border is. Like how much racial hatred and anti-Semitism on a song or a record is too much for you? Like, if it's just one bar, is it okay? If it's just the chorus and the verses don't have it in there, like, can we let it slide?
I don't interpret any of his bars to be directly anti-Semitic. They may be referring to other people labeling him as anti-Semitic, and I don't want to be put in a position where I'm defending a fucking Nazi. Okay, I'm not defending.
Wait, so why did he make a YouTube video about it? I don't get it. Wait, how did he get to this position where him and Anthony are talking then?
Kanye in any way, but the point being is that like it's a big difference. You can't conflate the two. Like I have his bars written down actually.
Well, again, specifically, I'm not trying to say they're exactly the same. I'm trying to understand for you personally how far is too far, and what I'm guessing is. Again, Kanye saying in light of the anti-Semitic comments that he's made, and as you said, contributing maybe to this greater flow of hate crimes against Jews, laughing that off, saying like, yeah, man, I keep a few Jews on the staff. Yeah, man, I'm crazy and bipolar and anti-Semitic. Ha, ha, ha. Being like, oh, how could you say I'm anti-Semitic? I just fucked a Jewish bitch. Bah, 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 bah. Like, obviously for you, that's not too far. How much further than that could you?
So both you and Fantano can platform this dumbass and farm clout? Yeah, I'm farming so much clout off this. You don't even know, unimaginable amounts of clout.
To where you're just like, okay, man, he's actually doing too much.
Yeah, if he directly said
I don't know if you noticed, but like, I don't even think this dude is like, I think this dude's biggest problem is that he's kind of dumb. That's it. I don't think he's like a bad person in particular. He's making arguments that make him seem like a bad person, but I'm willing to bet that he's not a bad person, that he himself is simply maybe a little bit clout chasey, maybe a little bit of a genuine fan of Destiny and an orbiter or whatever. But I think that he's just more so misguided. I'm not kidding. I think that if someone sat him down, someone that he respects and trusts, sat him down and talked to him privately and not on camera, they could probably clear up a lot of his opinions. And the reason why I say that is because like, there's a difference between someone who says like, oh, well, Jordan Peterson is a respected author and a psychologist, right? Saying that specifically to defend Jordan Peterson is different than saying, well, Jordan Peterson's books actually helped me, and I think he might be a respected psychologist as well, but he's also transphobic. I think there's a difference there. Like, openly recognizing Jordan Peterson's flaws while simultaneously saying that he was helpful to him implies, in my opinion, that he is just simply misguided. Do you think Destiny or his fans offer this level of charitability towards you as you do to this dipshit? No, they don't, but that's not going to change my fucking perspective. This is literally why I started broadcasting on Twitch to begin with. This is why I became friends with Destiny originally to begin with. because I thought that he was a perfect example of someone who had reformed, who had rehabilitated himself, who had actually sought within. I was wrong on Destiny's front, but that didn't stop me from, that did not stop me from, you know, that didn't change my fundamental principle that anyone and everyone can reform, okay? No matter how far gone they are. It's not going to stop me from trying. Many people forget that. I've been saying this for a very, very long time. That's simply the same reason why I tried to help Aiden Ross early on. Okay? That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognized their mistakes in the past, and now advocate against those sorts of things, I think are very valuable, because every single person has a reactionary perspective deep down inside on one issue. We are all totally susceptible to the intersectionality of privilege. Privilege causes us to have blind spots. Okay? Privilege causes us to have blind spots. We all do it. We all have it. We are all a product of our environment. We all grow up in, and leftists should understand this, we all grow up in an environment that is deep down white supremacist, racist, transphobic, misogynistic. And therefore, of course, our framework is going to be shaped by those external factors. This is the reason why I always preach tolerance and charitability and try to change people's attitudes and try to change people's minds. I have my own weak moments where I lose sight of that charitability, but I still try to maintain it as best as I can. And yeah, to be honest, if Hasan took the same route as these other uncharitable dickheads, this would be a seriously different community and most of us wouldn't be sitting in this chat. I think so too. You can find videos on exactly this same perspective, this same framework, this same motivation back from like 2018 when I first started on this platform as well, by the way. So I showed you a bunch of videos from back then where my consistency speaks for itself. This is another issue that I've been very consistent on as well, which is why it hurts my soul when people are like, oh, Hasan is so intolerant to intolerance and his community is so fucking aggro. And there is truth to that. My community does get a little aggro at times. And what do? I yell at them when they do that.
Something anti-Semitic on the record, for sure. Just referencing the drama outside the art. For me personally, and I want to make this perfectly clear, I don't want to hold anybody else to this standard that you must separate the art from the artist. I don't believe in that at all. I think you should be free to do whatever you want. If you want to boycott the art, sure, do that. I think it's cool. I think it comes from a good place, a moral place. But I just think it's unfair. It's unfair to like try to force that on other people and unproductive to force that on other people.
But it's just arguing with other people and having opinions on the internet, forcing it on other people. Like nobody outside of like, you know, showing you their opinion on Twitter has any kind of mechanism to control the things that you say or listen to. Like, how is that making you do something that you don't want to do?
What? Sorry, can you repeat the point you just made?
You're saying that people shouldn't be sort of like forcing other people to, you know, what, not consume Kanye's music or whatever? Because he's saying,
okay, I'm going to ask you this question. I actually want to know this. I'm coming from a completely good place. Like, what do you think your role in this exactly? Like, what are you trying to achieve with your sort of like holding Kanye accountable and going super hard on him and his fans? What exactly are you trying to, what are you trying to get to with?
I mean, the question to him, the question I would present to this person would be, do you think Kanye is a Nazi or not? If the answer is yes, then you should understand what Anthony Fantano's position is, which is that he does not see any value in like seriously reviewing the work of someone who is a Nazi, whose fan base has now become a weird assortment of Nazis and Kanye dick riders who don't care that he's a Nazi. And then the normies, maybe the few normies that don't fucking know anything about all that or don't really give a shit, can't be bothered.
I think I'm just kind of explaining the futility of just making a normal Kanye review around this record, because I think
I actually admire the fact that you called it unreviewable and you like didn't formally review the record. I admire that fact. I think that's great. I don't have a problem with that. But
isn't that the same argument as buying iPhone / clothes is supporting slavery? What do you mean? Isn't listening and talking about the Kanye album being bad the same as buying? Wait, what? Dude, there is no alternative to a phone or a phone that isn't made by some level of exploitation, hyper exploitation in the third world. Yes, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. You know what I mean? But ultimately, a shirt covers you even if you don't need it, I guess. But the same cannot be said about like reviewing, not even like listening to, but reviewing a musician's work once they have openly said that they are a Nazi who loves Hitler. Music could be more important than a shirt, for example. Yes, it can be, I guess. But you're talking about a musician who's saying that they love Hitler. Is he that important to you? Like, I don't understand this. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism does not mean that you should go out of your way to be unethical in your consumption. What the fuck? I don't understand. He's equating music to other products, but those other products are much closer to a necessity than music. Yeah. And it's like there are valid market substitutes regardless. Like at some point, it's virtually impossible, if not entirely impossible, to purchase a smartphone or a computer that does not have conflict minerals in it. Okay? Whereas there are an infinite number of market substitutes to music. Listening to music is nowhere near as important. Listening to this specific artist is nowhere near as important to you as I assume having a smartphone would be. It's like if there was an iPhone and then there was a I hate Jews phone and you were like, I need to have the I hate Jews phone because that's really important to me. After all, you've purchased a t-shirt that was made by slaves. Like it's like kind of shocking to make this argument. That's not a good example and you know it. I'm not talking about buying subscriptions. I'm comparing things like buying Starbucks to music. I'm still a little bit confused. to the argument that you're trying to present here. By the way, I think it's a pretty good argument that I made, but you can explain to me why that's not a good argument, maybe. However, here's another thing, okay? If you want to, in the privacy of your own home, if you're like so desperate to listen to Kanye, go ahead. I mean, look, the Carnival song is on Rap Caviar. When I say, Alexa, play Rap Caviar on Spotify, that's the first song that comes up. I even myself have said it's not a bad song. I'm not saying that like you're automatically a Nazi if you've heard Kanye's music. That would be a ridiculous statement to make. Okay? Nobody's stopping you. As a matter of fact, the song is, at least that one is quite popular. Bro, this is the Rap Caviar. Shut the fuck up. That's not the point here. Yeah. I don't give a shit about Kanye. I'm just trying to understand your line. It seems like supporting slaves by supporting Starbucks is worse than supporting an idiot like Kanye. Supporting slaves by supporting Starbucks is not a decent analogy here at all. And you've also gone all over the place. Let's just stay on the smartphone, okay? Let's just stay on the smartphone because it's like, so we can have a consistent conversation. If there was a Starbucks equivalent or a smartphone equivalent out there who was like, I'm a smartphone that loves Adolf Hitler, and you were like, I got to get that smartphone instead of any of the other fucking market substitutes, then I'd be like, yeah, you're kind of weird for doing that, dog. What the fuck? Do you not understand this? That's the point. And you can't turn around and be like, listen, actually, well, you've bought a t-shirt that was made by slaves, so you're no better. It's just a way to do copium. Smartphone is essential and music is not. That's a bad example. It's not a bad example. It's a good example. I'm actually trying to beef up your argument. I'm steel manning it, saying that music is essential. Because you brought up the point that music is as essential to some people as it is earlier before you switched positions. You literally said music is as essential to some people as a t-shirt even. So I'm working off of your argument. I'm steel manning your argument. If music is essential, like you said it was, okay, and there are plenty of market substitutes, why are you going out to bat for this one specific type of music from this one musician that has openly said they fucking love Adolf Hitler? Okay, then so I am pro-slavery because I buy an iPhone. Oh my God. You're pro-Kanye West in spite of his anti-Semitism. Okay? That's it. And it feels like you're upset with that reality. It feels like you're upset with that reality. So you're trying to be like, well, it's okay because like I do other unethical consumptions, other purchases of products that were procured through unethical means as well. It's very odd. That's the point of this kid's video. He said Kanye's opinions suck, but his album's pretty good and it shouldn't be crazy to say that. I think it's not great to say that. I agree with Anthony Fantano on that. I literally don't give a fuck about Kanye, but your argument makes no sense. Oh, you're in here. Oh, never mind. I got it. I just understand that almost everything I buy unnecessarily is terrible, so I see zero difference. Got it. Okay. Yeah. No, this is this is something I see that's very common with debate pedophilia. This is the maximum level of debate lord or debate pervertry, which is the false notion that like, well, you consume animal products, so it should be fine to also sexually assault an animal. Okay? How do you think milk is produced? It's bad veganism debates, okay? And I hear it from the likes of Destiny, and I've heard similarities from the likes of Vosh as he has tried to argue against the ethics of procuring certain materials through child slavery while comparing it to child pornography. Okay? And the point is, because there is virtually no way to avoid unethical consumption, does not mean that you should go out of your way to create further harm. Okay? It's very bad argumentation in general, and it makes you look like a weirdo. It makes you look like you're defending Kanye West, even if you're not trying to. You're doing a very bad job. This is the debate for a version of philosophy nerds talking about age of consent, Foucault, the Dersh. I love that you put Foucault and the Dersh in the same conversation as we were talking about philosophy. Sad that being a Kanye liked is better than being a debate bro. I don't know what you're. Yeah, equally geniuses in the field of debating for debating the ethics around pedophilia. Is an argument too focused on the logic being consistent that it fails to realize the optics is dog shit? It's also not even logical half the time. It just comes across as logically consistent immediately. And if you dive into it a little bit further, you recognize that like the real world is more nuanced than that. Here, I'll give you an example. Now that we've been talking about Destiny, one example that Destiny has always held on to in his endless conquest for white people to be able to say the N-word is the lie that he told his audience that they channel regularly. They say, I agree with Destiny on being able to say the N-word in private. Okay? This is an abject lie. The debate that we had on this ended up with Destiny basically saying, what if I was able to say the N-word trapped in the confines of space, surrounded by absolutely nobody? Would that be harmful then? This is an exaggerated phenomena that does not exist in the real world at all. In that circumstance, yes, the harm that you are creating by saying it is, of course, insignificant. It doesn't exist. But that's not how it works in the real world, and that's not the reason why you want to say it in private. Even then, it's very odd. But it basically is the same exact principle behind, like, what if you had to say the N-word to stop a nuclear bomb from going off? Okay? This is yet another circumstance where people who love debate and see debating as a virtue in and of itself only care about, like, whether it comes across as a good own in the marketplace of ideas. Anyway. Yeah, they call it limit testing, or we're just trying to find your boundaries. which is not intelligent at all. It only comes across as intelligent for someone who is attempting a gotcha, and for people who are stupid enough or are motivated in their reasoning enough to want to find something that is permissible, want to find an opportunity so that it's permissible. I'm sure the clip is out here somewhere. But yeah, that is unironically what his big gotcha was against me, and why his fans still to this day say that Destiny and Hasan agree with one another on being able to say the N-word in private. But of course, people understand that that's not the case. Why is the N-word debate the gateway debate topic? Because a lot of people who love debates happen to be, people who shouldn't say the N-word and feel like it's incredibly restrictive that they can't, and they feel like it's a pretty good entry point into arguing about this shit. Basically the same subject. It's the same reason as to why so many debate lords end up inevitably defending arbitrary nature of age of consent laws, for example. Or actually it's a phebophilia. If you think I'm wrong about that, that also exists. Destiny has made the actually that's ephebophilia. It's very different than pedophilia argument.
It's like, besides that, there was a lot of like, I saw you fighting on Twitter with with Kanye fans 24/7. Like, it was incessant. It was to an extreme degree. And I think that was kind of unproductive and kind of ended up to more attention being created around the album, where people who maybe wouldn't have listened to the record were like, "Well, what is this drama?"
I'm not under any delusion that there's anything that I could do to bring Kanye any more or any less attention.
Okay, so what is you don't have, so with you're just fighting with people out of it's fun for you?
Well, I'm definitely calling it out, and I'm definitely pointing out that the well has been poisoned to the point where doing a normal review of his stuff is pretty much futile. The reason I was fighting with Kanye fans is because a lot of them are kind of reiterating the straw man of my argument, which they think is Kanye bad, can't review Kanye, Kanye bad. When my actual argument is that his actions and his statements and his behavior have either solidified people against him or solidified the cult of fans around him to the point where you can't really have a level-headed discussion around him and his music without being called either biased or just being looked at by people who, rightly see what he's saying and doing as disgusting and thinking like, well, even if it is good to an extent, I don't want to affiliate with it. I mean, you yourself said in your video that, personally, I mean, look, I think you've come across here, even though we disagree, as, somebody who's at least approachable to an extent. I think it was kind of beneath you in your video for you to kind of like, put that section in where you were like, well, I mean, I'll listen to the album because I'm not Jewish. It's not a big deal to me. I mean, I think that was kind of a super unflattering moment for you. And
yeah, I get what you were trying to say, but I wasn't necessarily talking. I mean, I was talking about myself, but I was talking about like the mentality. The point was like trying to show people the mentality of people who listen to the Kanye record. Like,
well, what I'm saying is like you understand yourself that there are people who see his comments and see the content of the record and would rightly be personally disgusted because of their Jewish background or whatever and would want to avoid it. So anybody, you know, like I said in my video, who comes from that background would rightly look at me even saying like, hey, there's some pretty decent stuff about some of the songs on this album, which I've acknowledged on stream and so on and so forth. But rightly, those people would see that commentary and think like, well, ultimately, what does that matter? Because like obviously his commentary on my heritage and my faith are so disgusting that I wouldn't want to affiliate myself with it anyway. So it's like you.
So okay, let me just. Are you just talking about yourself here?
Do you kind of understand how, you know, doing a normal review of this record kind of puts me in a position where I'm between two sides of people that don't really want to hear anything critical about it to begin with?
I like what you did. I'm not against what you did. I'm not like.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you if you sort of understand why I would feel that way.
I understand why you feel that way. That's what I started off with. I understand why you feel the way you feel, and I think it's okay for you to feel the way you feel.
This is my favorite type of shit. Rotisserie, spin it. My favorite type of shit is being like, listen, dude, I agree with you, but I have to incessantly debate you. It's like, all right, what's the point then? All right, we agree. If you understand it, then you agree. Like, right? I think. The fuck?
The question is, how do we combat that? How do we combat this issue and like come to like, I don't know, a productive solution?
Yeah,
like
that's exactly the same energy as that one chatter who's like incessantly trying to be like, no, I don't even care about Kanye. I think he's anti-Semitic. Who gives a fuck?
Come to a compromise of sorts, and not just like continue bashing, shitting on like everybody who said anything positive about the record, and vice versa. Those people who the Kanye fans just shitting on you. You're a fucking idiot. You're not a good critic. Like it's both sides of the coin are unproductive. Even though one may be more morally correct than the other, both are unproductive and eventually lead to more polarization.
I recently stumbled into Destiny subreddit and they were openly claiming you said it was okay for Nazis to invade other countries even though the full quote and video with context was posted multiple times and downvoted. Your meaning was obvious, but they just wanted to be delusional, full crazy town and the opposite of his whole objective truth shtick. Yes.
Polarization. And that's my issue with this.
I think you're just
let me finish. The reason why I made the whole
why am I addressing Destiny more lately? Your previous policy of ignoring losers were better in my opinion. I think I'm human at the end of the day, and like it did start getting to me, and I realized like maybe it's okay to just like every now and then offer additional context, because there are plenty of people even in this community that have no idea, that didn't know who the fuck this dude was, and they stumble across his content on TikTok or whatever, and they're like, oh wow, this guy's making some good arguments against like some fucking weirdo like red-pilled guy, and then they stumble across like a shit ton of weird completely for nefarious purpose negatively slanted commentary on me, and then they go, oh my god, I had no idea this Hasan guy was like just a total fucking asshole, and they're misled. So I want those people to basically understand that no, like this person has a nefarious agenda that is purely spite driven, that is rooted within anger, and he is not some arbiter of like intellectual honesty. It's getting to a point where it basically is, it's getting to a point where it basically has turned into a lot of these people that used to love the IDW, the intellectual dark web, okay? That the intellectual dark web, they used to present themselves as like gladiators in the marketplace of ideas. Like I used to shit on those guys as well. I'm trying to present this in as good faith as I possibly can. You're not a lord, you're Jank's nephew. Yes. Destiny fans will jump on you for admitting that, though, and think they've won. That's how trolls work. They will clip this and use it against you, but you're doing the right thing to fight to debunk all the bullshit they spread about you. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, I have to correct the record. Those people try to find my address after I defended both of you and Ethan on the H3 sub. Yeah, they go pretty nutty mode with it, too. If you find yourself to be a progressive, okay, and you find yourself in the throes of like Destiny's commentary, then ask a little bit. Just seek a little bit further. Just look, just scratch the surface a little bit, and you will recognize that it is a little odd that he has way more respect and reverence for someone like Ben Shapiro, who is objectively worse for the United States of America, if not the entire planet, with his commentary, than someone such as myself. Why does he have so much smoke for those on the left, no matter how big or small they may be, versus someone like Ben Shapiro, who is objectively infinitely more influential and powerful and has like actually bad opinions and not opinions that have been massaged for you to think they are bad? I personally believe that it's because Destiny and others are not interested in any sort of moral consistency, but instead are basically mercenaries. Like, they just like coming across like they're winning an argument. It's fun for them. That's number one. And they're also trying to have the stupid optics-based conversation about being mean. It's the white moderate who prefers negative peace. You're no better than the Nazi because you were mean. These people are fucking insufferable losers, man. Yeah, and they won't stop debating. They love debating. Like you mentioned, about 40% of both sides of a debate aren't going to change their mind. I wonder how many decentrists you can actually reach. Yeah, I mean, they mostly just thrive on subreddits, but they are very parasocial.
Whole video, and the approach I take usually with my videos is, even though obviously I have a certain, I'm not like a fence-sitting centrist, I have a certain ideology.
Your self-made Jenks nephew, you just boosted your position a lot. What? I agree with Fantano, but he is bald. Yeah, my friend's boyfriend is a Destiny fan. When he found out I watched you, he was afraid or unwilling to call me out, perhaps because we were in the real world. He's a great guy. Otherwise, I think he's been misled. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that. I do find it somewhat dangerous. Yeah. Look, I mean, this is it. This is where a lot of it stems from. He literally ranted in 2019 about you, the most honest he's ever been about his feelings, when I had like 300 fucking average 300 average viewers. But the reason why I've been talking about him more is because, like, it's not even necessarily releasing a pressure valve. It's specifically about like people who masquerade as progressives, and I think shepherd people that basically shepherd others into this notion that they are progressive while feeding them a shit ton of reactionary commentary. And I don't like that. I didn't like that when Jordan Peterson was doing it. I didn't like that when back in like 2017, 2016, you had the phenomena of people who called themselves classical liberals who were the real progressives. That's what Dave Rubin used to say. For those of you who don't remember, because you were probably oblivious to Dave Rubin, as someone who worked with him, a lot of those guys, including even Sargon of Akkad, used to say that they're classical liberals, that they actually are the real liberals, and that leftists are fake liberals. They're false liberals. And they would spend all of their time shitting on those that were on their side, I guess. But, you know, they were, yeah, the SJWs were the faux-gressives or the regressives. That's what they used to call them. Tim Pool, for the longest time, presented himself as a unbiased centrist who was very progressive in many issues. Now, obviously, we look at these guys now with today's lenses and we go, that's so funny to say that these guys were never liberal at all. And at the time, I spent a whole lot of time explaining to people like, no, these guys aren't real liberals. They're not real progressives. So yes, I do think that Destiny is as bad as those charlatans like Dave Rubin. I do. I think that he's doing the exact same thing that I have seen. He's doing the exact same thing that I've seen from all of those other people time and time again. He's just doing it now with a different flavor on it. Yeah. And I think that's very nefarious, and I think that's very dangerous. It's dangerous when someone claims to be a progressive or claims to be a liberal, claims to be a moderate Democratic Party supporter or whatever, okay, while simultaneously pushing a lot of nefarious positions that I consider to be reactionary. That's it. Even though you're open to discussing it, I do think it would behoove chat to stop feeling compelled to inform you what's going on in these negative parts of the internet and to the good faith members. Yes. These guys claim that they're progressive and literally almost exclusively go after with vicious cancellation campaigns, attempted cancellation campaigns on every single person that is even a little bit more progressive than they are. At a certain point, you got to go, what the fuck are these guys doing? But due to the thing that I mentioned earlier, the intersectionality of privilege and the intersectionality of blind spots that come from said intersectionality of privilege, there are always going to be certain lapses of judgment. No one is going to be perfect. And when you're caught in that blind spot, you sometimes find yourself in the comfortable waters, in the warm hug that you receive from a community of like-minded individuals who are saying, no, you're not wrong, actually. See, you can still be a progressive. You can still consider yourself to be a progressive and also think that, like, trans people are, delusional and gross across the board for wanting to participate in sports, and that this isn't simply a really weird way to try and reaffirm transphobic positions, even though it is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. And what is infinitely more relevant to the existence of trans people in the United States of America is the shit ton of anti-trans bills that are being presented in state houses, right? No, you're right. People find themselves in the comfort of bigotry, and I think that it is infinitely more nefarious when someone doesn't openly admit to being a conservative and is doing that from the position of a supposed liberal. How can I be a bad guy? I'm going out and door knocking for the Democratic Party. I'm a liberal. I'm a real liberal. These guys are the worst people, actually. I'm door knocking for the Democratic Party. I'm the most progressive. I'm coming at it from a position of authority. Yeah. Dennis Prager once famously told Dave Rubin that. He said he was really useful for the conservative movement because he is.
And certain political opinions I hold, I always try meeting people in the middle, right? I want to approach my videos with to a degree where, like, a Republican could watch it and look at it like, okay, this guy is not just like completely saying fuck you. He's actually made some good points. Maybe I should think about this a little bit, you know? And that's all I'm trying to do with my videos at the end of the day. Now, I can concede to the fact that a lot of my thumbnails and a lot of my titles are like inflammatory, like baity, disgusting to a degree. And yeah, that's unfortunate, but unfortunately, that's the best way to drive people to my content. And I feel like my content being as nuanced and as unbiased and as good faith as it is, I don't have a problem with like baiting people into watching it when that might give them a more neutral perspective on things. Radicals from both sides. So that's how I live with myself at the end of the day.
Okay, I mean, I'm sorry to pop your bubble here a little bit, but I mean, I'm sorry, but you personally are not unbiased in any sense, and you're not presenting an unbiased perspective in, from what I can see, any of your content.
I take that back. I can see that.
That's not the case. And
I understand that.
What you even expressed just now is a bias of sorts, because the thing is, you know,
I take that back. I'm not unbiased. I'm not unbiased.
Okay.
Sorry to say that.
But let me finish my point. I let you finish yours.
Okay.
Even embracing centrism for centrism's sake is a bias of sorts. You know, just because you're landing in the middle of 2 points doesn't mean you're unbiased or that it's effectively the best option in that scenario. I mean, when you're between the polar opposite positions of we should, you know, have segregation and we should allow everybody and anybody to sort of live freely in modern society, we don't try to land somewhere in the middle of those 2 points because it makes us feel good and fuzzy inside, because we're like, well, I'm reasonable and I see the points of both sides. No, the correct position is we allow people to be free. Like, that's the correct position.
The correct position is you don't have to see the top of the hour ad break at the top of the hour. Okay? And you must subscribe for that reason. Aw, Candles, thank you for the 5 community gifted subs. It makes sense that D is not a liberal aside from some of his political takes. He's also said that growing up in the household, he was very conservative. Obviously, people can change and whatnot, but I do think that the conservative thinking and perspective is stuck with him at a deep level, making him not an actual progressive liberal or whatever. Professor Tech, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. It's just like, listen. Fantano is blasting here. He's doing a great job. And he is great. There are plenty of people who grew up in conservative families here, okay, in this community. The point is, you have to combat reactionary thinking. Because reactionary thinking in a reactionary society is very comforting. Very comforting to not push for change. It's very comforting to not look at everything that you've known your entire life and say, maybe this is wrong. Maybe there's actually a better way to exist. It's a very tough job. That change must come from within, and you have to constantly check yourself. That's it.
Position. Like, there are points where centrism doesn't make sense. I understand.
I'm not saying I'm a centrist. The way I'm approaching it is from a place of understanding and trying to reach.
Where's the 2019 post? If you want to understand it, here's the 2019 post from his from the DGG chat. It's not Destiny's fucking upbringing that causes him to feel this way. Okay? There's someone was bringing up the post earlier. It's spite. It's being an opportunist. That's why he completely rewired his commentary. And if you look back at that one brief period where we would collaborate from time to time, okay? If you look back at almost all of his takes from back then and compare it to what he's talking about now, it is almost the exact diametrical opposite. He's defending. Go back. I mean, a lot of that stuff is just out there. You can find it if you are interested. He's debating the exact opposite side of the argument now. It's not just on my YouTube channel. It's on his YouTube channel too. If you look back at things that Destiny used to debate in like 2018 versus what he says now, you will see. Chatter did not lie. 2023 versus
striking
20.
ambulances, border crossings, and residential buildings.
Okay, I mean, like, again, remember, every building in Gaza is a residential building. Every building in Gaza is a civilian building. There are no military installations in Gaza. They always operate out of civilian infrastructure. I wish people would say that. Just mention that. Hamas operates out of civilian infrastructure. It's all civilian infrastructure. Just saying, okay? Jesus. Hamas does use human shields. The way that she makes that sound impossible, that's not impossible. Hamas, like, they'll literally blatantly state that they use human shields. They do that. That's not a myth. That's not a rumor.
If we're killing a
What
large
about if we
ISIS
talk about
command-
America supporting Israel that bombs hospitals and bombs schools, dog? It doesn't matter if the suicide...
You know they bomb hospitals and schools because terrorist organizations in Palestine put their freaking weapons there.
Do you think Palestinian sick people and children care about that? Do you think that a Palestinian child or the family of a Palestinian child?
Israel care about that.
But dude, the bombs don't make, the little shitty fucking RPGs don't even make it over the walls because Israel is one of the most sophisticated anti-missile dome systems in the fucking world. You're really comparing the military power of these two states? Come on, dude.
No. Okay, I'm saying the reason they're not just sitting there bombing hospitals.
You can do that for every single thing that he's debating right now and has debated over the past like 2 to 3 years since Destiny and I had a falling out. Okay, it's been almost 6 years at this point, 5 years at this point. Okay, and the reason why he doesn't even remember those positions from back then is because it's all back then. It was also still surface level. You just agreed with it, so you thought, "Oh, he's brilliant." That's it. It was still surface level back then. It was still just to win an argument. That's the point. That's it. That's the point. You could do this for every single thing.
Hospitals and schools. You can't honestly believe they're just sitting there like, you know what, let's fucking bomb a hospital.
Israel has literally been on record manufacturing reasons in the past to march into the West Bank and fucking exterminate people, dog. What do you mean?
Okay, listen, I'm not also going to sit around here and pretend that they are bombing hospitals and schools for shits and giggles. At least admit that you have terrorist organizations that specifically set up their weapons places and their attack places in hospitals and schools simply to get Western media's attention. At least admit that.
Yeah, sure, they probably do.
Okay, there you go. Thanks. So you're...
That doesn't mean I'm okay with bombing hospitals and fucking schools, though. Damn. Whoa.
Like, how does that happen? How does that happen? What happened to cause the falling out? I'm missing out on crucial lore. I mean, there's like hour-long videos documentaries that his fan base has made to like greatly massage the narrative. But the real fallout is literally... Here, I'll just show you the fucking logs. It's impossible to fucking... I don't know. I'm sure someone in here has it, like, ready to go, fired up. People are asking. I think they deserve to know. This is pointless. He'll say he learned and grew over time. What the fuck? Oh, here it is. You found it. This is from 5 years ago. Do I go bottom to top? No, top to bottom. 2019, 0709. Okay, rant memes. I have had to deal with a lot of really annoying optics-related shit recently on Twitch. I've operated on my own in this political space for years. How fucking long? I got shit from so many people when I would talk politics on Twitch. Every live streamer's chat fucking hated when I talk politics. This happened in Asmongold's chat. It happened in LSF. It happened in Greek's chat. It happened every single large show I was on. And I had zero help or zero support aside from some of my community for any of this. And even when I decided to start going on to big podcasts to be a progressive voice, even my own community was divided on this. Don't platform these people. Don't argue with them. Don't give them a voice. And I did all this for years without any help or assistance. For someone to come on to Twitch, he's talking about me, write all of my contacts to get on the shows and podcasts, and then take advantage of the much better space that I've been cultivating almost on my own. Here. Oh, I didn't realize the camera was still hiding his face. Okay. For someone to come on to Twitch, write all of my contacts to get on the shows, and then take advantage of the much better space that I've been cultivating almost all on my own, and then say, oh, you just got into politics for the past few years, lol. That's pretty fucking irritating to hear. Because I did say that to him, because that is what he did. He was like some fucking libertarian loser who used to say the N-word openly all the fucking time. And then he became more progressive and started tackling, the JonTron debate and all these other people that were like supposedly anti. He was just like duking it out with those guys, and he was doing a great job at the time. Like when all those articles are just getting written, people like Hasan are creating a safer space on Twitch. Lol, I've done this for the past 3-4 years on my own. I don't get a salary from some company or some support from investigators or some shit. He's talking about me like getting a salary from the Young Turks, and also from having like journalists who hype me up, because like investigative reporters that hype me up at the time. I've done a lot of this work on my own for so fucking long. The idea of someone coming into the safe space that I've created almost on my own because of my relentless presence on all of these shows, and then try to accuse me of not belonging here, lol, seems pretty shitty. Do you see why, though? I knew this was always going to happen this way. Do you know how frustrating it's been over the past year, watching people in my fan base bleed over to Hasan because we share the same conclusions, even though I knew the entire time we're fundamentally different? I always said in gentler ways, oh, we're a lot different. I think we approach arguments way differently. I think we do things way differently. But the idea that we're going to be grouped together on Twitch just because we were both progressive is so frustrating that now I have to sit here and take the blame for any bad argument he puts forth, or pair him in debates, or to be expected to be on the same page with him. Like he's acting like I'm literally roasting his entire career, and I wasn't. I just watched a whole video of his, and I said I disagree with what he said. This is after he ad hom me like crazy. He's made multiple comments about the fucking all women, going to New Zealand, etc. multiple times. This was when I was joking as his friend, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? About him going to New Zealand to fuck a fan's girlfriend, who he then made his wife, by the way. The talk fast, Ben Shapiro, etc., sociopath, etc., like all the same style insults I hear from the right all the time, because at the time I said he is no different than Ben Shapiro. And I never returned to the same to him. Jank's nephew, nepotism, haha, frat boy, etc. I've never gone into these types of ad homs. I've introduced him to multiple podcasts, Trainwrecks, Raj Patel, and multiple real-life friends he has now, Pokemon, Offline TV, and helped him grow his fan base when we started talking on Twitch. That's where a lot of his fans come from now. And to get this much shit back because I wanted to disagree with a video, meh, okay, I'm done. Crean says, I would say the, oh, you just got into politics for the last few years line would be just the most hurtful. It's pretty much what Train called Hasan for jumping on the progressive bandwagon when they had their spat, and Hasan justifiably flipped out over it. Is that Patel thing true? No, it's not. On the other hand, Hasan has consistently credited Destiny with giving him help on Twitch, and has always tried to mention Destiny to other leftist commentators or defend Destiny from people who would say how problematic his past was. This is also true. No, Crean is just born in 1988. He's not a Nazi, you fucking weirdos. He's also a long-term community member here that actually came from Destiny's community. He's literally one of our Reddit mods now. If you want to understand where his animosity comes from and why he like restructured his entire fucking political worldview and collaborated with the people that he collaborated with, if while he was like a champion for progressive causes, seemingly in like 2018 to 2019, well, there you go. This is an admission, as great of an admission as you can possibly get. I've never really brought this up before because there's no reason for it. Oh, here was my average view count at the time while the vlogs were happening. 2,929. That was too much for him. He was hemorrhaging viewers into my community. This is, yeah, you will never witness this lore again. Seems like he's just mad you threw him under the bus after he helped get you started. This is the laughable notion that his fans cling on to. Okay? You are conveniently ignoring the, I don't get a salary, and that he's done this work for so long and now he's bleeding viewers to my audience. If he had not done this, if he had not done any of the fucking last couple of years, like, I wouldn't have an issue with him. There are plenty of people in the orbit of destiny that I have no issues with, despite the fact that they cling on to him as hard as they possibly can. Okay? There's plenty of people who are his supposed friends until they get burned, and then his community will make them the worst enemy of all time as well. There are people who used to be his friends who are no longer his friends. As long as their output is decent, as long as they're like championing progressive causes and whatnot, I don't care. And for the past 5 years, this is the major motivator for why he's made hundreds of videos about me. Not because we have like real fucking genuine disagreements or anything. If he's so progressive, then we probably shouldn't have real genuine disagreements. He has tried to present me as someone who morally lucked into my positions, that I have no moral underpinning for the arguments that I present, that I actually work from a conclusion, all of which are, of course, abject lies. I've become also his cash cow, his primary cash cow for a very long time. So, that's the case. That's why I joked the other day and said I'm literally paying his child support and he should thank me for it. One day, I'm sure some intelligent person with an honest worldview will look back at this and make a YouTube video about it that isn't like stuck inside of Destiny's asshole or a part of his community. Because currently, as it stands, because I always left this alone and I never really talked about it, because I always left this alone and never really talked about it, most of the space is filled to the brim with like orbiters that make these like really fucking orbiters that make these one-sided videos that they present as though it's truthful. People have, and Steven DMCA's them. I did not know that. Yeah, Tignatius D. In my entire time, you've never talked about it so really long. Yeah. What was that one video you mentioned towards the end? Why did you get on a shit list? It was a Kamala Harris video where he said, because I shit on Kamala Harris, he basically tried to debate that like Kamala Harris had not gotten parents arrested for truancy, or that he didn't try to, and that debate basically was the first nail in the coffin, not the final one. The N-word debate was the final nail in the coffin. But the Kamala Harris conversation was, it concluded with him basically saying, I wouldn't call the cops on a rapist. Okay? Like all of the worst tactics, all of the worst debate tactics that I routinely criticize whenever reactionary people push for it, he brought up. Yeah. The Kamala Harris conversation, he said, I wouldn't call the cops on a rapist, and then asked if I would call the cops on a black guy just walking by my house and all this random shit. And all the while, his much larger community at the time was championing this as like some intellectual prowess. Okay? And even after that, I was still, just like I was to XQC for quite a long ass fucking time, for far too long, I would say, was trying to be as charitable as I possibly can. Okay? Even after all this shit happened. But the true final nail in the coffin was the N-word debate, where he had to say the N-word. He had to say it as a white guy in private. And that he knew exactly who to say the N-word around as a white guy in private. And therefore, it's like, okay. That's the context of the what a fucking liar clip. That's where that what a fucking Weasley little liar clip comes from. Yes. Do not use this subreddit as a platform to harass streamers is so funny. Let's take a look at this. Hasan. Hasan's destiny should be thanking him for paying his divorces and his kid. Why isn't Hasan canceled? Hasan gets community noted. Hasan's chat. Why does Hasan never talk about Kurds as much as Palestinians? Hasan defends from the river to the sea. As a rare Hasan destiny enjoyer, I have to say his Jank Hasan debate was black-pilled me on Hasan. Holy shit. Hasan responds to Erudite. Hasan's video on the Houthis is terrible and full of lies. Effort post. Elon versus Hasan. America bad. Hasan goes mask off and says it. Hasan criticizes anti-Semitism. Yo, why do we hate Hasan so much? One vote. Read a subreddit for even just a few minutes. He has bred an evil, terrorist-supporting, tanky community. He's a bad person. He's a stupid person. He's an arrogant person. He's somehow extremely popular. I think if just one of those things weren't true, he probably wouldn't be nearly as hateable. Don't forget, horrifically cowardly. Hasan Piker, capitalist. This bitch was advocating for people to enact violence upon perceived Nazis and then had the golden opportunity to beat the shit out of one in a legal and sanctioned way and at the same time raise money for a charity. He refused, and the reason he gave was, why would I fight him? This dude's a literal Nazi, bro. How the guy has any genuine fans boggles the mind. Do you think these guys are genuinely sane people that actually have a vested interest in any kind of political perspective? Or do you think this is a community that is simply built on anger and animosity for one reason or another towards one particular streamer that they believe occupies pretty much a massive space in their mind, but one particular streamer that they believe like is the singular force of evil in the world? Person has created a Reddit account specifically with my name. This is just scratching the surface of this insanity. Okay? Why the fuck would I platform a pedophile Nazi like Sam Hyde by appearing alongside of him in a boxing ring? Are you out of your fucking mind? This should make sense to every single person with like literally 3.5 fucking brain cells. A dude with credible pedophilia allegations and a fucking Nazi. Why would I ever go to a sanctioned boxing match and stand alongside him? This is one of the dumbest fucking arguments that these guys make because it shows that they have no real fucking intellectual honesty or decency. Why didn't Hasan platform a Nazi to a broader audience? It's crazy. This is what I've been dealing with for the past 5 years. Endless waves of this. Ironic to say, do not use a subreddit as a platform to harass streamers when it's a subreddit dedicated specifically to harassing one particular streamer. Understand why so many people in this space steer clear, don't mention this person or his community because they're fucking objectively terrified, understandably terrified of getting on their wrong side. Because getting on their wrong side means being endlessly harassed. $1,000 very normal people in a certain chat room, hey, watching this segment. Exactly. And yes, it does go beyond Reddit comments. It does sometimes have a real world impact. Yeah, Aiden Ross's community almost ended Destiny's and his family's life in a few minutes. They thought Aiden watchers were soft like us. Yeah, Aiden Ross's community is the only community I've seen so far that immediately operated like Destiny's community. And they duked it out. Andrew Manuel, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Ultimately, though, the reason why I rarely ever talk about this kind of thing or haven't, if you've been in here, yeah, they still have these weirdos following and doing this shit to Daft, for example, because she's my friend from the cracker drama. I've been around since before the Fallout era that you went over. Mostly the stream has stayed off completely away from him on a topic because of the toxicity involved. It's been nice. I don't think it's ever going to get better from his community's end because they're hyper online. I know. What triggered it today? What triggered it today was Anthony Fantano debating a Destiny fan. Look, ultimately, yeah, they literally latch on to all your friends. They've been popping up in Maya's comment section too. The goal is to make me a toxic element. Like, so toxic that you can't like make anyone and everyone that says any kind of slight criticism hype it up as hard as possible, whether it's Abba and Preach or whoever else, and then make me a toxic entity. Make it so that if you're collaborating with me, we will make your life hell. If there's an opening, like with me and Ethan, for example, abuse that opening as hard as possible. If there is no such opening, you can see this personally. Like, they used to shit on Ethan non-fucking stop. Like, literally non-stop. All the time. All the time. Why? Because we had a show together and we're friends. And then the moment that they saw like an opening, immediately they were like, we love Ethan. Ethan is our favorite content creator. I've been an Ethan fan for years and years and years. They infiltrated his fucking subreddit. Yeah. Fact it is, community members that watch you but have to keep it a secret that should be studied. Yeah. The best example is when Daily Dose didn't want to answer if he liked you while he was on NMP stream, even though Daily Dose does like you. It's just a death wish to publicly admit it. Exactly. For years, I thought maybe they would go away if you never talked about it, but I was wrong. They're no different than Peterson, Charlie, Kirk, Shapiro, or Fuentes fans at this point. It's unavoidable. Yep. It's basically Gamergate if Gamergate never went away and changed its course of harassment towards like anything and everything that is like technically leftist. That's it. But yeah, if you're out there and you truly want to understand like intellectual consistency or something, just match what Destiny used to say on the exact same issues back in like 2018, 2019 versus what he says now on the very same issues. Palestine being one of those issues. That's what you do when you are a mercenary and you have no genuine intellectual curiosity or interest in advocating for a position beyond winning an argument. Not even really winning an argument, but specifically looking like you won an argument.
Every side of the spectrum. And I think that's a lot more productive than just sticking to your side and condemning everybody who's like a little bit more close.
What I'm saying is like on a case-by-case basis, basis, there are some positions and points of view that point blank period are condemnable. And you don't need to sort of like see their point, you know? And again, I'm not saying that's always the case for everything all the time. I'm just saying, especially in this case, especially in this specific case, where we are talking about stuff that is in reference to and has parallels to Nazism, okay? It's worth taking a staunch position and being like, you know what, this is like bad.
This is, okay, I did that. I also did that in the video, but the point I'm trying to make is we both think it's bad, okay? So we're on the same side.
Okay, it's bad. It's bad, but the fact it's bad.
How do we combat that? How do we combat that in the most effective way possible, in the most pragmatic way possible, in a way where people can actually like fucking come to an agreement on things, that where the sides don't just get more polarized and a kick gets created and a Donald Trump gets elected president. You know, I want to meet people.
But here's the thing:
understand them, and then like also. Hey, Kanye is also a fucking Nazi. What I say in the video, like, okay, I understand where you're coming from, but also Kanye is a piece of shit Nazi. Here's links. He's affected directly hate crimes on Jewish people. So I feel like I'm being really responsible in that way, where I'm not just like completely throwing away the other side, but reeling them in and then educating them on these things. Okay, I feel like that's a lot more effective and responsible than what a lot of other people do. And that's it.
I mean, I agree that you are kind of giving some of the people watching that video context, but simultaneously you sort of take almost like a nihilistic or, you know, careless kind of perspective on, well, there's no point in quote unquote doing anything about it, because it's not like your 12 or 15 or whatever amount of streams that you might give to a Kanye record. It's not like that means anything. And ultimately, if you're not a perfect person, then, you know, as Jordan Peterson says, you shouldn't be trying to put forward effort to fix the world anyway, because you can't fix or, you know, sort of like, you know, improve your own shit.
Well, okay. What I was trying to say with that is people who endorse polarization and kind of like encourage it and
I hate this perspective from fence sitters that is like, oh, it's not the anti-Semitism is a problem. It's you pointing out that it's anti-Semitic that's a problem. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, man? That's crazy. What do you mean? Like, Anthony Fantano is not polarizing for saying Kanye West is a fucking Nazi. Kanye West is the actual polarizing figure for coming out and saying he loves Adolf Hitler. What the fuck is this conversation? It's one that you can only present, is one that you can only point to if you don't care about the anti-Semitism stuff. Huge changes at Mogul Mail. Oh shit, wait, I wonder if this is what I think it is.
You've missed the last 30 days of work. You've been caught sleeping on the job. And Stan's caught you licking your own vagina in the kitchen. You're not just fired, you're the worst executive assistant in the world. Oh, okay. I can't replace you. I can't replace you. You don't have hands. That's what you do. That's what you look like. I do shower. I do shower. You're not there every time. You're there for half of them at most. You cannot use that word. Get the hell out of my office. I can't replace you. You're replaceable. You're a cat. Stance, can you give me an intern?
Hi. I am so bad. Oh my God, I saw it. You gotta be careful where you point that thing.
No, this is what's gonna eat the time up.
Oh, no.
You're really physically not fit.
Oh.
Nice. This is not what I thought it was going to be, but this is great. He's cooking. Typical right-wing capitalist using child labor. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Classic MAGA male bullshit. Anyway. Where the fuck was I? All right, let's do the Elden Ring Shadow the Erd Tree gameplay reveal trailer. I'm done. I'm done with the fucking Kanye West dumb debate nonsense. This has been a fucking debate heavy day, baby. Finally, some good goddamn news.
Pure and radiant, he wields love to shrive clean the hearts of men. There is nothing more terrifying.
In that forsaken place, blood must spill. Blood of your fellows. The H3 faithful.
Yes, I'll do a new playthrough.
They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war.
No, I'll do a new playthrough up to the point of the DLC, because usually the DLC it starts at a certain position. Like it's not at the end of the game usually, right? Or is it super late game?
Wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of light? I presume you, too, are keen to know just what kind Mikola is doing here. Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death.
Is this a good
embrace of Vesper's flame?
Come now, touch the withered arm and travel to the realm of shadow. I will not be far behind. May we meet again.
Holy shit. It seems like it starts at Mox Palace, which can either be early/late game. Early game if you do PvP and unlock the portal that way, or late if you wait until the frozen mountain to find the portal. In the most From Software fashion, I suspect that this will be significantly harder. It feels like this is a full-blown game. Like it's giving Shadow Hunt. Is that what it was called? Like the Wild Hunt, which is like a DLC, but it's more than a DLC, if that makes sense. Like Wild Hunt was a DLC, but it was a whole ass game almost in and of itself. I don't believe From Software would cook people with $40 and make it like a limited expansion, a tiny expansion. The S3 DLC was stupid fucking hard. I think Miyazaki said this will be the size of Limgrave or larger. To prepare you from Software's largest expansion yet, we've got the Shadow of the Erd-Tree release date and trailer. Be sure to check out our interviews with Miyazaki, originating the Souls-like genre, potential Bloodborne remake. Oh, I saw this part. I saw that he said a Bloodborne remake. I can't speak on it right now. However, he basically said, I can't speak on a Bloodborne remake at the moment. Unfortunately, I can't speak on it. That means he didn't say no. But he said that the new technology makes it new availability in tech makes it interesting, something along those lines. Shadow of the Erd-Tree follows the story of the kind Mikula, Melania's twin brother. Mikula is the demigod offspring of Queen Marika and Radagon. The twins were born with a curse, with Mikula doomed to be eternally young and never grow to an adult. You will follow Mikula's footsteps in the Land of Shadow area in the DLC, like you follow the Sites of Grace in the base game. The DLC area has been confirmed to occupy the same space as the lands between, but it has been physically disconnected, and it will involve a warp of sorts to get there. The story will also involve Queen Marika and what she did in the Shadowland, and just what led Mikula to follow her into the Land of Shadow. Additionally, Mesmer is the man in red seen in the first trailer for the DLC, and he's an important figure who rivals the other demigods in the Shadow of the Erd-Tree. He has a key element of shadow to him, which is also an important theme throughout the DLC. Diving deeper into Mikula's past might help us understand where the DLC story is going to go. It starts with Mikula wanting to become an adult, so we use the Halleck tree, the late game legacy dungeon where players fight Melania. Here he lay in a cocoon with the aim of growing older in parallel with the tree, binding himself by watering the tree with his blood. He intended for the Halleck tree to grow into an Erd tree, but before he could complete his task, Mikula fell into a deep slumber. His cocoon is actually discovered in Elden Ring after defeating Mog, Lord of Blood. So that's like pretty late game. Mog stole the cocoon, morphed into blood, entered it. To be fair, by the way, I did play a very different game than the one that is now available with all of the fucking nerfs that came. Like when I played Elden Ring, I feel like it was a ginormously different game. People who beat the game 1.0 with Mimic Tear are sweating. Yes, I'm people that you are mentioning. I had the Rivers cheese at the time. I had the Mimic cheese at the time. Or no, it wasn't even Rivers. Rivers is for PvP. I did Moonveil, I think, right? I did all the fucking cheeses. No, I did Rivers for... I did Rivers specifically for PvP when I was cooking everybody. I was a Moonveil Andy for most of the game. Now, usually they fucking kill those cheeses pretty quickly. Didn't you beat pre-nerf Redondo? Yes, I did. I think I did. Pretty sure I beat Radon before they nerf Radon, but that doesn't mean anything. That's just one thing. There's only one aspect, even though it was fucking... Don't say it was never hard. It was hard as hell, dude. Are you kidding me? You can do Blasphemous Blade cheese now. Healing is busted even more than Rivers. So that's the funniest part about it, is that like every From Software fan ultimately knows that if one cheese closes out, another cheese opportunity presents itself. They never just let you have no cheese. There's always cheese. So don't act like there isn't going to be a new way for me to find a different kind of cheese. I also used to farm in the blood area too. I did that as well, to farm levels sometimes, if you guys recall. But like, you got to do that sometimes with the bows. That I'm sure that still exists. That's not even a cheese at that point. That's just a farm location. Yeah. Yeah. With the bird, with the bow and arrow and the bird. The only people that don't cheese are people who basically put handicaps on themselves. People that go around and are like, I'm going to finish the game without a single hit. Or I'm going to finish the game. I'm going to fucking finish the game by only using punches or some shit. You know what I mean? Like no hit runners, stuff like that. Or people that are like, I'm going to finish the game by using a fucking flute somehow. Everyone else, let's be real, everyone else in the From Software fandom, if you're calling Caled the blood location your fuck brother, I don't think it was Caled. I think it was somewhere. Was it Caled? No, Caled is Ohio. This was in the other area. Yeah, it was Mog's Palace. I'm right and Chatter is wrong. If you just explore a good amount, the game is designed for you to overlevel. Yes. They modded bosses to be invisible. Wait. Yeah. Are you a mage build? No, I'm a Dex cheeser every time. I'm a Dex cheeser through and through. Caled is Ohio. Caled is better farming where you kill the homunculus guys. They're so slimy. Someone beat the game using their mind. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like there's fucking insane stuff out there.
I'm Zoe Dillahunty-Light, and I have a feast, nay, a banquet for you today, as we at Eurogamer got an exclusive interview with Hidetaka Miyazaki of
That's crazy.
FromSoft. We got the chance to pick his brains about the new Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erdtree, and the Bloodborne.
We let strength users get away with claiming they're anti-cheese for too long. I agree. The only From Software fans that claim that they never cheese are strength builders. And to be fair, they cheese too. Everybody does.
Remaster we're all craving. FromSoft boss Hidetaka Miyazaki told our deputy news editor, Ed Nightingale, that this is the biggest expansion the company has ever worked on. Judging from the trailer, as many suspected, Shadow of the Erdtree will follow the story of Miquella, Malenia's brother. There's also mention of the Realm of Shadow accessed through Miquella's withered arm that Mog was guarding, perhaps hinting at the new area we'll all be exploring. Further, we see a variety of new environments, haunted grasslands, fiery caverns, mystical ruins, as well as some magnificently terrifying new bosses.
Strength is how the game
Let's
is
get
truly meant to be
started with the
played. Shut
interview,
up.
shall we?
Shut up. Don't say stuff like that. Because if that was the fucking case, if that was the case, then there wouldn't be so many different builds, okay? This is the attitude of a pure strength guy who says, "Oh, mages are cheesing," which is true, by the way. Dex builds are not cheesing, but mages are cheesing. Okay? If you use magic, you are a cheater. You're playing a different game. You're playing a different game. It's just not From Software. That's it. It's not a From Software game. Oh, look at me. I'm fucking standing from afar and just fucking blasting. They put dex builds in the game because there's no easy mode? No, they put the fucking mirror thing, whatever, the clone. What was it called? The mimic tear in the game because there's no easy mode.
If you're wondering, Miyazaki confirmed to us that Game of Thrones author George R.R. Martin has not provided fresh material. As for George's involvement, essentially it is the same as it was with the base game.
Do you like this game more than Sekiro? For me, nothing tops Sekiro. No, nothing tops Sekiro. But Sekiro also is the hardest From Software game,
said Miyazaki. The DLC Shadow of the Erdtree is based on one part of that original mythos that he penned for us. It's not a brand new mythos that he's written specifically for Shadow of the Erdtree. He has not created something new which informed the design of the DLC.
Sekiro was the easiest one? No, it's not. Sekiro is the hardest one because it's the only From Software game where you can't overlevel to overcome. You're literally level locked. That's why it's the hardest. Every From Software game, still, with the exception of Sekiro, allows you to level up, to overlevel. Oh, you can't overcome this one area? Go back to the drawing board and pump as much as you can. Come back with better weapons. Come back with more flasks. You know what I mean? Sekiro does not have that. The only way to beat the game is by getting good. There is no easy mode for Sekiro, which is precisely why it is the hardest From Software game. Yeah, Sekiro is the hardest because there's only one way to play. You learn to parry or you do not succeed in the game. There's no cheese builds or anything. You get good or you lose. Exactly. Which is why I think it's the best one. I love it. It's one of the greatest games I've ever played. You just straight up have to be. The only one that comes close to that, I guess, is Bloodborne. But you just have to literally. You did not finish it though? Wait, what do you mean? What's happening here? I'm getting revisionist history. Of course I finished it. Not only did I finish it, I broke a controller in the process. I threw a dumbbell on my controller and broke it. People who enjoy Sekiro are masochists? No, it's just people who enjoy Sekiro. Did you beat Owl 2? Yes, bro. I don't even think Owl 2 was that hard. I think Owl 1 was harder. Look. No room for mistakes. Except for that one. And then that's it. Look at my face. Nothing comes close to this feeling. Nothing comes close to this fucking feeling from a single player game, dude. That's why From Software games are the best. There's literally wrong Persona 5 Valentine's Day. No, the dopamine that you get, from doing this is like unmatched in single player games. Games can make you cry, games can make you happy, games can make you fall in love with a compelling story. But the only other avenue where you can get this feeling of accomplishment, this sense of truly earned accomplishment, is from Software games or from multiplayer. In single player games, this is it. I remember talking about it. It's like where From Software games made me realize how I manage conflict. Like it made me realize, like it taught me to control my anger in moments where I have to. It makes you literally learn. It makes you literally learn how to manage through the anger that you have. Yes, you're not just playing the game, you're fighting yourself. Absolutely. You beat him off stream, then on stream. You pre-beat him though? What? No, I didn't. Also, it still doesn't matter. Oh man, it's so fucking good. Now when we talk about gaming, this is how we're treated. That's such a funny fucking take because this past week has been some of my most gaming I've done. And you're only saying, you saying that in this chat basically means that you're just not here while I'm gaming. I do it every night. I do it for hours. I game for hours.
DLC. It's simply another part of the original story that we thought fit to tell as a new expansion. So, what can we expect from Shadow of the Erd-Tree? Compared with previous games, Miyazaki said this DLC is our largest expansion to date in terms of overall volume. Miyazaki told us that, in terms of where the game takes place, it's a brand new area of a brand new map which includes a structure similar to what you find in the base game with field areas, legacy dungeons, and other dungeons of various scale. The map is going to be huge. In Miyazaki's words, in terms of pure surface area, you're going to be faced with something larger even than Limgrave in the base game. FromSoft has also developed its approach to field design. Concerning the world, Miyazaki told us that while the overall structure is the same, while we have these open field areas, we have the legacy dungeon areas, and the general divide between these areas is quite distinct. This time, we wanted to go more in depth, he said, and bring a more dense and richer level design, which brings these types of layout together a little more seamlessly. So there won't be, hopefully, as distinct a divide between these areas this time. There, of course, will be large open areas there, of course, will be legacy dungeons, but we've also experimented with something a little more in between these as well, to bring up more diverse gameplay experiences. Further, there will be over 10 new boss fights, plus plenty of new weapons, new equipment, and new skills to find. And 8 new weapon categories have been added to account for the new weapon types, which begs the question, what could they possibly be? Anyway, ideas for the DLC began to form around the end of Elden Ring's development, as there were remaining ideas that were clearly not gonna fit in and would make more sense as DLC. Development then began around the time updates and patches for the base game had begun to settle down. Expansions for previous FromSoft games are notorious for upping the difficulty, Bloodborne's The Old Hunters especially. When we asked about the difficulty spike in light of The Old Hunters, Miyazaki stated that in terms of raw power meters and difficulty level, you could say Shadow of the Erd-Tree is on a similar footing with the endgame of Elden Ring. As to our general approach to the level of challenge, this has not changed from how we approached the base game. A new element of progression unique to this DLC area has also been implemented, which further heightens player.
I think I solidified myself as a legacy legendary gamer when I fucking basically one-tap Margit. Well, how many tries did it take for me to take down Margit? I remember it being like, it was definitely like a uniquely low amount of times where everyone was like, what the fuck is happening? This is ahistorical. Give me a break. The only break you get is at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay.
Freedom to walk away, level up, and come back later, though the general approach to the level of the challenge has not changed.
I remember it being incredibly anti-Ukrainian. Because I was raising money for Ukraine at the time. And I was planning to donate per death. And then I like clapped Margit. And then the second boss after him too, I forget what his name was. And then everyone was like, what the fuck are you doing? You're not dying. So then I went and then I died 1,000,000 times to that one like over-leveled demon in the fucking main area. And it pissed me off. That moment when you got your gamer card is when you shellacked dozens of chatters in PvP. Oh yeah, I went like 40 I went like 3 for 40. I just looked at the stream. You 2-tap Margit. I went like literally 40 for like I lost 3 times against fucking chatters. Every chatter that talks shit, I fucking melted. You cheese with rivers, bitch. They had the cheese too. Now we're talking about look at the copium. Look at the copium. Look at the copium. Look at the fucking copium. People saying, "Oh, you mimic Terd, you mimic cheese." It's like, bro, I PvP'd. HasanAbi takes on market, does the unbelievable with ease. Get those fucking bets in, boys. Get those bets in, boyos. It's market time. Yeah, we had the fails of here. There is conduct too from FromSoft PvP. Yes, I know. Chatters that fucking had so much goddamn smoke for me. Chatters that had so much goddamn smoke for me got awfully quiet after I fucking ripped through their guts. Chatters would attack me in the middle of emoting and still get, and they would still lose.
Changed one bit. Miyazaki explained that we wanted to provide these challenging encounters and these menacing threats. And in order to do that, we wanted to give the player a lot of freedom of approach. We wanted them to feel free about how they chose and when they chose to approach and tackle these hardships. And I think Melania was one major example in the base game. She is an extremely tough boss battle, but she's also optional. So, players who look for that sort of challenge in our games will find a challenge on equal footing in the DLC as well. On the challenge FromSoft games provide, and the challenge Shadow of the Erdtree will definitely subject us to, Miyazaki explained how the FromSoft game's famous difficulty level has a much deeper meaning to him than simply hard for hard's sake. I think as a theme that those elements of hardship and that feeling of accomplishment simply has value as an experience.
Yes!
Said. As a player and as a person.
That's what I said. Oh my god, me and Miyazaki are like this, bro. He's just like me for real.
This is not something that can be easily achieved or replicated in our lives, and I think it's something that carries with it inherent risks. In other media, especially, it's difficult to replicate that hardship and accomplishment, and I think that therein is the appeal and the value of FromSoft games. Of course, it can be felt in parts of other media, but in terms of that risk and reward and that sense of accomplishment that you feel with the act of play, I think that's very unique to games, and I think it's very powerful. And, of course, we just had to ask Miyazaki if Shadow of the Erdtree will again include a poison swamp. In a word, yes, he said. But this was actually a point of introspection for me after creating the base game. It was only after creating it that I realised I really like to create poison swamps. And this was a little place of introspection and reflection for me, so maybe when players reach the poison swamp in the DLC, they too will feel a little bit of this retrospection. Shadow of the Erdtree will be released across all platforms on the 21st of June, but before you go, Miyazaki did have something to say about the Bloodborne remake we are all gagging for. Miyazaki discussed with us the possibility of a Bloodborne remake, and the benefits of waiting for new hardware on which to revisit the beloved PlayStation 4 classic. It is a title we hold very dear just as much.
Wait, what do you mean? I misunderstood the benefits of new hardware. I thought he meant like there is new hardware, so it's time. Did I totally misunderstand that? What the fuck?
As our fans, Miyazaki told Eurogamer when questioned about the possibility of a Bloodborne remake. It does make me very happy to see that there are still so many people passionate about it. But would a remake benefit from newer hardware to make the release worthwhile? From Software's Demon's Souls, for example,
he's not waiting for PS6. No shot, dude.
Was remade as a...
Dude, there's nothing gnarlier, nastier, more gross than fucking Sony making a Last of Us remake, a Last of Us 2 remake, like, and not making a Bloodborne remake. Okay? You guys just hate money, it seems. It makes no sense. Do you hate money? Is this a thing that you despise? Sony is like, no, we are actually anti-capitalist. We love losing money, as a matter of fact, and we hate making money, which is why we won't do it. It's like Last of Us Remake 2 came out with the same exact fucking software, with like Not even a little bit improvement. Like, there was no improvement. Bloodborne is making me consider nuking my computer trying to download a PS4 emulator. He's 100% talking about next-gen consoles like Bethesda is for Elder Scrolls 6. Okay, I'm done with Bethesda after Starfield, okay? Bethesda needs to get back on my good side. I don't give a fuck.
PS5 launch title after originally launching on PS3. A double console generation leap that meant the re-release felt more significant. I think having new hardware is definitely a part of what gives these remakes value.
Because of fucking pronouns. Have you played Fallout? Fuck yes, I have.
You weren't able to achieve on previous generations of hardware, ways you weren't able to render specific expressions. New hardware sometimes makes it possible. However, I wouldn't say that's the be-all and end-all, Miyazaki continued. I think purely from a user perspective, modern hardware also allows more players to appreciate all the games. And so, it ends up being a simple reason, but as a fellow player, I think that accessibility is important. I think that can be the driving force between bringing an old game to a new platform. Whether a Bloodborne remake eventually sees the light of day, regardless of whether it may arrive on either PS5 or PS6, Miyazaki said he was very happy to see so many passionate fans calling for a Bloodborne remake to happen. Miyazaki apologised for being unable to say anything more specific about remaking the PS4 exclusive, but said he was thrilled at the game's continued response.
Yeah, he's like very happy, which is why he loves... means he's seen the memes, chat. It means he's seen the memes and he still doesn't want to make you happy. Think about that.
It makes me very...
And yes, it's not coming on for the PS... I mean, it's not coming out for the PC.
Very happy to see, because it's a title with a lot of specific memories, both for me and the staff who worked on it, he said. And when we see those passionate voices in the community, of course it makes us feel thrilled. It makes us feel very fortunate to have that and to have those memories. FromSoft does carefully consider what it wants to make, so if a Bloodborne remake is on the cards, it sounds like they feel no pressure to add anything that may mimic features in other titles just because they've been successful. We don't feel any particular pressure to continue making the same thing, said Miyazaki. What I feel is that when creating that kind of environment, or with that kind of initiative to create something because it's been successful, or because it's succeeded in the past, that generally doesn't go very well, he told us. What we have seen is that players seem to enjoy our games, and so they're giving us the chance to continue making what we enjoy and what we like. And it helps.
Why are remakes so popular nowadays? Is no one asking for Bloodborne 2? Well, the reason why no one's asking for Bloodborne 2 is because people are being realistic. Obviously, Bloodborne 2 would be better, but it's just like, it's going to take a fucking long-ass time.
Helps us to not have that feeling of being trapped. If players continue to enjoy our games, we will continue to make them in the way that we like. We will just have to wait and see then if a Bloodborne remake is on the cards. And that's everything we found out from Hidetaki Miyazaki of FromSoft about the Elden Ring DLC Shadow of the Erdtree coming to your veins and mine on the 21st of June 2024. What are you most excited for about the DLC, and did anything from this interview surprise you? Let me know in the comments, and a massive thank you to Ed Nightingale for sharing his interview with me, Zoe Delahunty Light, so I in turn can share it with you.
That's crazy. Official gameplay reveal. Isn't there also a trailer or just a gameplay review? Are you gonna check out Nightingale? It's basically steampunk fantasy.
Hurry now, flesh.
Maybe. I gotta pee first though. Hold on.
The infinite awaits. save yourself, survive the realms, and rebuild all that has been lost.
Why are you underneath me, ma'am? Ma'am? Hello? Hello? Please give me a good reason not to join the army right now. I'm at my breaking point. Why the fuck would you join the army, bro? Are you out of your fucking mind? That's a really big mistake, buddy. Don't do it. Oh, here, I wanted to do Helldivers lore and also the Borderlands movie as well. I don't know if this is gonna be good or not. Like, I don't understand. It's like, why is Kevin Hart in the Borderlands movie?
Unfortunately, my design doesn't facilitate this type of...
Well, destiny awaits.
Legend has it that there's this massive treasure hidden in some secret vault. And if you go hunting for it, you'd better take any help you can get. Because it's on the weirdest, most dangerous dumpster fire of a world in the universe.
God, I hate this planet.
What is that smell?
Piss wash gullet.
Ew!
Like, what's going on? Do these guys all have like gambling debt or something? Like, am I crazy? Like, what a strange group of people to do a fucking Borderlands movie with like a strange IP with very odd casting. Something about it feels odd, and I don't really get it. This is a very Gerard Butler type film. Oh, 100%. You're so right about that.
Window up. I don't want to. Roll the window up.
It's Pete. It's Pete. Why do you think it's called piss wash? How did it get the name?
It's in my mouth.
Do you know how many
fucking Bobby Lee's in this? He makes more sense than other people.
Do you know how many people have died looking for this vault?
We have something they don't, baby girl.
Okay. What?
Major issues. Time to make it rain with your body parts.
What did I tell you?
Minimal explosions.
I said no explosions.
This movie was supposed to come out like 2.5 years ago. It's been delayed, and the co-writer removed his name from the movie. The name in the credits is a fake name. Eli Roth sucks ass. Very producers didn't play the game, and/or studio refused to greenlight it without names. Their old asses know. To be fair, I've never actually played Borderlands. Like, I played it for a second when it first came out. So I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm a fan. I don't really understand why these characters or why this movie at all, actually. Are they trying to capitalize on, you know, Mad Max shit? Is that what it is? Like Mad Max style desert dystopia? Because this has the workings of basically Marvel Cinematic Universe. It is screaming Marvel Cinematic Universe at me from every orifice. it feels like it's Marvel Cinematic Universe with characters that you don't know or give a shit about if you've never played Borderlands. Being played by actors that are Mad Max meets the Guardians of the Galaxy. The Mad Guardians of the Galaxy. And of course, like, that makes sense because Borderlands, I remember, as being like very funny, or it's supposed to be like humorous, doesn't take itself seriously, that kind of thing.
Ooh, mine's bigger.
What are you doing? I needed a gun. So you asked for it.
There's only one of you in the world, and you're special.
Kill them all.
What's happening right now?
I'm expelling the excess lead. I can't go if you're looking at me. Actually, scrap that. I can. I really can. Actually, it's helping.
Are we really waiting for this to finish?
Keep looking at me.
What the fuck? Okay, dude. It's very Reddit. Borderlands is very 1 and 2 is very much epic Reddit humor in a completely justifiable and fun way since they dropped in 2008 and 2012. Peep Borderlands 2 trailer with dubstep. This is the most bazinga pilled ass movie I've ever seen. The fuck is the sympathizer?
I see you. Fresh off the boat. Always smiling like the good
What is this? Is this a movie about, is this a teaser about an empath?
Asian. What are you concealing?
I have something to confess.
Confessing secrets is the most exciting thing in the world.
xin lỗi. Xin cho phép tôi bắt đầu lại nha.
Được rồi.
The Vietnam War, it's over. Your job has just begun. This is America. And I mean that in the most dangerous sense. We're CIA. Strap in.
I thought coming to America might have instilled in you a little independence.
This is counterintelligence. You work for me while pretending to work for them.
Dude, oh my God, dude. Robert Downey Jr. is so fucking goated. Oh my God, he looks awesome. Dude, he looks so fucking sick. Oh my God, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. Robert Balding Jr., how dare you?
Just be your charming self.
You play your part without a flaw. The slight wrinkling of the eyes, the encouraging nod. You let people go on thinking you're perfectly in agreement with everything, all without saying a word yourself.
I infiltrated the enemy and did everything to undermine them because I am a communist. Undercover. Be careful, my friend.
We have business to discuss.
Okay, every single thing that they've revealed, every time the screen turns red, I get harder and harder. Like, every single reveal has been so incredible. For it's like A24 production, Pulitzer Prize winner, author. He's a communist, and fucking this is.
Be careful, my friend.
And also the visionary director of Old Boy. It's like, oh, Oh! And Susan Sarandon. Oh my God, dude. Wait, first of all, Susan Sarandon, this means I can get like legit insider access to this. We gotta get my favorite HasanAbi head on to talk about this. So you know this shit's not gonna suck. It's a TV show, not a movie. Okay, fine. Did it not say Susan Sarandon, or did I oh, it says Susan Downey. Fuck. Never mind. I nutted. I nutted too hard. It's not Susan Sarandon. Never mind. Oh. Okay, so
Undercover. Be careful, my friend.
We have business to discuss.
I nutted too
Someone
hard.
has infiltrated our ranks. Maybe there is no spy.
Only the spy says there's no spy.
You're kind of distracted these last few weeks.
This is your assignment. See it through.
What's up with you?
You a communist sympathizer?
You're American.
David Duchovny?
Now I see which side of you will win out.
How did you become this?
Thì người thành đạt phải đóng rất nhiều vai cùng một lúc á. Cậu còn là một kẻ hai mặt. Cho nên cậu chọn.
This is sick. This looks fucking sick. Yes, I'm gonna watch Lazarus when it comes out. I've already watched this trailer. Obviously, it's fucking my goat. It's my favorite anime creator. Shinichiro Watanabe. Creator of Samurai Champloo and Cowboy Bebop and Space Dundee. Everybody always says I hate music, but Watanabe is my favorite anime director, writer, creator. And obviously, aside from the phenomenal fight choreography, the other part of Watanabe Productions is the seamless, the phenomenal soundtrack. Anime directors are nerds about music and getting the best composers. Yeah, dude. That's why One Piece has 8 songs, famously. Eight good songs, but goddamn, bro, 1,000 episodes, 8 fucking songs. Are you kidding me? You definitely need more. One Piece OST is like 3 minutes long, brother.
Well, it's been 24 hours since he was pronounced dead. Seriously think this dude came back to life?
Maybe he's not even human anymore.
What is this?
Can you remember who broke into your home and attacked your family?
They killed my family. Now I'm going to hunt down every last one of them and make them pay.
You plan on murdering them all?
You are about to be dropped into the pits of hell. Where you'll hear the sound of skin being peeled off, bones being shattered, and spines ripped out whole.
What the hell is going on here?
Don't get involved in this investigation any further.
Definitely something shady going on with this case.
How's up? They have the FBI in their pocket. And now they're wanting me to back off.
My guess is that ninjas are the ones behind it all.
If this is all true, then we got a real nightmare in our hands.
We cannot afford our existence ever coming to light. I'm going to kill Yamaji and make sure everyone else gets what they deserve. Find them at all costs. Yamaji! And tear their hearts out.
From acclaimed director Sung-Hoo Park comes a new original anime.
Even in oblivion, you'll tremble in fear of the Oni that lie beyond.
Ninja Kamui.
Okay, this does look sick. Oh my god. Something about like Toonami trailers bring me back to my childhood somehow. I don't know why. You have to watch Pluto if you still haven't seen it. I did. It was great. Oh, also another really sick show that I'm actually stoked on is Shogun. Will was hyping it up.
Hear me, my son. I alone will tell you the truth. Death is the only punishment here.
I have not told you my family name, but it is well known in Japan. Many years ago, a great injustice stole everything from me. I have learned one truth, that enemies are everywhere and friends nowhere. To show your truth.
Listen, don't knock white boys in Japan, okay? They're living out. Like, everybody thinks that the white savior fantasy for like American the like American oh my god, my brain is pooping. I think I'm streaming too much. Jesus Christ. Everybody thinks that the white savior fantasy only works in the United States of America and the civil rights movement. But the real white boy's fantasy is the white samurai, okay? The last samurai type shit, which is perfectly valid and should be allowed. And also technically more ethical.
True heart is to risk your life. Because death can come for us at any moment.
These are dire times. Hinomoto wa senran no you ni tachikaeru no wake. Doomed lovers, cursed kings.
These people are godless savages.
Or maybe they just don't give a shit what you think.
Toki wa kita! Omori takabutta gyakuzoku kara Hinomoto wo mamorareba naran!
Dude, it's so sick.
もはや戦議は終わったと思って良いのじゃな。
動けない！
その後、己の敵の正体が分かっておらぬのじゃ。
You cannot play their games. That's how they dominate. A title revered through the ages. Shogun.
Listen, it's not weird to think that, yes, you could be the quirked up white boy that demonstrates white boy swag goo and is accepted in the Edo period, okay? That you too could also, you know, fight along the ranks of samurai and be accepted. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's not that far-fetched. It's not that far-fetched. It's just like, please let me have this. That's kind of fucked up. And to the people that say, oh, samurai are basically cops, it's like, okay, well, have you ever considered that those cops are cool? Some cops are good and cool. And also, I'd be a Ronin anyway. You know what I mean? Yeah, every time I said ACAB, I meant like except samurai, because those guys are sick. Just FYI, Shogun isn't really about that. I think you'll enjoy it. I worked on it. No, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's about that or not. It's my fantasy is that. Cap sure did. I think chatters legitimately forget that there's a lot of adults that have money and jobs in this community. Given the type of content that I make, it's definitely like a self-selecting audience of people who very much are adults. And they're shocked when they find out that there is like a real adult in the room. Have you seen the last trailer for Avatar? No, and I don't want to look at it, and I fucking think it's gonna suck ass. Next, you're gonna tell me that the One Piece showrunner is a friend of the show? Yeah, literally. Yeah. Man, it should be shocking if, like, I don't know, the showrunner for the live action One Piece was a HasanAbi head. No. That would never be the case. Season 2 of Tokyo Vice pretty good. Oh, really? Oh, did it come out already? Oh, I know what I'm watching tonight then. You are in the Latina algo now? What does that mean?
Eyes are like angel, his heart is cold. No need to ask, he's a smooth operator.
What does that mean? Why am I in? What is that? What is the Latina algo? Always give it a like, of course. Tomorrow's PR clip. Oh my God. That's so fucking dumb. This one's kind of popping off too. 10,000 likes, 59 comments. I always live for the streams where Jeff cuts his on hair, then proceeds to sell it to Chad in order to make clones for some Star Trek type digital hellscape. I'm a ride he can't not survive. I know you hate it, but the long hair era was truly great. No, you only think that because you see it in my best hair moments and not my worst hair moments. That's why. Yeah, if you look at like my best hair moments, which is the only type of the only type of moments that you'll see on stream when we're this far removed from when I had long hair. Show a bad hair moment. I mean, literally, when I was playing Sekiro earlier, when I was playing Elden Ring, was like really bad. I looked terrible. Boomers agree with your System of a Down take. Here's my experience with System of a Down. Are you ready? It's like System of a Down is considered to be a big no-no in Turkey, or at least like back then. And why were they considered a big no-no? Because like at their concerts, they would have like signs that say no dogs and no Turks allowed, right? So people were like very upset, and then they have like songs about how they're gonna take the Adada, like the mountain, back or whatever. I think, I don't know, fucking some shit. I don't remember, but I remember listening to their music and thinking, damn, these guys are sick. Like they're really good. And then I feel like that started my curiosity about like Armenians in general. Listening to it, it made me really like reconsider everything. I was like, damn, these guys are probably not lying. Which is so funny to think about. It's like such a random dumb thing that breaks through your programming. I'm sure Serge would appreciate that though if he knew that. You should probably try getting Serge on stream, to be honest. Not sure how possible. That'd be very interesting to watch, listen to them together. BYOB absolutely rocked my system and applies to what's happening in occupied Palestine. Glad to see SOAD getting more in-depth recognition right now. This is like a unnecessarily aggro comment. You've done a Durag stream. Now where's the Turban stream? Civil War trailer? I already watched it. I already fucking made comments about it too. Dude, breaking news. Coolest guy on earth discovered, given sickest rap sheet of all time. Key points. Federales charged Japanese Yakuza leader with nuclear materials trafficking. Federal prosecutors in New York said that they charged a Japanese Yakuza leader with conspiring to traffic nuclear materials from Burma to other countries. Prosecutors said the accused gangster Takeshi Ebisawa and his confederates showed samples of nuclear materials in Thailand to an undercover agent from the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. A U.S. nuclear forensic laboratory analyzed the samples and confirmed that the samples contained uranium and weapons-grade plutonium. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan said, the problem is they didn't have to make him look so cool. But I guess it's impossible to make him look lame when he's literally so goddamn cool. The DOJ alleges that a high-ranking member of the Yakuza, Takeshi Ebisawa, was the central figure in a plot to funnel American weapons to ethnic militias in Myanmar in exchange for heroin and meth. Ebisawa is charged with narcotics importation and money laundering and conspiracy to acquire surface-to-air missiles. I don't know if this is literally the plot to Yakuza 8. I haven't gotten to that point yet, but it's so sick. The agent asked Ebisawa if the material was usable for nuclear weapons, saying that Iran needed it for nuclear weapons. I think so, and I hope so. Ebisawa said, I think so, and I hope so. Ebisawa told the undercover agent in 2021 that an unnamed leader of an insurgent group in Myanmar, the country formerly known as Burma, could sell nuclear materials, including uranium, through Ebisawa to the fictitious Iranian general to fund a large weapons purchase, the indictment says. In a recorded video call, brokers with the leader of the insurgent group claimed that the leader had thousands of kilograms of nuclear material and could produce How did they get their hands on nuclear material? Is a real question that I have. I genuinely don't understand how. Like weapons grade nuclear material? How is that? How was he able to procure such things? During the call, the DEA undercover agent asked about exchanging uranium for weapons from Iran, which the brokers and the leader agreed with. In 2022, Thai law enforcement recovered nuclear samples previously shown to the agent by the brokers and transferred them to U.S. authorities, the indictment says. A nuclear forensic lab examined the samples, found that they contained uranium, thorium, plutonium, and that the plutonium was weapons grade. It produced in sufficient quantities, the indictment said, of the plutonium found in the samples. It would be suitable for a use of a nuclear weapon. I mean, he's so sick. Yeah, your plutonium too loud. They'll kill you. Takeshi-san, they'll kill you. Your plutonium too weapons grade. Your weed too loud. Your heroin too dank. They'll kill you, Takeshi-san. This is literally a Yakuza subplot. I love that the Yakuza is dying as an institution, as an organization, and they're simultaneously, they got fucking bosses doing this shit. Like, what the fuck was he gonna do? Oh, he was trying to get heroin. Another thing that's happening in Japan is the McDonald's anime. The cast of the official McDonald's anime. Starting February 26th in the United States and elsewhere, McDonald's is running a campaign on the W.C. Donald's name, frequently used in anime, including a 4 anime episode by Studio Pierrot. What the fuck? Oh, here, the Helldivers lore.
Not too distant future. In the not too distant future, Super Earth stands on the brink of annihilation. Its skies darkened by swarms of foul alien bugs. Its ground besieged by the relentless march of socialist mechanical monstrosities. But in its time of need, humanity calls upon its mightiest and most disposable heroes, the Helldivers. An elite peacekeeping force who dive feet first into the deadliest of war zones, battling against overwhelming enemy forces to spread the shining light of managed democracy across the stars. Welcome aboard everyone to this Lore Tours flight, where today we'll be heading to the bastion of managed democracy, known as Super Earth. What is life like there? What strange and cruel forces besiege humanity? And who are the illustrious Helldivers? All great questions that we, my friends, will be answering today. So get comfortable, grab a nice hot cup of liberty, and settle in. Let's embark on this lore tour of the Helldiver Corps and Super Earth. In the late 21st century, humanity is united under one banner, the Federation of Super Earth. This grand planetary government emerged as a beacon of freedom, peace, and liberty, heralding a new era for humankind. with a mission to extend the reach of good old-fashioned human civilization, the Federation dispatches its brave citizens to colonize new worlds, confront foul alien life forms, and spread managed democracy throughout the galaxy by force. But what, you may ask, exactly is this glorious concept of managed democracy? It is the pinnacle of political systems, a marked improvement upon the ancient, flawed democracy of yesteryears. In this system, citizens are shepherded through the voting process by a benevolent automated voting system, which presents voters with a series of questions before casting the vote on their behalf. Gone are the days of confusion and uncertainty, where the common folk stumbled in the dark, unaware of what they were really voting for. Now they support the correct policies and candidates, those that champion the undying principles of freedom and liberty. Amidst the utopian, sprawling metropolises and verdant landscapes of humanity's vast intergalactic empire,
I can't help but notice that the managed democracy and the incredible landscapes look creepily similar to just like upgraded suburbs full of cars everywhere.
Super Earth enjoy a life of prosperity and patriotic fervor thanks to this managed democracy. However, in this paradise, a few misguided souls, the dissenters, the liberty haters, dare to whisper against the glorious Federation of Super Earth. To safeguard this utopian society, these acts of sedition, be it as vile as tarnishing the planet's noble name, questioning the infallible government, or failing to honour the sacred Super Earth flag, have been justly criminalised. Even the contemplation of such treachery is met with the most righteous of consequences, arrest or execution. And it is the sacred duty of every citizen to remain vigilant, to turn in those, even their own kin, who harbour unpatriotic sentiment. So it's fair that the privilege of procreating, the esteemed C1 perm child permits, are bestowed only upon those deemed worthy. Only the most loyal, those who bleed the colours of Super Earth, are entrusted with the honour of nurturing.
Service guarantees citizenship.
In the future,
and I guess in this circumstance, service guarantees our right to reproduce
humanity, ensuring that the next generation will inherit the unbreakable will and fervent patriotism that define the citizens of Super Earth. These good citizens are not alone in the galaxy though. When mankind ventured into space, they were curious to see if any other life forms dwelled out amongst the stars. Unfortunately, they were right. And while the initial contacts with these alien scum were peaceful, the people of Super Earth soon realized the danger of these alien species, beginning the First Intergalactic War. But who are these foul enemies of liberty? Well, there are three that we know of. The cyborg nation of Cyberstan are a testament to the chilling consequences of unchecked technological augmentation, and the stark antithesis of Super Earth's shining vision of managed democracy. The ways of these cybernetically...
Okay, I can't tell if this guy who's like diving into the lore gets it or doesn't fully get it. Like, he must get it, right? He understands, I think.
Augmented humans and automatons were tolerated at first, until the tranquility of humanity's city worlds was shattered when cyborg terrorists, driven by a perverse communist ideology and ridiculous belief that the citizens of Super Earth are all brainwashed by propaganda, unleashed devastation in the heart of District 48, claiming the lives of thousands of innocent citizens. This heinous act announced to the world that these former humans had broken...
I think he's just playing into it. Yeah, no, I love it. Yeah. Did you inspect the spotlights on the robot planets? They're called authoritarian light.
Away from the peaceful ways of Super Earth, and served as a call to humanity's defenders, prompting them to launch a brutal campaign to bring the light of democracy to the dark corners of Cyberstan. Cyberstan itself, a desolate snow-covered wasteland, has become the stage for a struggle between the forces of freedom and the remnants of a society clinging to its socialist doctrines. Super Earth's response to the cyborg threat has been both swift and decisive, Following each act of aggression by cyborg terrorists, Super Earth forces embark on a mission of liberation, democratizing the cyborgs with a firm hand, guiding them towards the democratic way of life, under the vigilant watch of the Super Earth Army Tactical Command. For 5 years after a successful campaign against these cyborgs, peace is enforced by an occupying army, and the seeds of democracy are sown, allowing the Super Earth Construction Company to repurpose the vast forges and factories of the cyborg nation for the greater good. The Terminids are a sentient extraterrestrial species of oversized bugs, whose very existence has been a plague on the galaxy for far too long, necessitating their eradication before their infestation spreads to other worlds. Kepler Prime, a barren desert planet on the eastern fringes of the galaxy, serves as the homeworld for this formidable foe. Here, amidst the desolate landscape, the bugs have thrived and evolved for millions of years, becoming the most elite natural killing machines. They're not all that bad though, as their bodies do yield vast quantities of oil, a resource incredibly valuable to Super Earth in
Did somebody say oil?
its extragalactic exploits. As such, once a Terminid outbreak has been quelled, these rare and valuable bugs should be housed on carefully controlled farms, where they can be protected and exploited for a bountiful quantity of natural resources.
Sorry, exploited? Excuse me. You kind of sounded like you got that mind virus from the artificial socialist robots from Cyberstan, brother. What do you mean exploited?
First encountered in the...
It's called liberated. They're liberating their body from the oils that they have.
Late 21st century through frequent encounters with recon spacecraft, the enlightened and technologically superior Illuminate stepped into the galactic theatre with an offer of peace for Super Earth. However, the discovery that they allegedly possessed weapons of mass destruction capable of annihilating entire worlds swiftly shifted Super Earth's stance from potential diplomacy to decisive action. Originating from the oceans of their homeworld, these blue-skinned aquatic beings have harnessed the powers of bioelectronics and nano-powered devices, making them a fierce foe for the proud defenders of liberty, leading to tense standoffs and the ever-present danger of planet-destroying devices. Upon securing victory against the Illuminate in war, Super Earth tends to impose a treaty stripping the aliens of their military capabilities and commandeering their advanced weaponry, reducing the threat of future.
Oh shit.
In the not-too-distant future, Super Earth stands humanity's action rifle, done to encourage military of their homeworld. These blue-skinned aquatic beings have harnessed the powers of bioelectronics and nano-powered devices, making them a fierce foe for the proud defenders of liberty, leading to tense standoffs and the ever-present danger of planet-destroying devices. Upon securing victory against the Illuminate in war, Super Earth tends to impose a treaty stripping the aliens of their military capabilities and commandeering their advanced weaponry, reducing the threat of future war and significantly enhancing humanity's own technological capabilities. The force defending Super Earth against these alien threats is the illustrious Super Earth military. To serve within its ranks is the highest honor bestowed upon the sons and daughters of the Federation, and on their 16th birthday, every citizen of Super Earth is issued a ceremonial bolt-action rifle done to encourage military service and train them in the use of firearms. While the valiant forces of the Super Earth military hold the line against the tide of villainous entities that besiege Super Earth, there exists a cadre of warriors unparalleled in their bravery and dedication, the Helldivers. These mightiest and most obedient of heroes venture deep behind enemy lines to sow the seeds of democracy, prosperity, and justice across the galaxy, ensuring that the light of Super Earth illuminates even the darkest corners of the universe. Men and women drafted from the regular Army Corps, Helldiver recruits are sent to the Helldiver facility on Mars to receive further training and engage in live-fire exercises against Terminids. In its early days, this training consisted of what is best described as ranger training, training the troops to scout and perform assassination missions behind enemy lines. Over time, the scope of this training has expanded, preparing them for a myriad of specialist roles, from piloting mechanized assault walkers and acting as riot-controlling police, to mastering the use of chemical weapons and coordinating devastating airstrikes. Upon completion of their training, a Helldiver will be cryogenically frozen until they are required, and shipped off to some far-flung war zone, where they will be stationed aboard a custom Helldiver super destroyer, mighty starships capable of raining down fire from orbit and housing a number of Eagle fighters, multi-role aerospace craft, used to gain air superiority on a world, and perform precision ground assault operations for Helldiver Command. When required planetside, the Helldivers load up into ship-mounted Hellpods, shock-absorbing pods that break the atmosphere at extreme velocities and crash into the planet's surface, ready to deploy their Helldiver. This method of deployment dates back to when the forces of Super-Earth were faced by a heavily entrenched force of secessionist foes on the planet of Northman's Creek. Unable to gain the air superiority required to land troops on the world, Super-Earth created the Hellpods and dropped 50 Helldivers onto the planet's parliament, ready to execute the enemies of democracy housed there. For decades, these sons and daughters of liberty have been engaged in a brutal galactic campaign against the forces of tyranny, protecting its colonies, keeping the peace, and beating the enemies of Super-Earth to a pulp. At the forefront of this righteous battle, the Helldivers stand as the elite spearhead of the Federation's military might. Executing critical missions with precision and unwavering courage, they secure vital resources, neutralize enemy leaders, and demolish facilities of war. Wherever humanity goes, the Helldivers are there, spreading managed democracy throughout the galaxy. There are whispers, however, that behind the propaganda, behind the censors and vice-like grip of the Super-Earth Ministry of Truth, there might be more to this galactic war and the Federation of Super-Earth than meets the eye. Rumors swirled at the narrative peddled by Super-Earth, painting the cyborgs as socialist terrorists in need of liberation, may be a fabrication. It may actually be Super-Earth itself that orchestrated the terrorist attacks on its own cities, fabricating a reason to justify the invasion of cyborg territories, enslavement of its people, and capture of their industrial might. The narrative framing the bugs as an existential menace, a swarm poised to devour civilization, hides a more sinister motive. The government's crusade against the bugs thinly veils a grotesque venture, the establishment of farms designed to exploit the bugs' death for oil. A grim...
No, they're liberating them from the oil in their bodies. That's a good thing. Like the top of the hour ad break is a good thing. And you can liberate yourself from the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Duh. That's how this shit works. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Harvest fueling Super-Earth's insatiable energy appetite. As for the Illuminate, branded as a supremely intelligent race, with a penchant for apocalyptic weaponry, the truth lays buried under layers of deceit. Super-Earth's aggression against these aliens might not have been a preemptive strike for survival, but a voracious grab for the Illuminate's superior technologies. Of course, those daring to question the official account, or even show sympathies towards any of these threats, meet a swift and final silence, eradicated to quell any seeds of dissent. And this feeds into another, darker manipulation committed by the Federation, targeting the young and brilliant citizens of Super-Earth, recruiting them for service on the front lines. This calculated culling of the youth serves not only to rid the system of potential dissenters against the Federation, but also to indoctrinate those who survive service in the Federation military, with a narrative of honor and sacrifice. Those who return are ensnared in a web of justified atrocities, unwitting champions of the very system that exploits them. And if all of this got out, it might just leave a Super-Earth citizen wondering, are we the bad guys? But surely that's all just traitorous hippie talk, best just to ignore those whispers. Well, I hope you enjoyed your flight today with Law Tours.
That was
Let
sick.
us know down in the comments whether you would enlist with the Helldiver Corps, or chuck your hat in with those dreaded cyborg socialists. And if you enjoyed this trip, make sure to subscribe so that you're ready to travel with us again soon. Thanks for watching, catch you next time.
It's a great video because it's great lore in general, and it's a good video. I love that he like incorporated Helldivers 1 as well, which I didn't even know existed, by the way. Like I had no fucking clue what that was about. But on that note, chat, I'm really fucking tired, so I'm gonna call it tonight. Okay. I missed out on Helldivers 1. I would not have played Helldivers 1 because it's like top down, not like Helldivers 2 at all, as a matter of fact. Anyway, I will see you all tomorrow. It was another 9-hour stream. I don't know what the fuck's going on with me lately. I've just been pumping out streams, baby. Anyway, love you all. And to all a good night.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, sun is streaming